evening, everybody. Thank you so much for
All right, good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank God it's Friday, and we've had a fantastic run this week. Glad to have everyone here. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for the gifts, Prince. It's your comments, Prince Balewa. All right, let me thank everyone for the 9.7k likes on TikTok. I really do appreciate it.
Can you hear me clearly?
Please, can you hear me clearly? Please, can you hear me clearly? Just want to be sure I can be heard clearly. Can you hear me clearly? All right, thank you, Prince Badipo. And good evening once again. Thank you very much for joining us all across our social media platforms. We're streaming here on TikTok. Ibo National, thank you so much. Thank you for the likes as well. Thank you so much for your support. I really do appreciate it. All right, thank you very, very much. Prince Badipo says, hope we are talking about the counter coup today. We have not even talked about the coup itself. Yesterday was just creating the background for what happened. So today we're discussing the coup. And we can talk about the counter coup afterwards. Right? Yeah, so I'm actually there. Well, it is but today we will talk about it. All right, thanks for joining us on TikTok, on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch. Please don't stop tapping on TikTok, and please click on the link. Click on the heart me. What am I saying? Click on the heart icon and drop a heart me. So click on the heart icon above my head here, and join the team. Drop a gift. Drop a heart me. You can now subscribe on TikTok as well, and support what we're doing. And folks on YouTube, please like the live and also subscribe to the channel. Thank you very, very much. Prince Wadabo says, I'm 44 years old. I had to go read about the coup yesterday. We're never too old to learn. So that's, there's always something to learn, isn't it? So it's good to do what you did, to read. All right, thank you for sharing that with us. Baba of TikTok says, I love this live. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just checking to be sure we're good on all the platforms and I can get started. So normally we would have the news, but because we started a series yesterday, what's supposed to be a series, was supposed to be a session that I think is going to birth other sessions apparently. Give me a second. Jake's man, thank you. Thank you. All right. If you're on YouTube, please, again, and on Facebook as well, thank you very much for being here. Please like the live and share the live. Please like the live and share the live as well. Okay. Hope you had a great time yesterday. I had a great time, and I saw some of the responses and they're quite encouraging, so it means we're doing something right. That's good. Okay. Just to make sure everything is set. Yeah, I'm having a little technical issue here, but I'm sure it's going to be resolved. I may have to restart this device. Yesterday we started talking about the circumstances. So yesterday we started talking about the circumstances surrounding the coup itself, and I did that intentionally. And I did that because, yes, yesterday was January 15th, and it's a day that has been set aside to honor our sorry about that, to honor our armed forces. And I said something yesterday which is very true, and I think it's one of the problems we have in Nigeria, sincerely. And one of the reasons we are not able to actually make progress is that we don't even want that day to be remembered as what it was. Right? We don't want to do that. So what do? We build a monument over the ashes of the dead, or over the graves of the dead. So you have people were killed, you bury them in a place, and then you create a monument like Disneyland or whatever. It could be anything. Just put something on it so that we don't really know what the place actually is. Like it's a cemetery, but no, it's a theme park. And any other day of the year could have been set aside to celebrating the armed forces. It should not have been the 15th of January. It's better not to do anything on that day, just leave it like that, than to now try and use that day to celebrate the armed forces. For doing what on that day? I mean, they've done a lot of great work, the armed forces, but that day was actually it is what it is. It's a day that Nigeria had its first coup, and that's what it should have been dedicated to. Or just leave it there. And I say that because when you have a lot of things swept under the carpet, you're not able to live your life to the fullest because you are always at alert. You are suspecting everybody. You're suspicious of, okay, should and you can't have healing. So and people that know that this is something happened on this day, I want to call them more. But for some reason we just want to act like nothing really happened. Let's just make it, it doesn't make too much sense. But I mean, to be clear, maybe that's all that our elders thought. I mean, that was the best they could bring up at the time. Like I always say, hindsight is 2020, but we have to do better. Consider Preventer says, excuse me. Consider Preventer says they killed leaders of other parts of the country and spared their own. Yes, that happened. That happened, unfortunately. Is anybody having a problem with X? Is anybody having a problem? Can you please check your X, your Twitter account? I was going to read something to you from my X, and I'm noticing I had to restart this device, but the issue still persists. Maybe it's one of those things that happens because X it happened a while back as well. Yeah. Considium says, no more blackmail. If you say I hate you, then I accept. So what next? We've not even started. You're already, you're on fire. I was going to read the news it's been spreading since yesterday. I knew about it before we had the live session yesterday, but I didn't want to talk about anything else. Just want to focus on the topic. Is of what happened in Calabar, and there's another news, of course, of what's happening in Oyo State. This Oyo State. Wait, before we go to the news, when we go to the topic, this Oyo State, it is well. They inaugurated the new chairman of the Council of Chiefs yesterday. It's quite interesting. And maybe we'll talk about that on Monday. Let's just stick to this. But it's quite funny. I find it difficult to not even want. I mean, let's talk about it on Monday. Let's just focus on this whole thing. I was just trying to retrieve that thing on X. If it works, if not, then we'll move away from that. But I think it's a good place to start. Just give me a second. I'm gonna get that sorted in a bit. Consider says we knew it was going to happen in Oyo. Of course, we knew. We knew. Why is it better? They have not seen in Kankan. Anyway, let's start with this report. I think X is having a problem. I've checked different devices. It's the same thing, so it's probably an X issue, not my issue. So, 60th anniversary of the January 1966 School, Part 2. In the last 24 hours, I've heard people say things like, why are you guys always focusing on 1966? It's in the past. Let us move on. And it's important to move on. You don't want to live your life in the past, but it's important to learn lessons from the past. That's one. Secondly, it appears that this whole thing about the past may not actually be the past in Nigeria because of the kind of things that we see happening even right now. And based on that, I'm going to read you oh boy, this report. Just give me a second. Or something that happened in Calabar, in an hospital in Calabar recently. Interestingly, the person who posted this was Rufai Oseni. He said complaints sent. Please listen to this. This is not 1966 now. This is 2026. I'm a house officer that was posted to UCTH to begin my housemanship. I got to Calabar on Sunday. I met with others that also traveled from distant locations to resume house job duties. For context, I'm based in Lagos, although I'm from the east. On Monday, we went to the administrative building to meet with the CMD and also began our clearance and orientation. To my surprise, he rejected us, all 17 of us. He told us he has petitioned the list of house officers sent to the facility to MDCN, and until MDCN replies, he is not clearing us. He gave his reasons, some of which are: number one, why 15 of 17 HOs are from one tribe or region, Ibo. Number two, why there are no cross-riverians in the list of posted officers from MDCN. Number three, they told MDCN they have 50 slots. Why are we 17? Honestly, sir, I was shocked. He went on to talk about how it is becoming a normal thing, how we Igbos were coming to saturate the whole place. He accused us of paying to get the placements. He said he has evidence but failed to show us any evidence. The whole thing is just frustrating. We don't even have accommodation as we speak. Most of us sleep on the floor in the room of older house officers in the facility. We just wrap her on the floor. These house officers go ahead to tell us how it's a regular thing here. In some cases, he will approve clearance for the house officers from other tribes, then reject the ones from Igbo, telling them, quote, go to the east, there is no space, end of quote. One person even got in touch with the CMD of their own university's teaching hospital, where they graduated. He spoke to him and he said the list would be cancelled. He blatantly told the two non-Igbos that they are unfortunately caught up in the mess and nothing will be done, telling us to stop hanging around the premises and travel back home. Sir, I'm honestly tired. I never for once thought I would face this level of tribalism in my life. National Association of Resident Doctors, UCTH, and NMA Cross River Branch reached out to him. Still, he was adamant. All these are factors that ignite the Japa mentality amongst healthcare workers. So please help us. I've never felt so much regret for studying this course like I felt this past 2 days. You know, one of the craziest things I see in Nigeria is people love to write, especially from the Southeast, and I'm saying it straight up, from a place of victimhood. And the point is, this issue, of course, is not about this young man or the doctors that want to go and have their housemanship in University of Calabar Teaching Hospital. It's more about how they got 17 people in their place, even though they wanted 15, and how 15 of the 17 were Igbos. Maybe they have to go to the root of this whole thing. But the real question is this: why are people saying go back where you come from? Sorry, go back where you came from. And your friend says you cannot repost your life. So maybe you should go out and come back in. It's probably TikTok. Just step out and come back in. You'll be able to do it. Why are people saying that? There's something I say, Lord. It's a scripture, it's a verse, that the fathers have eaten sour grapes and the children's teeth are set on the edge. A lot of times what we do in Nigeria is see what is happening to me. And you're right to say that because you're human and you want people to either help you or pity you. But it's important to also ask, why is this happening? There's no ethnic group that is perfect in Nigeria. But one particular ethnic group has actually taught people to be wary of them. And it's not just because of what they have done in the past, it's because of what is still happening today. I played you a video the other day where a lady who was in charge of an institution in the south in Anambra State appeared before a house committee in Abuja, House of Representatives, and they were asking her questions about the hiring process of that institution. And they asked her how many people were there. There were less than 900 people were recruited, and they asked her about different states. Okay, so these people, where are they from? How many people are from Bayelsa? She said 1. People are from Kano. She just has random states. And then they asked how many people are from Enugu. She said 65. Then how many people are from Anambra State? She said 811. So that's 876 out of less than 900. Now, what that tells you is wherever you find certain people, they have a way of populating that place, and also of ensuring that the people actually take over that institution. Now, this happened in the eastern region. I did not say in Igbo land. If you can't repost, please step out and come back in. It's probably the app. I think it has to be the app. People have actually reposted earlier. Abi? Yes. It's the app. Just step out, come back in. You'll be able to do it. Thank you. Right. So the mindset of the average person from the minority areas in the east is to stay alert. Thank you, Robodo. They have to stay alert. They have to be wary of people moving around. And I'll explain why that happened. This is not to this topic. We're going to get there, but there's a connection. You see, because when the regions were created, by the way, I've said it several times, this eastern region, western region, northern region, there's no region that came from heaven, and there's no region that is ancient. Okay? All the regions, number one, the north and the south, were protectorates created in 1900. Northern Protectorate, Southern Protectorate. 1914, the two protectorates were amalgamated. 1939, the Southern Protectorate was divided into Eastern Province and Western Province. 1947, it became Eastern Region and Western Region. There's nothing ancient about any of these things. Okay? And then 67, they ceased to exist. Eastern Region ceased to exist, but 63, Western Region was divided. But here's the point. You see, that Western Region included Anioma Land, Delta State, Edo State, parts of Bayelsa were in Western Region. But the difference is, although we have an ethnic group that was the majority in the Western region, the ethnic group did not have to move out of their own ancestral space. Okay, so what you notice is that there is the northern region, there's the eastern region, there's the western region, and there's one major ethnicity in each of those regions. So in the north, you had, the Hausa. Of course, you have other groups as well. You have the Kanuri, Biram, and so on, but the majority would be the Hausa. In the west is Yoruba. In the east, it's the Ibo. Now, for the north, the majority do not have to. They don't have to leave their region in order to leave. Or let me put it this way: even within their region, they don't have to leave their own ancestral space. Of course, they had done that, working with the British and working as miners and all of those things. But particularly Yoruba people, let me stick to us. We didn't have to leave Yoruba land, even though we're still in the Western region. Therefore, whatever issues people in the Midwest had would not have anything to do with people coming to their place to dominate their space. The Eastern region was your leave the ancestral space and take advantage of the opportunities that the entire nation had, the entire country had, and also the entire region had. And so they moved into different parts of the eastern region, whether it was to Port Harcourt area, to Ogoja, to Calabar, to Cross River, all over the place. And when they moved, and they moved all the way to Cameroon, western Cameroon or southern Cameroon, they moved into all those places. And because they were the majority ethnic group in that place, they used the numbers to dominate the entire place, to the point where the owners of the land themselves were like, what's happening? So to young people like this young person that wrote this letter, they think they're actually throwing a shot at the MD of UCTH, University of Calabar Teaching Hospital. But no, these people know something, and this is what we have to discuss our history. Feel symbolism, they are destroying my life. You don't understand that the person that you're talking to has a different perspective. These are victims of the actions of your forebears, and they want to make sure you don't repeat it. And let me tell you something, the way everything looks, it'd be like say you will repeat it. Why? Because people are repeating it right now. Do I blame the MD of the hospital? Absolutely not. That's what's called self-preservation, and there is no region in this country that does it more than the Igbos. None. If you want to jam me, go to the average teaching hospital in the east and look for the people that are, having the housemanship, whatever they call it. Look at where they are from. People just make you look as if people hate a particular group. They don't hate a particular group. They've had experiences, and they want to make sure they're protecting their space. You may not like what they're doing, but I'll read something to you from what happened way back in 1966. So we're trying to come back home now. We're going to start with what happened after the coup. It's just a very interesting observation that I want you to notice. This is why certain people will not be allowed to be in certain spaces, because people have seen where in the past, and you can't blame them for protecting themselves. Please, let's keep our tapping on TikTok. Let's try and get the numbers up. Thank you very much. And please also click on the heart icon here. Join the team, drop your heart me, let's drop a gift. Let's try and push the live together, okay? And if you're having any issues with sharing on TikTok, please step out. I can share. I've tried it on my device here and it works. And someone also did it worked. So it may be from your end. So please, maybe you step out, wait for a while, and then come back in. Thank you. I want to read you something from a book by Sam Scrotton Richard. It's called No Weariness. This is what it says. Dr. Kenneth O.D.K., the vice, in fact, let me go back just a bit. Although General Rossi, the head of the federal military government in Lagos, was well aware that he had himself been a prime target for liquidation in the coup d'etat, he allowed himself to be led astray politically by a coterie of personal outside advisors, exclusively Igbo in their tribal affiliation. Now, this statement, you find it in every single book about Rossi, but those books must not, I mean, if you really want to write in every book, just make sure that the books you are reading are not books from the Southeast. So the Southeasterners find a way to exclude this information, but every other book you see this thing there, that it was surrounded completely by Igbo advisors. We'll read it in other books, but that's not the point I'm trying to make right now. So he says that He allowed himself, that's Ironsi, allowed himself to be led astray politically by a coterie of personal outside advisors, exclusively Ibo in their affiliation. Excuse me, there's something. Mungbo feedback.
Are you listening to something?
Sorry.
Are you listening to something? Eh? No earpiece. Alright. It's not here. So let's get back. Let's read. I'm going to start again. Please don't stop our tapping and sharing, please. Thank you.
Start again. Please don't stop our tapping and sharing, please. Thank you. Although General Ironsi, the head of the federal military government in Lagos, was well aware that he had himself been a prime target for liquidation in the coup d'etat. By the way, we'll explain that later. It was a prime target that was not targeted at all. He allowed himself to be led astray politically by a coterie of personal outside advisors, exclusively Igbo in their tribal affiliation. Furthermore, he signally failed to bring any rebel officers to trial for their part in the aborted revolution. Distrust of the politics of the military government was widespread. As a way of abolishing tribalism and ethnic divisions, Ironsi announced that the regional civil services were to unify throughout the federation. Recruitment thereto and postings therein were to be thrown open to all Nigerians without regard to local, ethnic, religious, and tribal affiliations. All these things always sound very nice until you see what happened at the end of the day. Welcome, Empress Wande. Good to see you. Let's go on. Recruitment thereto and postings therein were to be thrown open to all Nigerians without regard to local, ethnic, religious, and tribal affiliations. Tribal forms of local government, the indirect rule through tribal leaders and customary authorities were to be dismantled, and so on and so forth. Now let's go where we're really going. Dr. Kenneth Odike, the Vice Chancellor of Ibadan University, a distinguished academic historian and the first African to be appointed as principal of a university in West Africa, happened to be an Igbo. In his capacity as chairman of the Committee of Vice Chancellors of Nigerian Universities, he convened a meeting of Vice Chancellors in Ibadan. A few weeks, please pay attention, we already started. In his capacity as chairman of the Committee of Vice Chancellors of Nigerian Universities, he convened a meeting of Vice Chancellors in Ibadan a few weeks after General Ironsi had taken over as head of the federal military government in Lagos. At this meeting, DK announced that he had been charged by the Supreme Commander in person to take overall control of higher education throughout the country. Policy was to secure a fair allocation of resources to all institutions participating in federal financing and staffing. It might turn out to be necessary to subsume the regional universities within a single national federation of institutes of higher education. In such circumstances, DK would himself take over responsibility as overall chancellor of a national university to ensure fair play. He ended his speech with a remark that the educated Nigerian is the worst peddler of tribalism in Nigeria. What does that mean? That boy that went to Calabar, what did he blame for his predicament? Tribalism. His fathers in 1966, what did they blame? What did they blame for whatever they were trying to do? Tribalism. But what was DK saying here? I don't know if you got what he was saying. You see, DK was appointed Vice Chancellor of University of Ibadan. He was not the most qualified and he was not the most senior. The only reason he was made the VC was because he was Igbo. There were others that were senior, but they were Yoruba. E.g., Professor Joseph was senior. People like Joseph, people like Ezekiwe Oluwasomi, who eventually moved to Ife, those guys could have been the Vice Chancellor. I mean, any of them could have been the Vice Chancellor of University of Ibadan. But they chose DK. And to the educated, dear Lord, 1 second, please. Give me a second, please.
Thank you very much for staying tuned.
Thank you very much for staying tuned. A little technical stuff to resolve, and well, this was I'm going to discuss this when we get to what Iran did. I'm just going to try to explain something to you based on what happened in the past and what's happening, recently.
Thank you very much, Mark Vision. What do we notice?
So what do we notice? Thank you very much, Mark Vision. What do we notice? We have a case of... Okay, I was saying that DK was appointed the Vice Chancellor or the principal of DK, sorry, of University of Ibadan. He performed. What did he perform? Better go and sit down somewhere. It was total tribalism. The tribalism was used in University of Ibadan, also University of Lagos. University of Ibadan was DK. University of Lagos was Njoku. Neither of them was the most qualified in either of those universities, but they were both Ibo. And I've had a conversation here before. 1 second, please. It's looking a bit okay, sharper now. I had a conversation a while back when I talked about the fact that when Njoku served his first term and a new VC was appointed, Igbo people in Unilag and some Yoruba people started saying that it was because of tribalism. And so when a Yoruba person was appointed, that was Professor Saburi Biobaku, a young Yoruba person who had been indoctrinated with this nonsense about tribalism, was the one who stabbed Professor Saburi Biobaku because in his head everything was happening because of tribalism, not knowing that the people he's actually fighting for are the ones practicing tribalism. But that's not even the worst. What happened after the coup that Iran came up? I'm going to read this again later. I'll explain deeper, but let me just quickly say this. DK then called a meeting of all the universities in Nigeria. They had a meeting in Ibadan. And then he said to them, Atuche Chris, I don't like attacking people, but if I read to you the things that DK did, you will curse him.
Nigerians are too quiet for you.
The thing about you guys is that Nigerians are too quiet for you. You have irresponsible forebears, irresponsible leaders. But Nigerians don't talk because we want peace and unity. But the unity that we are building, unity based on lies. You've not been told what your elders did. Let me not do it today, please. And the reason back is because if really Tabani be,
in other words, if you really want to go by, let's just discuss what your parents, your people did.
In other words, if you really want to go by, let's just discuss what your parents, your people did. We will get there, by the way, at this point. I will broadcast it. I'll put it out there. You should be hiding your heads in shame.
Because most of us don't even know what happened.
Nigerians just don't talk. Maybe because most of us don't even know what happened. Or those who know just felt like, let's just hide it. One day, an elderly man told me what this person you're talking about, what he did in the university. I don't want to talk, please. But I won't even talk. I'll be reading the book so that you'll not be able to get angry too much with me. Don't. You're not all that.
Came around with unitary nonsense and said,
let me give you an example. Rossi came around with unitary nonsense and said he was going to unify the whole country, unify the regional system, or sorry, the regional government. There will be only one Nigerian government because we want to remove tribalism. Then DK comes along and says, what we're going to do is this: we're going to unite all the universities in Nigeria. Then we're going to have a super VC that will be Kennedy DK himself.
It says here.
Let me read to you.
He announced that he had been charged.
It says here, he announced that he had been charged by the Supreme Commander in person to take overall control of higher education throughout the country. The policy was to secure a fair allocation of resources to all institutions participating in federal financing and staffing. It might turn out to be necessary to subsume the regional universities within a single national federation of institutes of higher education. In other words, ABU was built by Northerners. OAU was built by Westerners. But at OAU, at OBU, at UI, at UNILAGO, at Suka, they'll put everything together. He will now be the super VC of everybody. They will call it National Federation of Institutes of Higher Education. In such circumstances, DK would himself take over responsibility as overall chancellor of a national university to ensure fair play. He ended his speech with the remark that, quote, "The educated Nigerian is the worst peddler of tribalism in Nigeria." They have used that word, overused it, and it means nothing anymore. If an Igbo person comes to me and tells me that there's something called tribalism, I don't care. If the word is coming from an Igbo man, I don't care. Every single time in Nigerian history when they use that word, it's because they want to do something to you. They want to take advantage of you. You're going to bring everybody together because of what? Unity. And when we get to what happened after the coup, I think we'll stay on this a bit more. The reason you will not be able to get into positions of power is that people know exactly what you're going to do when you get there. You will unify us. This is not unity. This is the idea of collapsing everything that makes everybody unique in order to create a new super country. But when you create that super country, it's for exclusive benefit of your own people. That's what history has shown. Listen, if you think this is bigotry, you have not studied nothing. And I'm not saying this as, if you call it pride, I don't care.
That's the funny thing. They don't.
Especially for these Yoruba people, I don't know. That's the funny thing.
Because you assume you know.
It's better to be ignorant than to be half-educated. One clown was chatting with me on Twitter the other day, saying that the way you are saying some things, I'm like, I don't like to say. So I just kept explaining. Even me, I was not like Kim Onshegon. Then he now made a mistake. He should not have said it. He said, "I sure know more about this thing than you." So I said, since you know more than all of us, there's no need to even explain anything further. I just stopped and left it, because people like that, there's nothing to tell them. They are the most ignorant folks. They are worse than ignorant people, because ignorant people, at least for the most part, they know they don't know. But these ones assume they know. They will kill themselves to prove to others that they know what they're doing. Meanwhile, they're just killing themselves. This now takes us back to the topic of today. 60th anniversary of January 1966 Coup, Part 2. Yesterday we tried to lay a foundation to explain that what happened in 66 did not just happen in a vacuum. And when we call it an Igbo coup, which is what it was and what will forever be called, even if you are not comfortable with it, that's your problem. I don't care. If you don't like it, that is your problem. It was an Igbo coup. I did not call it that. Igbo people called it that. This is what happens. People will do something, it will work. They will claim it as theirs. Repercussions will come sometime down the line. They'll now say it was not theirs. And if you say, but it was yours, then they call you a tribalist. You said it was your own. I didn't really say it, you are the tribalist. So I heard what you said the first time, and I'm working with it. So where did we stop yesterday? We talked about how the whole thing came together. The fact that if you're going to understand what happened in January and why it's called an Igbo coup, don't be quick to just be talking about what happened on that day. You have to go back to, at least, if you don't want to travel too far, 1936-37. That was when Azikiwe came back, and that was when trouble started in Nigeria. Sincerely, the person who caused Wala was Zik, which is why I don't regard him as all the Zik of Africa thing. It's just lies. He caused it because he was trying to prove a point. If you read his book, My Odyssey, he talked about when he returned to Nigeria from Ghana, that Igbo people came to visit him and to welcome him, and they talked to him, and then he was talking to them about how Igbo was, whatever history of Igbo people. But then he said he was expecting Yoruba people to come and welcome him. Now the question is this: why should Yoruba people go and welcome him? He was one of the very first set of people to go to university in the Eastern region. Yorubas have been having graduates since the 1800s. You are leaving school in 1930 thereabouts, early 1930s. Why should they come and welcome you? That you are what? For your own people, you are an idol, which is okay. But here, you're just one of the people living in the streets. There's nothing special about you, which is what people from the South don't like to hear. That everybody is the same. No, they want to be seen as, there's nothing special. You're just one of. He comes and says, okay, I'm going to prove to them that we are special. Then began to infuse this whole thing about Igbo supremacy. and it came to a head in 1949. It started in 1938. It started publishing 37, started pushing Agenda 38. 1948 actually was when it came to a head, where Yoruba just had enough. And they said speaking up because he was attacking them in their own land, saying to them that they were tribalists for trying to found their own organization. That's why I tell you that if an Igbo man calls you tribalist, tell him it's okay. I mean, if you are hating on other people, that's the problem. You shouldn't be hating on people. But I'm saying when people from a particular region call you tribalist, it's not what you think it is. So think about it. I've mentioned this before, but it bears repeating. An Igbo man is in Yoruba land. He is the president of Igbo Federal Union, but he's calling the Yoruba man who is in Egbe Moduduwa a tribalist for having an organization in his own land. And guess what? It's just not like, just one person. No, it's not one person. That was in 48. In 45, the same thing happened in London. That means that they started in 1943 in the UK, right? 45, Egbe Moduduwa started in London, and these people called the Yoruba people tribalists for starting Egbe Moduduwa. And guess what? They also had some stupid Yoruba people to say, oh, this one's tribalistic. But you have a member of Igbo Federal Union. So Zik started publishing that, this Yoruba people must be attacked. It's in the September 8, 1948, West African pilot. He said, the battle cry is against Egbe Moduduwa, leaders at home and abroad, uphill and downhill, everybody and downhill. They must do this to them and all of that. They began to attack these people in Yoruba land. Why? Because they were tribalists and fascists. And because they would not join the organization that Zik himself created for Yoruba people. The audacity of these ridiculous minds. You create a Yoruba Federal Union for Yoruba people. As how now? That was 48. Yoruba people had had enough, so they went back, used paper and lashed him. That's what's called Lagos Press War of 1948. That was the first time Yoruba people responded. For 10 years, they had used that paper to spread propaganda. Atoche Chris, you are this close to being thrown out. Conduct yourself properly. You're not a baby.
They had enough, and so they began to respond. And
they had enough, and so they began to respond. And that led to people buying machetes, and when they asked your Zik of Africa, he said, oh, the machetes were just for propaganda purposes. And then we had the phrase in 1948 that we still hear today. The Igbos released a statement saying that any attack on Azikiwe was an attack on Igbo people. In other words, when an Igbo man does something, you cannot speak against it. Why? To speak against it is to speak against his ethnicity. That's a primitive mindset, by the way. Sorry guys, I have too much to do today. If you want to stay and listen. But if you want to be disturbing me, just listen. You don't have to type anything. You listen with your ears, not your fingers. The idea really was that this group was a special group. It's a master race. It's above criticism. And if anybody from amongst them does something, you can't speak against it. And this is not just confined to 1948. Something similar happened yesterday. One of the brightest people that the Igbo landers produced, I don't want to mention his name, he's on X. Dr. Abati had mentioned, he was talking about Nigeria deploying PR machinery to counter this negative narrative of genocide and all of those things. And he mentioned that there are pro-Biafra, Biafran groups peddling the idea of Igbo persecution abroad, and that it will make sense, and they're expecting $6,000.
Over $1 million. Just spread.
The last time I checked, I read some articles there the other day. Over $1 million, just spreading this whole thing. So it makes sense that Nigeria wants to get in there and actually change the narrative. And an Igbo man, this one has lived in the US, in the EU, everything. Anything has lived there. I don't know if I live in UAE, but you get the point. Lived abroad, worked in big companies, made so much money, investment, big man. The first thing he's saying is the fact that the person who is talking like this is a tribalist, and that he's pushing all those big grammar for just to say that the person is a bigot. In other words, so I asked the question, and I tagged him, I quoted him, and I wrote it there. Is there a law that mandates that people from a certain part of Nigeria must be a victim in every conversation? Number two, are there no pro-Biafran groups actually, pushing the story of Igbo persecution abroad? The point is that you cannot speak against what they are doing. That's the point I'm trying to make. And it didn't start today. It started there and it's still like that today. Don't let anybody gaslight you with, oh, they hate us. That is the background. Okay? And then you have, and we talked about what happened with, the plan by 1944 to take over the entire country, to perpetually rule the federation. And they had that plan and the plan they had a plan to achieve their dream or their goal in 1964. It was a 20-year plan from 44 to 64, and everything was going well. By 1959 they had a chance to actually play national politics. Awolowo had reached out to Zik, offering that Zik would be the prime minister in Nigeria at independence and Awolowo would be the minister of finance. That was what was supposed to happen. But before then, Zik had already done some crazy things in the Eastern region when he took money from the Eastern Region Marketing Board and he funneled it into his own, using his own banks to his own companies. And by the time they checked everything, he had taken £877,000. Like I said the other day, the matter went all the way to the UK. It was discussed in the House of Lords. I read the Hansard, the debate about that issue here the other day. So while that was going on, the British got involved and were like, you know what? We had a tribunal set up. It's called Foster Sutton, and as they look this thing now, you go jail. So come and work with the North, and he went to work with the North. Now, when he worked with the North, who do you think that thing benefited? Azikiwe? No, Igbos. They dominated the civil service at the federal level. So they are taking over the eastern region. Not that they were the only ones that dominated the place. And when we say dominate, let me tell you the difference between that place and other places. The difference, you will find it in the Williams Commission report of 1958. The difference is this: the Yoruba people were the majority in the western region, but they didn't have to leave their home. They didn't have to leave their homeland. They didn't have to go to Benin and go to Auchi to dominate. You will find Yoruba people there, but they did not have to go.
People from that place also working in the civil service.
So you had people from that place also working in the civil service, like in high numbers. But in the eastern region, the people who were the majority could not stay in their own homeland, so they had to move. That's actually what the issue was. They had to move into all the other areas, and in moving, there are many. Not many in terms of they're not they're the minority in all the majority ethnic groups in Nigeria, just to be clear, and that's a fact, by the way, and it's true. I'm not throwing jabs. You can go and verify.
But the point is that
we have big three, Abi. But the point is that they are big for the space that they occupy, so they had to move into other places. Now, in moving to other places, they have to take advantage of those places, and in doing that, they were essentially taking over those people's land. So they did it in this region, did it in Midwest by 63, right? They did it and when the going was good, nobody complained about anything. The northern region the northern region was the senior partner, but they did not have sufficient manpower to actually get into spaces. And this is where it gets interesting. So what you see is this. I should explain. The northern region had educated people, but there were not that many because the people were not going to school. Even the Sardauna said it himself. They didn't have a lot of people that were educated. So at the independence, although they had the political power, they did not have the people to put in civil service, right? NPC as a party or the North as a bloc. But you see, NCNC was supposed to actually fix their own people in that place. Now, NCNC was supposed to be a party, not an ethnicity. NCNC itself was founded by Yoruba people. mostly, not totally, not completely, but mostly Yoruba people. There were four groups. I said it before, but it's important to say it again. There were four groups that formed NCNC. There was National Student Union. There was the Lagos Market Women Association, the TUC, Trade Union Congress, and NNDP. That's about about Macaulay's original political party. They amalgamated and became NCNC. Zik took over after Azikiwe's passing, and everything changed. Igbos moved in there in large numbers because Zik was there, and Zik was considered an idol amongst his people. It was an idol. Forget what you hear these days. They hate him, they curse him out. They don't hate him because it was not because he. In fact, let me tell you, there's only one reason they hate Zik is because he stopped believing in Biafra. Atuche, you're not a baby now. Why do I always have to, I muted you for 5 minutes, I had peace. And now you have started again. NCNC was a national party that started in Lagos. It was made a regional party by Igbo people. That's what you want to hear. Your fathers could not work with people from across the place. So that when it was time for him to go to the center and to have another president in the party, Azikiwe could not make Father Unsi the new president of the party. He had to make Michael Okpara another Igbo person, the president of the party.
That's the point.
The clannish mindset just couldn't go away. That's the point.
That was reduced.
It was a national party that was reduced. I mean, NCNC was big in the West, in Lagos, all across the Western region. But then they noticed what he was doing. They were using the party to fulfill or to accomplish an ethnic goal. That was one of the reasons for the creation of Action Group in 1951. Because left with these people, they are going to use this party. And if you see what we have been saying since, by 51, you already know what was happening. By 51, they had already arrived at the conclusion that they must unify the country using a unitary system. And I've said it several times. What Ironsi did in 66 was not a plan that he hatched. It was something that was started by NCNC people, but mostly Igbo people, because they had, by 51, they had accomplished the goal of regionalizing the party and dominating it. And the goal was unified Nigeria. And let me say something. The unification of Nigeria was not, don't think about it like, oh, but what's bad with it? It's not just to unite. It wasn't about unity. It was about the people who had a smaller space to work in and wanted the bigger space, but wanted to have authority anywhere they went, and nobody should be able to stop them because they're Nigerians. So there will be nothing like an indigenous of a place. And if you think this thing ended in 1966, you need to wake up and smell the coffee. That's the reason for the indigenous bill that we'll discuss in 2025. To be able to move anyhow, move anywhere, and do anything you like, and nobody can question you, because are we not all Nigerians? So at the end of the day, it wasn't about unity.
That's why there was an indigenous bill. It's the same mindset.
Someone says that's why there was an indigenous bill. It's the same mindset. It's about dominating everywhere. It's not about you. So when you hear Sardauna speak, I mean, that interview was in 1962, the very popular one. He said he's a tribalist. You don't understand. By 62, he discovered that, wait, though, the diplomats are mostly Igbo. Now, listen to what I'm saying. Even if you want to say NPC and NCNC were in power, forget Action Group, because we lost out. Since NCNC and NPC were working together, the party lost out. Okay, good. So how many members of NCNC, or let me put it this way, how many people connected to the NCNC got jobs in the civil service who were not Igbos?
Atuche says unitary system wasn't a bad idea, but it's not working because of application.
Atuche says unitary system wasn't a bad idea, but it's not working because of application. The mistakes of your fathers, you will make the same mistakes. That's the issue. You guys are exactly like your parents. It's crazy. This clown is telling me why unitary system is good. This is why you cannot lead Nigeria. Because there's a huge chance that when you get there, you'll be the one shouting over the place by unitary system. It hasn't left you.
You know what? I think, to be honest, I think you're really distracting me. I want to concentrate, so I'll be muting.
But you know what? I think, to be honest, I think you're really distracting me. I want to concentrate, so I'll be muting you not for 5 minutes, but for the entire life. If you want to stay, stay. If you want to go, say go, babe.
What is good about unitary system?
You are still thinking of unique unitary. What is good about unitary system? What is in your home that is not enough for you, that you have to grab what belongs to other people? That's the whole idea of unitary system. And the crazy part is that it wasn't just himself that said it, it was the military guys, it was the lecturers, the intellectuals, the politicians, and even the people like Atuche. This is why people are very wary of the South. I'm telling you the truth. People are wary. And it's not because it happened in the past, it's because there are people like Atuche that will still tell you that it's very good, it's a very good idea. What's good about it? The only reason for the unitary system, I'll say it and I will go back to the topic of today. The only reason for unitary system is the scarcity back at home. That's the only reason. And if you think I'm lying, when we get to the unitary system or whatever, when we're talking about what led to the May 29 riots, you will understand. You cannot use your scarcity to determine national policy. In other words, if I have abundance, you can't take it over because you have scarcity. You can work with me, you can make money from whatever we're doing, you can benefit from our relationship, but you cannot dominate me because you have nothing back at home. That's the spirit of unitary system. It benefited nobody but the people that actually brought it out. That's why we talk about the beneficiaries of the coup. Now, having said that, let's go to some books. Atuche, I muted you because if I left you on, I would have said things I didn't want to say. And I think that's the mistake that Nigeria has made. If they had been telling you your history for the last 60 years, a new generation would have risen that would appreciate, respect. Just go everywhere moving like mad people, telling people how they should be living their spaces. So,
all the plans towards
we talked about all the plans towards
plans that they had for country,
the plans that they had for the country and the unitary system. Sorry, the coup. So let's get back to the coup. The unitary system is actually a topic on its own. We'll get back to that later. But it's one of the. You allowed somebody to. Somebody took over power by force in 1966, and in 6 months, he made decisions that Nigeria has not recovered from in 60 years. Let us sink in. By 1948, I said you're right to start pushing back. By 1960, they had the chance to get in political power, but the NPC did not have so many people. And this is what I was saying before this Atuche got, interrupted me. What I was saying is that even if you want to look at it from a party perspective, NPC was a senior partner, NCNC was a junior partner, but NCNC was not made of just one person or one ethnic group. As a matter of fact, it was not created by the Igbos, it was created in Yoruba land by Yoruba people mostly. But there was an incident in 1947, right, when and I think we mentioned yesterday, when they went to the UK, to have a meeting to discuss the constitution, and they go back and they asked Azikiwe for accounting. Let's reconcile. How much did you spend? What did you bring back? And Azikiwe said it was because they're asking him that question because he was on Yoruba, because he was Ibo. That's what they were asking. That's the person that wants to lead Nigeria. That's the Zik of Africa. So they're asking him about that because he's on Yoruba. And then he said something that I don't know what he was thinking. He said, well, after all, £9,000 from the £13,000 came from the eastern region. Okay, how did you spend the money? That's the question. That's when people began to notice that, okay, we are in this. This was before he now went to take £877,000 from that same eastern region. Not Igbo land, eastern region. That means money from everybody in the eastern region. By 60, they had all this political power, but they made sure that it benefited Igbo people. So you go to a place like Nigerian Ports Authority in Lagos, and 70% of their staff, Igbos. Nigerian Railway Corporation, about 60% Igbos. Everywhere you turned, dominated, not because of merit, but because of bigotry and nepotism. Filled the entire place. So they were okay with that. But there was one thing they wanted: political power. They had economic power in terms of, not so much economic, but more like bureaucratic power, right? They were the principal officers, they were the diplomats, they were all over the world. The juiciest countries you could talk about, they were in those places. Now, they were in universities. I mentioned universities already. They were university VCs, right? They were in UI, they were in Unilag, they were all over the place. Then something happened in 63. Census. Last few months of 1966, there was census exercise. The result came out in 64. And that was what actually began the problem that led to the coup that we're discussing today. What happened was that the East did not agree with the numbers from the North. They said it was too much. There was a book I did not read yesterday, and I think it would be good to start with that book right now. We're going to read Tragedy of Victory by Gowon and David Ejoor. It says something about this whole census thing that I think will be, will interest you. Okay. The so-called nationalist parties from the eastern and western parts of the country that really, again, the book is called The Tragedy of Victory by Brigadier General Gowon and David Ejoor. He said, the so-called nationalist parties from the eastern and western parts of the country that really fought for independence, which had most of the western educated people, were still bickering at each other's throats, while the NPC continued to consolidate its hold on power and organize the country, not only on regional but on religious lines as well. The NCNC in particular could not believe what happened in the election results. The resentment was blatant, and that was the beginning of the crisis. To make matters worse, the census figures of 1960, it should have said 63, but starting in 61 actually. To make matters worse, the census figures of 1961, the first after independence, was more shocking than the election itself. The northern region had a population of 29.7 million people. The western region had 12.7 million people. The east had 12.4 million people. Lagos had 665,246 people, less than a million. Lagos here is not Lagos State though, it's Lagos the city. The total population of Nigeria stood at about 55 million. Hell was let loose. Everybody rejected the census figures. It was cancelled in 1962 and plans made for a recount in 1963. The situation was tense all over the country, particularly the east and in the western part of the country. At this time, by 1960 independence, Nigerian army was less than 8,000 for a population of about 55 million. One second. There's another. I think it's another book. Give me a second. Okay, this is from Why We Struck by Adewale Ademola. Early in 1963, when moves were made to create the Midwest region, the TIV accordingly intensified their political war against the Northern government. But the same NPC government, which gladly excised the Midwest out of the West, did not deem it fit to attend to the agitation of the TIV for their own region. I'm going to jump to some other paragraph. The NCNC had expected to profit immensely from the northern situation, where the popularity of the Sardauna was waning, and thus have the best of both worlds, by sharing the government of the center with the NPC and seeking at the same time to be its greatest opponent and supplanter. But it was soon disillusioned. First, the Balewa government manipulated the census figures and announced a 55% population figure for the north, thus ensuring that the NPC perpetuated its power at the center. The NCNC became furious and dissented. It rejected the figures and suggested a recount. The Balewa government insisted that any objection to the figures should be pursued at the High Court of the Federation. In this way, Balewa silenced the opposition. Balewa silenced much of the opposition, although the controversy continued. All right, so the point I'm trying to make is that the idea really was the census issue from 63 was where the real issue started. Now, of course, you know, before then, Awolowo was already in prison, and the midways had been created. Okay, so Awolowo, they already started, you know, clipping Awo's wings in 1962, and succeeded finally by 63, got him imprisoned. That same year, they broke the Western region into two. The North did not break anything from their own region. The East did not touch any part. They went to the smaller region, although, you know, they could have done it for the three, but they did it only for Western region, broke it into two. Now, here's the thing. They were together in all those actions, right? NCNC and NPC worked together as far as sending Awo to prison and also breaking the Western region. Okay, they were all there together. But here's the real issue. By the end of 63, there was census, and then the numbers, of course, the East rejected the numbers. And then by 64, the Eastern region began to plan to secede from Nigeria. 1964. And as they were planning to secede from the country, I mean, someone like Michael Okpara had already commissioned study to understand the viability of the Eastern region. And of course, they were not going to go without the oil-producing areas, even though those places were not Igbo land. Okay? And then by 64, another thing then happened. There was a constitutional crisis where Nnamdi Azikiwe, who was the president at the time, of course, by 64, we were already a republic. And so what he wanted to do, so he decided not to call on the prime minister to form a government. And they had this power tussle, you know, between both of them. And then Azikiwe started planning something. He started looking for a way to get the military to work with him. So he called a meeting. What I'm saying right now, you find it in Beckon to Serve. He called a meeting of military guys. He called a meeting of military guys and also police chiefs. And he reminded them of their oath of allegiance and told them that he was the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, therefore they must obey him when he gives them a command. While he was doing that, Ojukwu was also doing his own amongst the officers. Ojukwu called a meeting. You find this in Emeka, the book by Frederick Forsyth. Where he called Nigerian officers and asked them, if you have conflicting orders from the president and the prime minister, what are you going to follow? And they didn't have any answers for that. So David Ejoor and Yakubu Gowon went to talk to Welby Everard, who was the GOC at the time. Welby Everard then called Ojukwu and asked him, and Ojukwu told him that this was the question that he asked. Welby Everard then went to talk to the Attorney General of Nigeria. That was the Chief Justice, Adetokunbo Ademola. And they now said, if there were conflicting orders, the soldiers must, or the officers, the army, must listen or take orders from the most senior elected official, who was the prime minister, not the president. So it's either the prime minister or the minister of defense, who was Ribadu at the time. And when they said that, Everard then told them, Ejoor and Gowon then told Everard that they were planning a coup. This was in 1964. Everard then spoke to the boys and said, you know, you guys don't plan any coup and everything. That was how that thing died. And after that one died down, the government of Tafawa Balewa were trying to get Azikiwe out of the way. We read all of these things yesterday. I'm just trying to repeat some of those things. He tried to get Azikiwe out of the way, but Azikiwe caught wind of it, and then he got back, and somehow, they were able to reconcile, and they formed the government. That was 64, 65. By that was early 65. By late 65, August, another coup now started brewing. Now, the people that planned the coup in 64 were Igbos, majorly. But they tried to get other people to work with them. They tried to get people like Victor Banjo, people like Gowon, people like David Ejoor to work with them, right? But the same, the coup did not go through, right? Because of course, Everett was involved, the Attorney General was involved, everybody knew about it, so he died a natural death. But the following year, 1965 August, 3 people began to plan another coup. It was Ifajuna, Okafor, and Oji, who happened to be Igbo. Those 3 started in August. By September, they brought in Chukwuka By October, they brought in Anufro. Anufro then brought in, by September, brought in Chukwuka and Anufro. Anufro brought in Nzogu around October, and then Nzogu brought in Adewale Ademola around late October, early November of 1965. So they began to plan to start the coup. Now, some people have said that the fighting in the western region was what caused the coup. That is nonsense. They started planning the coup before the crisis in the western region started. The Operation Weti and all those things, the what's the word now? The riots and the protests in western region actually happened in the last quarter of the year after the election in western region, right? When people thought that the numbers didn't add up, but the coup that they were plotting, they started planning it in August, right? So that November time, you can say it was a catalyst. It sped it up, but it was not the reason for the coup. The Zogu was that they were going to have a revolution in Nigeria. So when you look at Zogu's speech, you get the idea that it was revolutionary. They were trying to change Nigeria. When you read Ademoyiga's book, it looked like they were trying, in the beginning, it looked like they were trying to change Nigeria. But as you go on, towards the end of Ademoyiga's book, he began to talk about the fact that the tribalism began to come in when he mentioned Ojukwu, when he mentioned Madiebo, when he mentioned Eronsi. But we'll get to that much later. All of this we just did right now was a recap. Now let's get into what we want to discuss today. So they began to plan to have this coup. They're going to have, according to the special branch report of April 1966, they were going to strike all the capitals. So there were five places that they had in mind. Give me a second. There were 6 places they had in mind. They had 6 places in mind. There were 4 regions at the time in 66, right? There were already 4 regions. We had the North, the West, the East, and the Midwest. Then we had a capital in Lagos, and then we had Calabar. The plan was to release Awo and other political prisoners who were in Calabar. The plan was to go to all the capitals, Benin, Kaduna, Ibadan, Enugu, and Lagos. And we mentioned yesterday the people that were in charge of each region. So the North was under Nzogu, the West was under Ifajuna, the East was supposed to be on, the East and the Midwest was supposed to be under a man called Chude Soke. The crazy part was that just before, a few days to when they were going to have the coup, Chude said he was going to India, but they still got somebody else to do it. And the person who was supposed to carry out the operation in the eastern region left Lagos on the 13th of January 1966. So he had a 2-day head start. Guess what? Still nothing happened in the eastern region. Nothing happened in the Midwest. Why? Because there was no plan for those places. Why? Because the premiers of those places were Igbos. There was an Igbo premier of the East, and they made sure that they had an Igbo premier of the Midwest as well. And we read some documents yesterday where they engineered Osadebe to become the premier of the Midwest, even though the Igbos were a minority in the Midwest. And that affected their relationship with other groups, the Ishekiri, the Edos, specifically the Ishekiris and the Edos. Back to what we read yesterday. If you want to understand, please watch the video on YouTube, right? Busui Oris, you see it's part 1 of what we're discussing. So it appeared that they were not really after every region. They knew exactly where they were targeting. They were targeting non-Igbo areas. Lagos, Ibadan, Kaduna. That was it. Before we go to special branch report. This chapter is called H-Hour. Right? All right, so we read yesterday about what happened when Major Chude Soke said he was going to India. And like I said yesterday, every Igbo person that was supposed to be part of that coup, they all had alibis. Now, the revolutionary didn't know what they were doing. Let's read very quickly. So I'm reading while we're struck by Adewale Ademola. The H hour by which all actions must commence had been fixed for 0200 hours, January 15. That's 2 a.m. The officer who was to execute the plan in Enugu and Benin had left Lagos on the 13th and had only to be notified to carry on with the early hours. I'll say that again, and had only to be notified to carry on within the early hours on the 15th. The officer who was to operate in Ibadan was based at Abeokuta, that's on Wobosi. He too was a relatively young officer, although he was commanding his own unit, which was a 2-field battery, a unit under the command of 2nd Brigade. Captain Wobosi had reported to Lagos early on the 14th and obtained written orders from Ifajuna, commanding him to carry out the Ibadan operation. Please, if you're on TikTok, please power tap. If you're on YouTube, on Facebook, please like the live and share as well. So Captain Wobosi had received a letter from written orders from Ifajuna on the 14th. Again, this did not follow the laid down procedure, but served as a cover. Wobosi returned to Abeokuta before nightfall. His own unit, which was newly formed, had no transport. Therefore, he went to the 2nd Reconnaissance Squadron in the same barracks. Pretending that he had a genuine message from Major Obieno, who was also in on the whole thing, the squadron commander, he told the squadron captain Remawa to supply him with a Land Rover and a 3-ton truck. The latter did. Before midnight, Nwobosi and his second in command were ready to move with about 25 of their battery men. At midnight, Nwobosi was waiting by the telephone to receive the final order from Lagos to move. At about 2300 hours, that's around 11 p.m., a group of officers were assembled at the military quarter of Major Ifajuna at Apapa. These included the officers who took part in the planning of the coup, namely Ifajuna, Anufuro, Okafor, Chukwuka, and myself. So he mentioned 5 people here. There are 2 others. One was in the north, the other one was not a major. So look at the names. So he already mentioned, he gave us a list of all the people that planned this coup. He mentioned it in this book already. And here he said, that's why I said, when you hear people say things like, oh, there were 77,000 people that planned that coup. They were from every ethnicity in Nigeria. The only people that say that in Nigeria, by the way, are Igbo people. Right? They are Igbo people. And the reason they say that, oh, there were 77, 54, I hear all kinds of numbers. The reason they say that is because they're trying to take that burden off of themselves by saying that we are not the ones that planned the coup. Let me say it for the umpteenth time. The coup was an Igbo coup. But the reason it was an Igbo coup was not just because it was planned by Igbo people. Igbos were the majority as far as the officer corps was concerned, so they will be there in the majority regardless. So that is not enough to call it an Igbo coup. But whether they were the ones who carried it out or not, it will still be an Igbo coup. Because like we always say, there are 3 criteria. The first question is who planned the coup. The second is who were the victims of the coup. The third is who are the beneficiaries of the coup. And spoiler alert, the planners were mostly Igbo, but that's not enough. Well, the beneficiaries were all Igbos, the victims were not Igbos. So it was an Igbo coup. And the Igbo said it was their coup. We'll read that later. We'll read that today by the grace of God. All right, so here he's saying that those of us who were there from the planners, Ifajuna, Anufuro, Okafor, Chukwuka, and myself, there were 5. Nzogu was not the leader of the coup. He just became the face of the coup because he read a speech on the radio. That's why. It was not the Oga. It was even the second to the last person that was invited to join the planning committee. Okay? Now, this man is also saying that around 11 p.m. that they assembled many officers in the living quarters of Ifajuna. And then he said this included the officers, at about 2300 hours, a group of officers were assembled at the military quarter of Major Ifajuna at Apapa. This included the officers who took part in the planning of the coup, namely Ifajuna, Anufuro, Okafor, Chukwuka, and myself. With us were a number of young officers, captains and subalterns, who had only just been summoned from the officers' mess for the operations. not more than 2 of them had previous knowledge of the operation. So when you see all the lists they give to you with many names from different parts of Nigeria, they were there to execute the coup, but they did not know about the coup until that moment. He said only 2 of them had previous knowledge of the operation. One of these was a staff officer working with Ifajuna, and the other was a subaltern working with Major Okafor. Who was that subaltern? I will tell you now. The subaltern is Captain Oji. How do I know? I thought you were not going to ask. I'll read something to you. Let's go to Nigeria's 5 Majors by Bengbule. You see the person that was working with Captain Oji now. Okay, so this book is called The Nigeria's 5 Majors. It's written by Bengbule. It says here, by far the most formidable obstacle between the coup executors and success was the unanticipated element of treachery that manifested itself in the course of the nocturnal operation. In that regard, and to begin with, both Major Don Okafor and Captain Ogbo Oji, the latter of whom was Ironsi's kinsman from Umuahia, had taken a stand against any step that might embody the killing of Ironsi. The very same man who at the most crucial stage of the operation called out the troops of the 2nd Infantry Battalion with orders to quell the rebellion. It was, to say the least, too much of a coincidence that while the 2 would-be assassins were pointedly making for the GOC's residence, hoping to apprehend him, he himself was at the same time heading towards Ikeja to enlist the support of the personnel of the said 2nd Battalion with a view to quelling the coup. Obviously, someone must have tipped off the superior officer. One second. So what do you notice here? He mentioned the 2 people working together. It was Okafor and Oji. Ademola mentioned that Okafor was with a subaltern working with him. Those were the 2 that were supposed to go and unalive or kill the GOC. But Oji was from Umuahia, just like Ironsi. This man, he's saying that they tipped him off. This is Bengbule, that they tipped Ironsi off so that as they were going to his house to kill him, he also was leaving the house to Ikeja, and it was not a coincidence. Planned work, you know. And why I said that, I'm going to read to you when we get to tragedy without heroes. We'll get to that later. But just to establish to you that, number 1, the OG man that you saw in the special branch report is the same one you are hearing right now that was working with Okafor to go and kill Ironsi. But Ironsi was going to Ikeja at the same time they were going to his house. And it was not because he had any Holy Spirit. I'll tell you what he did even before he left his house. We'll read that from another book later. But let's ask, so when they went to his house, what did they now get from it? Let me read something to you. 2 officers were conspicuously absent from the gathering. One was Major Obieno, commander of the 2nd Reconnaissance Squadron based at Abeokuta. He had been briefed well in advance and was supposed to attend this gathering, so that after his address, he would proceed to Abeokuta to bring his armored vehicles to back up our Lagos operation. It was thought that he might yet turn up, and we kept our expectation of him alive. The other was the young captain, who at the first light of the day was to fly in his... I don't want to rush. Let me first tell you about the Obieno guy. This Obieno was in Abeokuta. He was opposed to be in Lagos for that meeting because they expected him to bring his vehicle to Lagos to help them. But he was absent. It was the same person that now came the other day, a few hours later, they now said he was the one who helped to squash the coup, that he was a hero. He was part of the planning committee, but his job was to stop the revolutionary while allowing the ethnic guys to actually win. The Ibo coup succeeded. The revolutionary coup failed. There were 2 coups, at least 2 coups on that day. At least 2. I think there are actually more on the 15th of January, there were at least 2 coups. And as we study more, you will all discuss those things. So this Obieno, who was supposed to bring in vehicle from Elkuta, was not at the meeting. That's one thing that happened. Let me tell you the second thing that happened. That's when you know that this man, that's Yoruba man, they used him. Let me tell you the second thing that happened. Are you ready? The other, which was the other person who was not there, he said the other issue they had was that the young captain, who at the first light of the day was to fly in a special plane to Calabar to effect the release of Chief Awolowo. He too had not turned up, and we expected that he would do so later. Did he do so? Lie. They told this man that one of the reasons was to release political prisoners. That's what they told Ademola. He was even writing about it. They're going to release Omisha Day, Omisha Jack on Day, and now Awolowo. The man that was supposed to go and fly, he did not attend the meeting. Yes. That was the final meeting. Yet, you have these retards, and that's why I call them, who go around saying that Awolowo was planning the coup from prison because he wanted to escape, and that it was supposed to be made, or they also repeat the rhetoric, or the propaganda from the eastern region. By the way, I should quickly say this before we continue. I don't know if you have heard it before, that the reason for the coup was to make Awolowo the president. Now, that statement that you must have heard before, let me even ask, just to be clear, how many of you have heard that statement before? That the reason for the coup was to make Awolowo the president of Nigeria. How many of you have heard it before? Let me just see in the comment section if you have. Just say if you have, just say yes, I have, or just say yes. I want to see how many yeses you have. Okay, so I see a number of people. Good. That thing you hear did not come from the people who planned the coup. It came from the eastern region in 1967.
The plan, see, if you're looking for the...
In other words, the plan, see, if you're looking for the manual, right, the manifesto of the coup is this book. What they wanted to do. That's the revolutionary. What the revolutionaries want to do, it's inside this book. Everything. But guess what? He said it in this book. It was going to be a military government. They were going to create 14 states, 7 in the north, 7 in the south. Now, like I said yesterday, there's no way anybody that understood Nigerian politics and understood how this thing happened would believe that they're going to create any state in the eastern region. Because way back in the 1950s, the eastern region had been fighting against the idea of breaking the east. Let me say it the proper way. The Igbos have been fighting against breaking the eastern region. Even though Azikiwe was fighting for the western region to be broken into 4. Way back in 1957, he said they should break your western region to 4. You can have Lagos, we'll have Midwest, we'll have the central western states, then we'll have Cassava and Kola North state. Just nonsense ideas, but don't touch the eastern region. The people that now call these revolutionaries to come and break the country, they say we're going to have 14 states. Those ones will not listen to them anyway. But here's the point I'm trying to make. He said that there was going to be a military government. Not once in this book did he mention that the only...
In 1967, the Eastern region then published that the reason for the coup.
In 1967, the Eastern region then published that the reason for the coup. Think about it. How is the Eastern region publishing a document to support, to say or to state that the Awolowo being released from the prison was the goal or the objective of the coup? And then there was an interview conducted by Tai Sholari where, what's his name? I did not even read this one before. This is good. Thank you, Lord. Thank God. I remember something. This is beautiful. I didn't think of it before, but now it makes sense. Zogu had an interview, granted an interview in 67. When they now began to talk about the fact that, they were going to release Awolowo, it was never part of the plan to make him president. Give me a second. There's something I need to read to you. I told you that there was more than one coup that there be. We're going back to this book. But the last thing we read from this book is the fact that the man that was supposed to go to Calabar to go and effect the release of Awolowo, the meeting. Don't let anybody deceive you. Nobody cares. about Nigeria. It was all about, it was an ethnic coup. I'll read something to you. Give me a second. I just remember this now. Dennis Ejindu interviewed Nzogu in 1966. Sorry, 1967. In May 1967, he interviewed Nzogu. I want to read to you what they said about whether the coup was a tribal coup. Then you can now go and argue with Nzogu if you think I've been lying all this while. But I know most people here don't think I'm lying, by the way, but I know the usual suspects are here. You're welcome, by the way. Glad to have you here. Let's all learn together so that we can all, so that you can heal, because I have nothing to heal from. Where were we? Take a listen to this. I saw it just now. I saw it just now. Mama Jumomi in Arabi. You know what? I'll look for another way to find it. I saw it just now. I lifted my head and now I'm looking for it. Who is this one? I don't have time for it. If you move mad, you're out. Let me just tell you, I don't have time for. All right, this is Dennis Ejindu, May 1967, an interview with. A lot has been talked and written about the January coup, but how tribalistic was it really in conception and execution? That was a question from Ejindu. Sorry, please.
This one Zongo said in response. In the north, no. In the south, yes.
This is what Zongo said in response. In the north, no. In the south, yes. Pause. Please listen. I'm going to read it slowly. Ejindu asked, a lot has been talked. Ejindu said, a lot has been talked and written about the January coup, but how tribalistic was it really in conception and execution? This is what Nzogu said. Nzogu was one of the 7 people. This is what he said. In the north, no. In the south, yes. We were 5 in number, and initially we knew quite clearly what we wanted to do. We had a short list of people who were either undesirable for the future progress of the country, or who by their positions at the time had to be sacrificed for peace and stability. Sad, but let's continue. Tribal considerations were completely out of our minds at this stage, but we had a setback in the execution. Both of us in the north did our best, but the other 3 who were stationed in the south failed because of incompetence and misguided considerations in the 11th hour. The most senior among them was in charge of a whole brigade. Who was the most senior among them? Ifajuna was a brigade major. Was in charge of a whole brigade and had all the excuse and opportunity in the world to mobilize his troops anywhere, anyhow, and anytime. He did it badly. In Lagos, even allowing for 1 or 2 genuine mistakes, the job was badly done. The Midwest was never a big problem, but in the East, our major target, nothing practically was done. He and the others let us down.
Nothing was done in the East.
Who is speaking?
In the East.
Zogu.
There were 2 places in the East where something was
Nothing was done in the East. In the East, there were 2 places in the East where something was supposed to happen. Enugu killed some people, arrest some people. Calabar released Awolowo. So what happened in Calabar? Let's go back to the book by Adetokunbo. The young captain who at the first light of day was to fly in a special plane to Calabar to effect the release of Chief Awolowo. He too had not turned up, and we expected that he would do so later. We were all addressed by Ifajuna, who highlighted the political situation in the Federation, pointing out that the politicians had failed the people. In effect, there was nothing to follow the political chaos except the disintegration of the country. Excuse me. In effect, there was nothing to follow the political chaos except the disintegration of the country, unless there were men of goodwill who would rally round to fight for the survival of their country. Now that the moment of action had come, it was essential for those called upon to rise to the occasion. The response of the young officers was enthusiastic and almost unanimous. only one captain asked to be excused, but he was soon persuaded to stay. Who was this one captain? Let me just ask. I want to be sure that we have been listening. Who was the one captain that asked to be excused and was eventually persuaded? Anybody? We talked about him yesterday. I just want to make sure that we have not used that one to eat their call. Oberga. Who was that captain who wanted to leave and they now persuaded him not to go? What gift do I have to give you? Oh, you guys are on YouTube again? Hey, Vivian, you have a lifetime to cry. Don't shed all the tears today now. You have a whole lifetime to cry. You will cry till the end. So don't shed all your tears today. Don't waste everything on me alone. How old are you? You have your entire lifetime for tears. Where was I to you good people of good nation? Someone says AY. I forgot his name, but he wanted to go inform his family. You even tried. Yes. People are answering the question now. Yes, it was Adeleke. And in case you were not here, let me read something to you from Fola Oyewole. He granted this interview in 2016. At the time, was already 77. He wrote a book, by the way. The book is called The Reluctant Rebel. And this is what he said. The interviewer asked him a question. An allegation that you were among the people that planned that coup, that you were detained by the federal government. We want you to assess the situation then that really prompted the military to strike. And this is what Fola Oyewole said. I was not one of the master planners of the coup. Contrary to what these clowns are writing on social media, talking about how Yoruba people are the bane of their existence and 1 billion people were there and all the ethnicities were there. All the people that executed the coup did not plan the coup. That's the point. So how did they get involved? Let's read. I was not one of the master planners of the coup. It will interest you to know that by half past, excuse me, I have to mute. There's a retard. Like this one is a lunatic, raving mad person on YouTube. Let me just mute this one so I can concentrate. I mean, there's only so much stupidity I can take in a day. Like your own stupidity is off the roof. Why? Like I said to you, Vivian, I can assure you, you have your entire lifetime to cry. So just do it. I can do small today, do the rest tomorrow. Then just continue. Like day by day, your tears will never run dry. Just help yourself. But I'm going to help you because you don't have sense. So let me help you. One of the minds deep along, you know. I'll send you to the naughty corner. 30 minutes. Okay? So go and rest for 30 minutes and then if you behave well, I'll bring you back, okay? God bless you.
Welcome, good to see you.
Where were we? Oba, welcome, good to see you.
He said,
back to Fola Oyewole. So he said, it will interest you to know that by 11:30 on the 9th of January 14th, 1966, I had no clue about the coup, no clue whatsoever. So he was asked, so why did they link you? He answers, precisely, I was friendly with Emmanuel Ifajina, who was a brigade general, and then after they had planned and done everything possible, as the saying goes, some of the people who agreed to what they had agreed decided not to take part. It is a matter of getting anybody who could help, and by virtue of my position, I had a telephone in my house, which was the same thing that happened to most people there. The original planner started telephoning, where are you? I want to see you. It was an emergency period. I was second in command to the transport brigade in Apapa, and we were on 24-hour alert. So like they would say something like this, something is happening in Ogbomoso, blah, 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 can you help out? We did get instructions 24 hours. It didn't come as a surprise, so that is what happened. They drove to my house at about 25 minutes to 12 and asked me to come to Ifajina's house. I got there and I saw a lot of officers sitting down, and they had even finished what they were talking about, and they said, you stay and I will brief you. Okay? So, by the way, that also corroborates what Adewale Ademola said, that most people that were brought into Ifajina's house that night did not even know what they were doing. Only 2 people knew. One of them was Captain Oji, the other one was working with Ifajina. We came here because of Adeleke Abi. Sorry guys, I want to read that thing for you just in case other people are here who don't know what we're talking about. So he says, I was not the only one. There are some other people who didn't know until that day. For instance, on the night people were briefed, a colleague was in the briefing and he told them, look, I have to consult my family. That's when he was talking about it, that Ademola is saying that one captain asked to be excused. He said, look, I have to consult my family. They looked at him and said, okay, go and consult your family. Just by the corridor, they told somebody, follow him. Maybe it will be the first casualty of the coup. Of course, what do you want him to decide? So simple, that gentleman is still alive today. What's his name? Let's look for the name. The person now asked the question, you were at a point, according to your book, with Captain Adeleke, another Yoruba soldier. Who was he? Folaiwole says he was a colleague. He is the one who said he wanted to consult the family, and we were friends. We both worked in Apapa before the crisis. He is the one that Ademola is saying, talking about it when he says only one captain has to be excused, but he was soon persuaded to stay. How was he persuaded? They were going to kill his father, his family. Or sorry, they were going to kill him because he went to consult his family or talk to his family. After this, officers were allocated to their various duties. Major Ifajuna and two subalterns were to arrest the Prime Minister, Sir Abubakar, and the Federal Minister for Finance, Chief Okotiebo. Major Anufuro and one subaltern were to arrest Colonel K. Mohammed and Lieutenant Colonel Unegbe. Major Okafor, please listen. Major Okafor, one captain, and a subaltern were assigned to arrest Major General Ironsi and Brigadier Memalari. You look at this, then you remember what we read in Nigeria's 5 majors. That this same Major Okafor and Captain Oji, that one captain's Oji, were the ones going to Ironsi's house to arrest him or to kill him, whatever. By the time they were going, Ironsi had left, and Bengbule is saying that before that day, they did not want to kill Ironsi because Oji was from Umuahia, just like Ironsi. Then they were also supposed to arrest Brigadier Memalari. Major Chukwuka and a subaltern were to arrest Lieutenant Colonel Pam. Major Ademola, a captain, and 3 subalterns were to occupy and control all strategic locations at the federal capital, including the control room at Lion Building, the police headquarters, the P&T, telephone exchange, Parliament Building, the Nigerian National Telecommunications Operations Room, and the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, NBC. They told Ademola to be in charge of media. This group was also to set up roadblocks at strategic locations, and Major Ademola was to make the early morning broadcast over the NBC. Let me ask you a question at this point. If Ademola had made that broadcast the early hours of the 15th, who would you say planned the coup today? The only reason we call that, some people call that coup Nzogu, was because he was the one who announced in the north. So of all this planning, it was Ademola that was supposed to be the face of the coup. So that in 2026, we would have said a Yoruba man planned that coup. If there's anything I will say at this point, these Igbo guys were smart.
As soon as the duties were allotted, we all moved to the second brigade headquarters.
As soon as the duties were allotted, we all moved to the 2nd Brigade headquarters, where troops were called out and ordered to get into their combat suits. I'm not going to read everything they did because of time. I just want to jump straight to what happened. Prince Badebo says, but why did Babangida call it Igbo coup? Babangida was dilly-dallying. He said, this were his own words. He said the coup took on, and by the way, Babangida's book is called Johnny in Service. He said the coup took on an unmistakable ethnic coloration. Those were his own words. Unmistakable ethnic coloration. And he was trying to be politically correct until he mentioned that they killed Sardauna. And then he said, the coup, if we have time, we'll get there, I'll read it to you. But these were his words. The coup took on an unmistakable ethnic coloration. Then it stopped being PC. It stopped being politically correct from that point on. We just started telling you exactly what happened. Because it was discussing the fact that they killed the Sardauna. We'll get to that later. Let's just come back to this. So let's start. Where should we start? Where should we start?
So let's start.
Let's start. So let's start with the North. Let's start with the North. Since you asked that question, let's start with the North. So we see how they gave people what they had to do, but that was in Lagos, by the way. And I'm just so glad that Ademola did not get to broadcast that stuff, because they'll be telling everybody right now that it was a Yoruba coup. That's the reason they don't like to associate with Nzogu. You hear people say things that Nzogu was not Ibo. Nzogu was Ibo. Oh, Nzogu was born in Kaduna. Azikiwe was born in Zungeru. Ojukwu was born in Zungeru. Both of them went. They went to. I think it was. Went to Opodel. That's what's his name. Azikiwe eventually moved to Lagos. Azikiwe could speak Yoruba. Ojukwu could speak Yoruba. Do you call them Yoruba people? No, you said they're Igbo. The person saying no. Again, please listen to me. This is a Babangida thing. You have to be very careful. Babangida said what I just said. He said it took on an ethnic coloration. In other words, it was an Igbo coup. That's what he said. He first said you cannot call it an Igbo coup because they said they wanted to release Awolowo. Then later on, when he started talking about the death of the Sardauna, he said it took on an ethnic coloration. So what does that mean? It was playing you, and eventually it told you exactly what happened, that it took on an unmistakable ethnic coloration. In other words, it was an Igbo coup. That's what he said. So even this PC thing, Babangida was not even politically correct to the end. It was politically correct in the beginning when he was talking about the coup. Towards the end, it just went off. And I'll read it. You know what? Maybe we should start with it. Because when people are talking in comment section, sometimes it distracts me. But it's okay. I don't mind. But I just think it might be better for us to just read it before we go on. Somebody on YouTube is talking about Ironsi and Azikiwe. Azikiwe ran away. Azikiwe left Nigeria in October 1965. He did not return until February 66. Azikiwe knew everything that happened. It was part of the planning. It was in the planning committee. Man, it is well. Let me read to you what let's start with Babangida, since people have brought his name up. The book is called again A Journey in Service. Should I read everything? Let's read everything. It's going to take us a while, but it will lead us to the other books. So, fair enough. Talking of the military coup d'etat of 1966 brings me to one of the darkest moments in our national history. In the early hours of January 15, 1966, I was woken up from my sleep at about 5 a.m. with loud, continuous bangs on my door by my good friend, Lieutenant Christopher Ugokwe. Or Ugokwe, I meant to say. I had just gotten home hours before from a late night party and didn't want to be disturbed. But when the banging persisted, I grudgingly got out to confront a bewildered Christopher, all dressed up in field uniform, screaming at me, "Ibrahim, get up, we have to go." "Go where at this time?" I queried in reply. Still breathless, Chris continued, almost incoherently, "Didn't you hear that there has been a coup and we have been told to report to the squadron to see our boss?" Our boss was, of course, Major Hassan Usman Katsina. I quickly changed into my uniform as we headed out to the squadron. As we drove past Nasarawa, which housed the minister's quarters and the official residence of the Sardauna of Sokoto and the Premier of Northern Nigeria, we noticed that the Sardauna's home was on fire. Chris said he was sure the troops had bombed it. We soon arrived at the squadron headquarters where Major Hassan Katsina was waiting to address us. Very somberly, Major Hassan addressed us in his office and told us what he knew then. He told us that his friend and classmate at Sandhurst, Major Chukwuma Kaduna Nzogu, had led a coup d'etat, and that Nzogu had confronted him earlier in the day to make up his mind to join the coup or face the consequences of not doing so. Hassan said his agreement to play along with Nzogu saved his life. Major Hassan then instructed us to, quote-unquote, ensure everybody in the squadron stayed inside. As a young second lieutenant, listen to this, by the way. Babangida was a young guy at the time. He was 24 years old. As a young second lieutenant, I was lost for words. I was only 24 and had never known the type of military intervention we were experiencing. I was only vaguely familiar with Gamal Abdel Nasser and his Free Officers Movement ousting King Farouk of Egypt in 1952. But that was textbook stuff. To have to experience it firsthand was different. Later that morning, acting presumably as the leader of the Supreme Council of the Revolution of the Nigerian Armed Forces, he didn't say that, by the way. Major Nzogu addressed all officers in Kaduna at the brigade headquarters. Nzogu was not the one leading the whole thing. Nzogu was just the one leading it in the north. But he was in the north, so he had the idea that it was Nzogu. Major Nzogu addressed all officers in Kaduna at the brigade headquarters. Looking quite ruffled in his bandaged neck and left arm, Nzogu, in a speech in which he referred to us as comrades, informed us that the military had taken over the government of Nigeria and that he had secured northern Nigeria in the name of the Supreme Council of the Revolution. He then appealed for cooperation.
Looking quite ruffled in his bandaged neck and left arm, Nzogu, in a speech in which he referred to us as comrades, informed us that the military had taken over the government of Nigeria and that he had secured northern Nigeria in the name of the Supreme Council of the Revolution. Please, don't stop our tapping on TikTok, please. Let's keep our tapping. Let's keep the numbers up. And please click on the heart icon, drop a gift. Let's push this to the FYP together, okay? Thank you. He then appealed for cooperation and understanding from all officers present. At a subsequent press conference, Nzogu elaborated on what he described as Operation Damisa, Damisa being the Hausa word for the leopard, which never changes its spots. Describing the operation as a necessary service to our country to rid it of all its filth and corruption. Later in the day, the gory details of what had happened, not just in Kaduna but other parts of the country, started to emerge. In Kaduna, the Premier, Sir Ahmadu Bello, his senior wife, Afsatu, his senior assistant security secretary, Malam Ahmed Ben Musa, Ahmed Pategi, a government driver, and the head of his bodyguards, Zarumi, had all been killed before the break of dawn. There were other killings in Kaduna. The commander of the 1st Brigade of the Nigerian Army, Brigadier Samuel Ademola, and his pregnant wife, Latifa, whom every senior officer jocularly referred to as Sisi Nurse, were gunned down in their bedroom, not far away from their residence. The deputy commandant of the Nigerian Defense Academy, Colonel Raphael Shodende, was also murdered. Outside Kaduna, the story was duplicated in Lagos and Ibadan. In Ibadan, the deputy premier, Chief Remi Fani-Kayode, was arrested and detained. The premier, Chief Samuel Akintola, was not so lucky. The coup plotters killed him after he tried to put up a fight. The Lagos scene was just as horrific. Apart from Prime Minister Sir Tafawa Balewa and Finance Minister Chief Festus Okotie-Eboh, who were kidnapped from the residences and later murdered, much of the leadership of the Nigerian Army was wiped out by the plotters. The Adjutant General of the Army, Lieutenant Colonel James Yakubu Pam, was the first to be picked up in the presence of his wife Elizabeth. He never came back alive. Then came the turn of the acting Chief of Staff at the Army headquarters, Colonel Kerr Mohammed, who was also assassinated. Lieutenant Colonel Abogo Lagema, then the commander of the 4th Battalion at Ibadan, was not spared either. He was gunned down at his Federal Palace Hotel room in Lagos. But one of the most painful was the killing of Brigadier Zakaria Memalari, having only just remarried a month before the January coup following the tragic death of his wife. But one of the most painful was the killing of Brigadier Zakaria Memalari, having only just remarried a month before the January coup following the tragic death of his wife, Miriam. Memalari was at 36 considered one of the finest officers of the Nigerian Army. As I stated earlier, he embodied the best of the military: discipline, courage, service, respect, integrity, and enduring leadership skills. As the commander of the Southern Brigade, he had all the fighting forces of the battalions under him: the Field Artillery Corps, the Armored and Mechanized Squads. It was said then that Memalari could mobilize the entire brigade to fight back in the event of a foreign attack. That was how important his position was at this time. The coup plotters knew that he needed to be eliminated for them to succeed. He initially escaped the mutineers when they struck at his 11 Thompson Avenue residence at Ikoyi, Lagos. But when from his hiding place in the shrubs around his home, he spotted his chief of staff and brigade major, Major Emmanuel Ifajuna, driving past, he came out of hiding, believing he was safe. Unknown to him, Major Ifajuna was one of the plotters. Almost instantly, Memalari was gunned down by his chief of staff.
We'll read everything later, how it actually happened. By Monday, January 17, the situation had stabilized somewhat following the arrest and detention of Major Nzogu and some of the other coup plotters. And it also became clear that Brigadier General Johnson Thomas Umunakwe Aguironsi had assumed power as head of the federal military government and supreme commander of the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It was a terrible time for the military, as I have said elsewhere. As a young officer who saw all of this, we're about to get there. Please listen. I want to talk about that IBB thing, then we'll move on. It was a terrible time for the Nigerian military. As I have said elsewhere, as a young officer who saw all of this from a distance, probably ethnic sentiments did not drive the original objective of the coup plotters. For instance, the head of the plotters, Major Nzogu, was an Ibo in name. Number one, Nzogu was not the head of the plotters. So Baba was wrong here. That's why I was saying you cannot be publishing this book in 2025 and be talking as if you are still in 1967 or 66. We have more information now. So why are you acting like Nigerian elders are interesting, people? Let's just read. For instance, the head of the plotters, Major Kaduna Nzogu, was only Ibo in name. Born and raised in Kaduna, his immigrant parents were from Okwanam in today's Delta State, which in 1966 was in the old Midwestern region. Nzogu spoke fluent Hausa and was as Hausa as any. He and his original team probably thought, even if naively, that they could turn things around for the better in the country. So that's what he said. Did he say it was Igbo? No. Did he say it wasn't Igbo? Not yet. What he said was that, as a young officer who saw these things from a distance, probably ethnic sentiments did not drive the original objective. Because, look at the head of the coup plotters. It's just Igbo in name only. That's what IBB said. Then he said this. That said, it was heinously callous for Nzogu to have murdered Sir Modu Bello and his wife, Hafsatu, because not only were they eminently adored by many, but also because they were said not to have put up a fight. From that moment, the Posh was infiltrated by outsiders to its supposed original intention, and it took on an unmistakably ethnic coloration, compounded by the fact that there were no related coup activities in the eastern region. That was what he said. So when they tell you about IBB said, I'll read everything he said, by the way. Just remind them that he also said that it took on an unmistakably ethnic coloration. It should, however, be borne in mind that some senior officers of Igbo extraction were also victims of the January coup. Who were these senior officers? General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida Egbenusi Mike. For instance, my erstwhile commander of the reconnaissance squadron in Kaduna, Lieutenant Colonel Arthur Chinyelu Unegbe, was brutally gunned down by his own quote-unquote brother, Major Christiano Foro, in the presence of his pregnant wife at a 7-point road residence in Apapa for merely being a threat to the revolution. Next, he said some senior officers of Igbo extraction. Then he mentioned Unegbe. Next, there was none other. There was no other person from Igbo land that was killed. So why did they say some senior officers? He was trying to be politically correct. But he already said what he wanted to say. Don't worry, he was dribbling all of us, but we'll end it very soon. And then we'll end this book very soon. We'll go to other things. So he said here, as a disciplined and strict officer who, as the quartermaster general of the army, was also in charge of ammunition, weapons, equipment, vehicles, and other vital items for the army, the coup plotters feared that they might not cooperate with them. It should also be remembered that some non-Igbo officers like Major Adewale Ademola, who was Ademola, the one we read, whose book we read, then he mentioned Captain Ganiu Adeleke, Lieutenant Folo Yewole, and Olafimion took part in the failed coup. We read what they said. They were not part of the planners of the coup. And there were other Igbos as well who were not part of the planners, but who took part in it without knowing, e.g. Gibson Ayafulu. You see a story in the book by Begule, Nigeria's 5 Majors. But you had to put other people here. Another officer of Igbo extraction, Major John Obienu, crushed the coup. This is a lie. Obienu was part of the coup plotters, who then turned around to work against them. He did his own bit to further the Igbo agenda. We will talk. I'm not, but let's continue reading. Those who argue that the original intention of the coup plotters was anything but ethnic refer to the fact that the initial purpose of the plotters was to release Chief Obafemi Awolowo from prison immediately after the coup and make him the executive provisional president of Nigeria.
He said those who. He didn't say that's what he said, but the question is, who were those who? Who were the who? Again, the first place that news came out of and it was in 1967, by the way, about over 1 year after the fact, the Eastern region then published their own pamphlet and their own newspaper, and said in there that the purpose of that thing was to get our Lord become president. The planners of the coup never said it. The only thing they said was to release him from prison. But the day they were going to have their meeting to plan how they were going to release him, the man who was supposed to fly the plane was absent. So when you read Special Branch report, they wrote it there that there was no plan for anywhere else but Ibadan, Lagos and Kaduna. So they used the Yoruba man. But let's finish with IBB. The fact that these Igbo officers would do this to a man known to be a great lover of the Igbos may have given the coup a different ethnic coloration. But again, I may be wrong. I may be wrong here. Since this view is speculative, I admit that my position here may be the naive insights of an unsuspecting young officer who viewed the events from a distance. You see what IBP was doing? Maybe they did it. Maybe they didn't do it. But then when he was talking about what they did to Sardauna, and I said, oh, it took on an unmistakably ethnic coloration. Then maybe they didn't do it. But you know what? Maybe I don't even know what I'm saying because I was very young. I was just looking at things from afar. If you go by this as the base of your, it's not an Igbo coup, you're not thinking. It was an Igbo coup. Because everybody that was supposed to actually do something about the Yoruba kidney that they were using to push the agenda, all of them disappeared just before the execution of the coup. Having said that, now let's go to how these things played out. We are going to read today. We are going to enjoy it. Let's start in the north. We have a number of books to get through. I need to drink something. 1 second, please. This book is called The Nigerian Civil War by John Ejoor. I think it's one of the most important books to read on this matter. One of the most important books to read. I don't tell you about what Nzogu did. Should we go back because of time? Okay, let's start here. Let's start here. The last place I want to read will be Akintola. Let's start with the north. The ringleader in Kaduna, the northern region capital, was Major Ojukwu Zogu, senior instructor at the Nigerian Military Training College, a Midwestern Igbo and the only member of the inner circle of the conspirators stationed outside Lagos. Ejoor, the book is called The Nigerian Civil War. A brilliant, dedicated officer, Sandhurst trained, he was highly popular with his men and one of the rising stars of the Nigerian army. In order to avoid suspicion, he has started a series of night training exercises, which proved to be an excellent and convincing cover for the coup operations. On the night of 14th, 15th January, however, Nzogu drew live ammunition and took Carl Gustav 84mm anti-tank. Hey, I'll take it slowly. On the night of 14th, 15th January, however, Nzogu drew live ammunition and two Carl Gustav 84mm anti-tank guns. At 1:30 a.m., after the exercise was over, he called all the officers together and told them that a revolt was taking place in the rest of the Federation and asked them for their support. Some of them were already in the conspiracy and the rest agreed readily enough. Some of the people already in the conspiracy were people like Watego, people like Bengbule, all those ones were already part of it. They were not the original planners, but they already knew. But there were others who didn't know, just like Folayewale and Gibson Anyafulu, who were brought in later, in the north as well. Some of them were already in the conspiracy and the rest agreed readily enough. The major then addressed the soldiers, nearly all northerners, and they also pledged their support. They had bullets, but I was unarmed, he said afterwards. If they had disagreed, they could have shot me. Nzogu personally led the assault on the official residence of the Sardauna of Sokoto, premier of the northern region. After shooting his way into the grounds of the lodge, he sighted the Carl Gustavs, and opened fire on the house, which was soon ablaze. A man armed with a sword came running out, and Ozogu disarmed him and ordered to be taken to the master of the house. Accompanied by some of his men, he went inside, pushing his way through the wailing women and children. They found the Sardauna, put him up against a wall, and shot him. His senior wife and bodyguard, who tried to protect him, were also killed. Meanwhile, in other parts of the town, the operation was claiming more victims. Before we talk about the other victims, I'd like you to listen to Major Nzogu as he described what happened that night. Take a listen, please.
Something like Major Nzogu, can you please give me an account of the night of the coup in Kaduna?
Well, it's rather something like the longest day. We started this off on the night of the 13th of January when a night exercise was planned by the military college, which I command. We took our troops to the ground and taught them how to do night attacks. We didn't tell them what we were planning for, but at the end of the exercise, we took them out and showed them various places where they were to stand and just remain in their vehicle. Next day, we went out again for the same type of exercise, and at the end, we issued them with ammunition this time, live ammunition, and told them that they were going back to the same place as they went yesterday, but this time they were to get certain people.
And they were with you, were they?
Oh, of course they did. Oh, they all supported us.
Did the Sardauna himself attempt to fight?
Well, no. We didn't see him until the time we actually shot him. He ran away from his house when we fired the first few shots of anti-tank gun into the building. The whole roof was blown up and the place was set alight. Then we went to the rear of the house and started searching from room to room until we found him amongst the women and children, hiding himself. So we sort of took away the women and children and took him.
Now, what are your relations with General Nnamdi in Lagos?
Well, very good. He's my boss. I have always been under him, and I still am under him. There isn't really any problem with you. Misunderstandings arose, but this was due to the publication in the press and by announcements over the radio. At one time, they started calling us in Kaduna rebels, whereas in fact the revolution was all a planned affair all over the country, and many other people were caught.
Some people have said that the Sardauna actually liked this young man. So it was like the height of betrayal that he would be killed by one of his own, rising stars. They liked him and all of those things. But I think the craziest part of that interview that I just listened to was when he was describing how the Sardauna died. It was almost condescending. It made absolutely no sense. It is what it is. So they killed the Sardauna, got in there, blew up the house, got in there where he was with his wife. They said he was hiding with the women and children. They brought him out and they killed him. Just talked about it like that. We also mentioned how others were killed. I think I already read it in IBB's book, and also in Nigerian Civil War, that they killed his wife, Hafsa too. They also killed his senior assistant security secretary, Malam Ahmed Ben Musa. They killed the government driver, Ahmed Pategi, the head of his bodyguards, Zarumi. They killed all those people in his house. But it did not stop there. They also killed Brigadier Samuel Ademola. I read that earlier in Johnny in Service, but I want to read it from was going to read it from this other book, but it's not necessary. Let me just repeat what I said earlier about Ademola from IBB's book. The commander of the 1st Brigade of the Nigerian Army, Brigadier Samuel Ademola, and his pregnant wife Latifa, whom every senior officer jokingly referred to as Sissinas, were gunned down in their bedroom. What he did not write here, and it's in the book by their daughter, was that they had 2 kids, a boy and a girl, and those children had to walk through the pool of their parents' blood. And the woman who was killed, this Latifa, was 8 months pregnant at the time. But they killed her. There's something else read about how they killed Ralph Shodende. Let me read it from the Nigerian Civil War. Then I'll read it also in my voice just went down because, oh boy, this is getting to me. I don't like hearing about tragedy like this, but we'll get through it. So he says, meanwhile, in other parts of the town, the operation was claiming more victims. I'm back to the Nigerian Civil War by John de Senjo. The 1st Brigade commander, second in rank only to Ironsi in the Nigerian army, was shot in his bed and his wife killed beside him. That's Brigadier Ademola. By the way, what they did, these terrible human beings, what they did was to kill everybody that could be a threat to Ironsi. Going back to this, I want to show you something. Wow. I want to read to you what Welby Everard said. Give me a second, so that you understand that this thing was planned to the T. I want to read something to you about the fact that Ironsi was not supposed to be the GOC. One of the reasons he became GOC was his ethnicity. And the people that could threaten his position as, the what's it called now? The head of state. There were 2 major people, and those 2 were killed. One was Ademola, the other was Memalari, and they made sure they killed those 2 people. I wish I could find. I'll get you that book. When I get it, I'm going to read it to you. Give me a second. Ogundikpe, but Ogundikpe was not available at the time. Give me a second. I think I remember. Give me a second, please. I'm going to find it for you guys. I think it's going to help the conversation, right? The point is, Welby Everard recommended. Let me just say what it is. He recommended Ademola, Ogundikpe, and then the other one. I can't find that book. I wish I could. It would have been really nice. I know it's also this topic, but I just thought the point I'm trying to make really is that I think is in this guy's book. think it's in Max Sholon. But let me read to you. It's promoted to the rank of Major General C.P. Welby, a Briton handed over to him. Thus, Ramsey became the first Nigerian officer to head the Nigerian army. Anyway, I'll find you later. I can't remember the book now. But the point is that the people that could threaten, his position were taken out. So people like Mimalari, who was in Lagos, because he had all the battalions in the south were under Mimalari. He was 36 years old at the time, by the way, very young. He was killed. Ademola was the one in charge of the north, the first battalion. He was also unalived. And so what you notice essentially is the fact that they were going after anybody, as far as the military was concerned, anybody that could threaten, all the senior officers. The north had 5 senior officers at the time. They killed 4 of them. They left only 1. That one person they did not kill, interestingly, arrived just before the party that they had in Malari's house. That one person is Yakubu Gowon. Yorubas had 6, they killed 2. Just give an idea how this thing went down. So how many have we discussed now? We've talked about how they killed Ahmadu Bello. Shodende. That's what I want to talk about. Give me a second. Let's get to Shodende. Sholakpe. That's the name of the woman. I've been trying to remember her name. Sholakpe. That's Ademola daughter. They were kids at the time. They had to walk through the pool of their parents' blood. The deputy commandant of the Defense Academy, Nigeria Sanders, was also killed in bed only a few minutes after receiving a warning telephone call, which he either ignored or came too late to save him. His wife, however, escaped with leg and hand wounds. The post office, radio and television station and Kaduna Airport were seized, and the governor of the Northern Region was arrested but unarmed. Let me read something to you from the Special Branch report. It's more detailed on this Shodende thing, and when I read it, it was very gripping, and that's what I was going to share with you. Give me a second. It will be recalled that at the briefing by Major Nzogu, it was Second Lieutenant Waribo who was allotted the task of killing the colonel. That's Colonel Shodende. If I let me go back up a bit, the only persons possibly identified have been it was Second Lieutenant Colonel Waribo. Sorry, God, there's no colonel there. I'll start again. It should be recalled that at the briefing by Major Nzogu, it was Second Lieutenant Waribo who was allotted the task of killing the colonel after the attack on the Premier's Lodge. Second Lieutenant Waribo has stated that after the completion of his task at the Premier's Lodge, he was ordered by Major Nzogu to effect the arrest of Makaman Bida before proceeding to Colonel Shodende's residence. He was unable to do so because he did not know the address of the colonel and therefore returned to brigade headquarters. Mrs. Shodende has stated that at approximately 300 hours, that's 3 a.m., on January 15, 1966, she heard the sound of 3 vehicles stopping in front of her house. Immediately afterwards, she heard a voice which she identified as that of Major Nzogu calling her husband's name. The colonel was fast asleep. She left her bed and switched on the lights. As she did so, the men outside started to shoot at the doors and windows of the house, and she was immediately wounded in the left hand. The door then flew open, and about 10 soldiers rushed into the room. Amongst these, she identified Major Nzogu, Major Nwotegu, and Lieutenant Nwokedi. By this time, the colonel was awake and sitting up in bed. Mrs. Shodende started to cry and beg for her life. Nzogu assured her that they had not come to kill her, but her husband, the colonel. When she continued shouting, the other soldiers shot at her legs, wounding her several times. Major Nzogu and the others then commenced firing at the colonel while still in bed, who fell down dead or dying by the side of the bed. Mrs. Shodende then fled from the room and ran for shelter to the servants' quarters, where she remained until the attackers left. Let me read out the killed Ademola. After the briefing at the Damisa O Group by Major Zogu at 0130 hours, 15 January 66, Major Watego entered a Land Rover driven by number NA, they mentioned the person's name, Private Akuma. All the men mentioned were made to enter this vehicle and another Land Rover. Before leaving the exercise area, these men drew ammunition from the three-tonner already referred to in this report. They had already been briefed. Let me just jump to what they did. When Lieutenant Colonel, Lance Corporal, when Lance Corporal Moody returned, the convoy, now consisting of 2 Land Rovers and 1 3-tonner, proceeded to the residence of Brigadier Ademola. At some distance from the house, variously estimated at between 100 and 400 yards, all 3 vehicles stopped. Major Wategu ordered a section of men under Lance Corporal Moody to accompany him towards the house. The brigadier's house was guarded by Lance Corporal Lawrence Akuma and 3 sappers of 2 Field Squadron NAE. When the major and his party arrived, Lance Corporal Akuma and the 2 sappers were on the veranda of the house, whilst 1 sapper was patrolling the grounds. The latter challenged Major Nwotegu when he approached. He was disarmed and escorted to the house, where he was made to join the guard commander and other 2 members of the guard. They were all placed in the custody of a number of soldiers. Major Nwotegu, accompanied by a number of soldiers, entered the house. A short while after this, the guard heard several shots fired upstairs, after which the major and his men returned. The guard were placed into the 3-tonner truck and driven to HQ1 Brigade where they remained until release in the morning. Oh, dear Lord. Boy. Okay, we're talking about Sadauna Abi. Let's move on to the next person. There's somebody I really want to read about. It will be the last. That's Akintola. So we talk about Malama, Med Bemusa, Med Pategi, and Zarumi. We talk about all those people. Let's go to what they did in the Lagos area. We'll start with the Prime Minister, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. Nigerian Civil War by John de St. John. All right, let's get into this. In Lagos, Major Emmanuel Ifajuna, a Sandhurst-trained officer. I'll take that slowly. In Lagos, Major Emmanuel Ifajuna, a Sandhurst-trained university graduate and the first Commonwealth athlete to clear 6 feet 9 inches in the high jump at the Games in Canada in 1954, who was one of the principal plotters, led a small detachment of soldiers to the Prime Minister's house. The police guard was quickly... Sorry, somebody is writing on the comment section. I don't want to rush this. It says Sholakwe kept seeing the image out there unalived her father. She wrote a book, The Brigadier's Daughter. I think we'll get that book here one of these days and we'll discuss it. She's still alive, by the way. You go and meet that kind of person and tell her that can you consider them Paco? The police, where was I? Okay, back just a bit. Ifajuna was one of the principal plotters. He led a small detachment of soldiers to the Prime Minister's house. The police guard was quickly overpowered and Ifajuna kicked Balewa's bedroom door open and took him away after allowing him to say his prayers. The soldiers then went next door to the house of Chief Festus Okotiebo, the Federal Finance Minister, brushed aside his personal guard, armed with bows and arrows, gave him a severe beating and arrested him too. Meanwhile, another group of mutineers had driven to the port and commercial suburb of Apapa, where several senior army officers lived. 3 key men in the army hierarchy had been selected to die: the Chief of Staff, the Quartermaster General, and the adjutant general. All three were killed by the major in charge of the group, another ringleader, with bursts of his submachine gun, either in their houses or out on the road. He's talking about Anoforo. The bodies were thrown into the vehicles and the party drove back to Lagos to rejoin the main group. So they drove to Lagos from Apapa. They went back to the main group in Ikoyi. In Ikoyi, the smart residential suburb adjacent to Lagos Island, there had been a hitch. Another detachment of the mutineers led by Major Kafo, commander of the elite Federal Guard unit, had lost its prey when Brigadier Malari, one of the nine... Russia, man. In Ikoyi, the smart residential suburb adjacent to Lagos Island, there had been a hitch. Another detachment of the mutineers led by Major Kafo, commander of the elite Federal Guard unit, had lost its prey when Brigadier Malari, one of Nigeria's most senior soldiers, had been warned by a telephone call and had escaped from his house just as the plotters broke in. The official Nigerian police report on the coup describes what happened next. At a point on the golf course adjacent to a petrol station, Brigadier Malari was walking towards Dodam Barracks when he saw Major Ifajuna's car. The brigadier recognized Ifajuna, his chief staff officer and special protege, and shouted and beckoned him to stop. I think this is not even the place to start this story. So they should have started from how he escaped from his house. But I have to open another book. Let's just finish this one. So the point is that he received a phone call. Okafor was trying to kill him. He escapes and hides in the shrubs close to the house. Then he sees Ifajuna driving by, and then he yelled and shouted, because of course that was his protege. He was the chief of staff, so to speak. And so he called them, not knowing that he was calling for death. Malari was walking towards Dodam Barracks when he saw Major Ifajuna's car. The brigadier recognized Ifajuna, his chief staff officer and special protege, and shouted and beckoned him to stop. Ifajuna stopped the car and, accompanied by another officer, Brigadier Malari, and killed him. Ifajuna then went on to the Ikoyi Hotel with his men and forced the receptionist to go up to the room of Lieutenant Colonel Agema, another senior officer who had come down to Lagos for the security. Excuse me, please, if you're on TikTok, please power out. This is showing inactivity. We don't want it to go off. Please. We know how TikTok works. If it doesn't see these activities, it might just go off. So please, part of, let's get this into 100k likes, please. Thank you. Kubo says General Ironsi and Azikiwe were following the coup plans. The only doubt is that Ironsi may not have wanted bloodshed, but Ejoor said Ironsi set him up to be killed by the plotters. Yeah. Thank you very much, Whitey Kubo. And thank you, Olori, for the gift. Thank you so much. Let's continue. Ifajuna then went on to the Ikoyi Hotel with his men and forced the receptionist to go up to the room of Lieutenant Colonel Agema, another senior officer who had come down to Lagos for the security conference and had attended the party which many of the others, plotters and victims, had gone to earlier that evening. When Agema came sleepy to the door in his pajamas, he was caught in a murderous crossfire. His body was taken down and put in the boot of Ifajuna's car. Some of the hotel's guests rolled over in their sleep, muttering angrily about noisy Nigerian parties, though several, including a blind and bewildered Englishman who was in the room opposite, rushed into the corner to find nothing except a trail of blood and a confused uproar. However, within an hour and a half of the first shots, the counter-coup had begun. The post office exchange and external telecommunication officer and so on and so forth. Let me not get into what happened later, but I'm trying to finish everything that happened in Lagos. So we read about Tafawa Balewa, Okotiebo. They just killed him and threw him inside one. They eventually threw him in a bush on the way to Abeokuta. Sad. Give me a second. I'm going to read something to you. I want to read from Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria. This book is by A.H.M. Green. This book is very emotional. I mean, Okay, let's get into this. Go back just a bit. It's going to be a long read. Okay. I told you that there's a fuller description of what happened with. Give me a second though. I want to read everything I put in Lagos at once so that I'll just put it together. Are we ready? So let's start here. So let's start with where we stopped in Ademoyega's book. Okay, and then we'll just fly from here. Major Ifajina addressed the meeting. Remember the meeting Ademuyega was talking about when he said they had a meeting and a lot of them did not know what was going to happen, but they brought everybody together. So we're talking about the meeting and then we'll discuss everything happening in Lagos, then we'll go to Ibadan. Major Ifajina addressed the meeting on the subject of the deteriorating situation in Western Nigeria, to which he contended the politicians had failed to find a solution. He added that as a result, the entire country was heading towards chaos and disaster. He next acquainted the junior officers with the inner circle's plans and asked them if they were prepared to assist to put an end to this state of affairs. Major Ifajina claims that all present pledged their support for his plans with the exception of Captain A. Who is Captain A? Again, Adeleke. If you notice, you know why I read many books now, Abi? This same captain, say, with the exception of Captain A, who was, however, later persuaded to join. That word persuaded was also used in Adewale Ademoyega's book. And just in case you were not here when we read that book, let me just read it to you quickly. There are so many things I'm trying to say at the same time, so I'm trying to make sure we don't big barrel. It says here, we're all addressed by Ifajina. This is why we struck. We're all addressed by Ifajina, who highlighted the political situation in the Federation, pointing out that the politicians had failed the people. In effect, there was nothing to follow the political chaos except the disintegration of the country, unless there were men of goodwill who would rally round to fight for the survival of the country. Now that the moment of action had come, it was essential for those called upon to rise to the occasion. The response of the young officers was enthusiastic and almost unanimous. Only one captain asked to be excused, but he was soon persuaded to stay. Don't worry, I find patterns in different books. It helps me understand the situation better. So this man is also saying that everybody wanted to support, but Captain A said no, but he was later persuaded. How was he persuaded? You have to now read what Fola Yewole said. That he was persuaded because they said he might be the first casualty of the coup if he decides to talk to his family about it. Let's go on. It was made clear to these junior officers that those who were not with the conspirators would be regarded as being opposed to them and might suffer death as a consequence. When at the end of the meeting it was clear that all present were in support of the rebellion, tasks and targets were issued as follows: abduction of the Prime Minister and the Federal Finance Minister, killing of Colonel Major C.I. Anofuro, killing of Brigadier Memalari. Now, if you read Adewale Ademoyega's book, what did they say? They are going to arrest. If you read Special Branch report, what did they say? They are going to arrest. But when they began to talk, they were talking about killing. Killing of Brigadier Memalari, killing of Brigadier Major Diokaye. This thing is occupation of the killing of Lieutenant Colonel Pam, occupation of the control room, and so on and so forth, land building, P&T, occupation, and so on. Let's just move to the things that really happened. They got ammunition and everything. Officers and men moved, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Major E.A. Ifajina in command. Others were working with him. 22 names follow. The small convoy reached the Unicon roundabout at about 0230 hours. That's 2:30 a.m. and halted near the PM's residence. Major Ifajuna ordered all troops to leave their vehicles and divided them into 3 groups. The latter group was given the task of stopping and turning back all vehicles approaching Onikon Road. There is no record concerning the instructions as to what action they were to take in the event of any of the drivers refusing to obey the order to turn back. They'll kill them. The major knocked on the gate and was answered by a policeman who was on guard inside. The major identified himself as an army officer, whereupon the PC granted them access. The major asked the PC how many men were on guard with him and was told that there were 6. The major then ordered the PC to show where they could be found. The PC agreed, whereupon the major seized his rifle and passed it to one of his men. The PC then led the group to round up the remaining members of the police guard at the back of the house, i.e. at the creek side. They found the PC armed with a rifle and accompanied by a police dog. The major ordered the PC to surrender his rifle, which he refused to do. He was then hit in the face by Sergeant O, whereupon he capitulated and surrendered his firearm. Major Ifajuna ordered Sergeant O and Corporal O to stand guard over the PC and his dog, with orders to shoot both if they made an attempt to abscond or raise the alarm. All the other members were disarmed and taken to the main gate, where they remained guarded by Sergeant I and 3 others. They were all informed that they would be shot if they attempted to escape or raise the alarm. Major Ifajuna and a few of his men then approached the back entrance to the Prime Minister's residence, having secured the police orderly and the stewards under arrest, and broke into the lounge and thence to the Prime Minister's bedroom. A voice from the inside asked who was there. The major replied by kicking the door open, entering the room and pointing his gun at the Prime Minister, and thereafter led out the PM wearing a white robe with white trousers and slippers. The PM was then led away by Major Ifajuna along Awolowo Road, where Ifajuna had parked his car adjacent to the Onikon swimming pool. Major Ifajuna and his group proceeded towards the PM's residence, and Lieutenant E took his men to the compound of the Finance Minister, this also to be locked. He broke one of the panes of glass in the door with his SMG, but even then failed to open the door, which he finally broke down by kicking it with his boot. He then entered accompanied by the following other ranks. Before entering, Lieutenant E ordered his men to walk quietly and to make no noise, a rather superfluous caution considering the noise which must have been made when the door was broken open. They mounted the stairs to the first floor. Arrived there, the second lieutenant posted 1 man on the balcony and 3 on the landing. The officer then shouted twice, "Okotiebo, come out!" When this met with no response, he entered a bedroom where he found the minister dressed only in a loincloth. He ordered the minister to precede him down the stairs, and the minister was escorted to the 3-ton lorry. Rumors that the minister were beaten and otherwise ill-treated on the way to the vehicle have been stoutly denied by all who took part in the operation. Whilst the finance minister was being loaded into the 3-tonner, the Prime Minister was escorted from his house and placed into Major Ifajuna's car. Second Lieutenant E joined Major Ifajuna whilst the ORs re-entered their respective vehicles. The convoy then moved off to the Federal Guard officers' mess, stopping en route at a point in Ikoyi, where Major Ifajuna and another officer killed Brigadier Malari. We already talked about how they killed him. Meanwhile, Major C.I. Anufuru, assisted by Second Lieutenant N and the following other ranks, proceeded in the 2 private cars of Anufuru and N to number 1 Park Lane, Apapa, the residence of Colonel K. Mohammed. This was then being guarded by unarmed nursing orderlies of a field ambulance stationed in Apapa. On arrival, Major Anufuru ordered all his party to leave the cars, which had stopped some distance from the house. They then advanced toward the house led by Major Anufuru. They were challenged by Private O, then on sentry. Major Anufuru told the sentry, then on sentry go. Major Anufuru told the sentry to shut up and to put up his hands. The major then gave orders that the sentry and the 3 other members of the guard be banded together in one place in the custody of Private. Major Anufuru then went to the front door of the house and knocked. It should appear that he received an answer because he was heard shouting, "You first come out and see who is knocking." With the major at this stage was O. When he received no further answer to his knocking, Anufuru ordered his men to cock their weapons. He then kicked open the door and entered accompanied by 3 NCOs. The house was searched until the colonel was found. in night attire in his bedroom. The colonel was forced out of the house by Major Anuforo and the other ranks who had accompanied him and put into Anuforo's car. It is believed that before being put into the car, the colonel's wrists were tied with a rifle sling, which was still in place when later his body was discovered along the Abeokuta road. Before leaving, Major Anuforo instructed the colonel's guard to return to their unit and not to discuss what they had seen with anyone. On arrival at Lieutenant Colonel Unegbe's house, Major Anuforo entered the house alone. They heard SMG fire inside the compound and were later ordered to bring out the dead body of the Lieutenant Colonel. Whilst the men were inside collecting Lieutenant Colonel Unegbe's body, Colonel Mohammed was compelled to leave the car by Major Anuforo. The latter told the colonel to say his prayers as he was going to be shot. The colonel did not plead for mercy or remonstrate in any other manner, but quietly prayed until he was shot in the back by Major Anuforo using his SMG. Colonel Mohammed's corpse was stowed in the boot of Major Anuforo's car, while the body of Lieutenant Colonel Unegbe was placed on the floor in the back of the car. Anuforo and his men then entered the vehicle, which was driven straight to the Federal Guard officers' mess. At the mess, the two bodies were unloaded on the ground. Major C, assisted by Lieutenant O, Second Lieutenant O, and 5 other ranks, had then accomplished the arrest of Lieutenant Colonel J.Y. Pam and was being guarded inside the Land Rover in the mess premises. Major C and Anuforo held a brief discussion, after which both majors entered the Land Rover. The driver was ordered to proceed into Ikoyi. At a point inside Ikoyi, the Land Rover was stopped and both majors descended. Major Anuforo ordered Lieutenant Colonel Pam to leave the vehicle, which he did. Major Anuforo then spoke to him and told him that he was going to be killed and would do well to say his prayers first. Lieutenant Colonel Pam pleaded, but Major Anuforo remained adamant, stating that he was carrying out orders. Then, without warning, Major Anuforo fired a burst of his SMG into Lieutenant Colonel Pam's body, killing him on the spot. Major Anuforo then ordered the NCOs in the Land Rover to come down and load the dead body into the vehicle. The men, who were shocked and frightened by the killing, were reluctant to comply with this order and refused to leave their vehicle until Major Anuforo pointed his SMG at them and threatened to kill them unless they did as they were told. They then obeyed and unloaded the corpse. The party then drove back to the Federal Guard officers' mess, where the body was offloaded and placed alongside the bodies of Colonel Mohammed and Lieutenant Colonel Unegbe. The assassination of Brigadier Z. Memalari, as originally conceived in the conspirators' master plan, failed. Major D.O. Okafor and Captain Oji were present at headquarters 2 Brigade when troops, I think Brigade headquarters, that's what I meant, when troops were being mustered and issued with arms and ammunition. When these arrangements had been completed, these two officers entered Major Okafor's personal car. They drove direct to the Federal Guard unit in Jordan Barracks, Ikoyi, where in the meantime, Lieutenant E and Second Lieutenant I had roused additional troops and arranged for the issue of arms and ammunition. By the time the troops were ready for the alleged IS operations, Major Okafor and Captain O had arrived at the barracks and were at the unit guard room. The party drove direct to the house of Brigadier Z. Memalari at 11 Thompson Avenue, Ikoyi. This is a corner house. On arrival at their destination, the troops were dismounted and divided into 3 sections. The reserve section under Set U was, Sergeant Chu, I think was saying, was ordered to take post in a dark place opposite the house. The 3 officers, followed by their men, then entered the compound, which was guarded by NCOs and men of 2 Battalion NA. Major Okafor ordered the sentry to call the guard commander, whom he informed that the situation was bad and that he, Okafor, had come to take over the guard. He instructed the guard commander to assemble his men and to take them back to his unit. The guard commander, according to some of the ORs interrogated, replied that he could not obey this order as he had received no instruction to that effect. Major Okafor and Captain O overruled the guard commander's objections and entered the compound. Whilst Major Okafor was preoccupied with the guard, the telephone in the downstairs lounge of the brigadier started to ring. Some of the men present, including Second Lieutenant I, have stated that the brigadier came downstairs to answer the telephone. No sooner had he picked up the receiver than a burst of SMG fire was heard in the compound. This was Captain O. Who is Captain O? OG. This was Captain O firing at a member of the Brigadier's Guard. Brigadier Malari alerted to the presence of Major Kafo's force in his compound by Captain O's burst of fire, dropped the telephone, and followed by his wife, was observed running into the boys' quarters. From there, he escaped into the road, and it is thought tried to make his way to the Federal Guard barracks. According to the ORs interrogated, Major Kafo flew into a rage when he discovered that the brigadier had escaped, and bitterly blamed the men of the Federal Guard for not shooting the brigadier when they saw him running towards the boys' quarters. He then ordered all present that the brigadier must be shot on sight. Major Kafo then jumped into the Land Rover. He informed Second Lieutenant I that he was going to get quote-unquote that man and to arrange for more troops to come to the brigadier's house. He drove around the area for some time but failed to find the brigadier. By the time he returned to 11 Thompson Avenue, Major A and Captain A had arrived there. Major A had already informed that the brigadier had been killed and that they had seen his body at the Federal Guard. Captain O was overheard telling Okafor that the Jack had been killed. In quote. It is presumed that by the Jack, it is presumed that by quote-unquote the Jack, O meant the brigadier. Major Okafor then informed the troops with him that Brigadier Malari had been killed by men from another unit. The time by then was nearly 0400 hours. Captain O was ordered by Major Okafor to proceed to 2nd Battalion in Ikeja to check the situation there. As stated elsewhere in this report, Major Fajan and his convoy, after the abduction of the PM and the Finance Minister, drove towards the Federal Guards officers' mess, where he made a brief stop and then proceeded towards Ikoyi Hotel. Still with the PM in the car. At a point in the golf course adjacent to the petrol station, Brigadier Malari was walking towards the Dodan barracks when he saw Major Ifajuna's car. The brigadier recognized his brigade major Ifajuna and shouted and beckoned him to stop. Then Ifajuna stopped the car and, accompanied by another officer, went towards Brigadier Malari and killed him. After the brigadier had been killed, his body was loaded into the 3-tonner and driven to the Federal Guard officers' mess. Although not initially allotted to Major Ifajuna as a target for assassination, Major Ifajuna proceeded to Ikoyi Hotel to kill Lieutenant Colonel Lagema. On arrival at the hotel, Major Ifajuna told the receptionist on duty that he had an urgent message for Lieutenant Colonel Lagema of room 115. The time was between 0:30 and 400 hours. He then asked the hotel receptionist to supply him with the master key, which can open all doors in the hotel, but was told that this was not available. He then ordered the receptionist to lead him to the room in which Lieutenant Colonel Lagema was staying, warning the receptionist on the way that he would be shot if he refused to comply with whatever he might be ordered to do. On their arrival on the first floor, Major Ifajuna, accompanied by another officer, instructed the hotel receptionist to knock on the door of Lieutenant Colonel Lagema and to inform him that he was wanted on the telephone. It should be pointed out here that the rooms in this hotel have no telephones. These are situated in small alcoves in the corridors. In the case of room 115, the telephone alcove is only a few paces away. Lieutenant Lagema responded and came out dressed in pajamas and slightly dazed by sleep. In the meantime, the two armed soldiers had stepped back into the corner near the lifts, from where they could not be observed by Lieutenant Colonel Lagema when he came out of his door. The Lieutenant Colonel then picked up the receiver, which was off the hook. At this moment, both the soldiers near the lift opened fire with their SMG. Lieutenant Colonel Lagema fell down and died, and they drove off together in Major Ifajuna's car. At the Yaba Military Hospital, they dropped another officer who had been wounded in the encounter with Brigadier Malari. The time then was about 0400 hours. Major Ifajuna drove away onto the Abeokuta road. On the way, they stopped, and Major Ifajuna asked the Prime Minister out of the car, whence he shot and killed him. When he and Okafor became certain that the PM was dead, they left the body in the bush at a point beyond Ota on the Lagos to Abeokuta road. They then opened the boot of the car and dropped the body of Lieutenant Colonel Lagema near that of the PM. They then drove on to Abeokuta. On the way after Abeokuta, the two other soldiers in the car were dropped and told to find their way back to Lagos, whilst Ifajuna and Okafor proceeded to Enugu. They arrived in Enugu at about 14:15 hours, that's 2:15 p.m., and proceeded to the Premier's Lodge, where they held discussion with Dr. Emma Okpara, then Premier of Eastern Region, after which where he was received by the former President Kwame Nkrumah, who went with him to Winneba. Let's pause a bit, just a bit. I mean, I've said this thing before, over and over, but we just read it from the book now. That is also in the book by Welby Everard. They got to Enugu by 2:15 p.m. That time, Welby Everard was still in Lagos trying to find his way out. He finally got to Ijebu-Ode and left at 4:30 p.m. Where was he going? Enugu. And that's why the special branch report said that that it was very likely that these people were working with the Premier of the Eastern Region at the time, because he was their host, and they did not go there to kill him. But they said they were going to kill all the leaders or arrest them. They did nothing to him. They were chatting with Dr. Para. Let's go on. At the Federal Guard Officers' Mess, the corpses of Brigadier Memalari, Colonel Mohammed, Lieutenant Colonel Pam, and Lieutenant Colonel Negbe were loaded into a 3-tonner lorry in which was sitting Chief Okotiebo, still alive. The time was then about 03:30 hours. That's 3:30 a.m. By this time, Major A, that's Adewale Ademeka, and Major C.I. Anuforo were present on the mess premises. Major Fajuna having departed, these two officers took command of his men and vehicles. They mounted into Major Anuforo's Peugeot car. Accompanied by Second Lieutenant I, Major A entered the car. On the instructions of Major Anuforo, the little convoy moved off with Anuforo leading. They traversed Lagos and went along the Abeokuta road. At a given point, unidentifiable by the men interrogated, Major Anuforo stopped the convoy, and he, Second Lieutenant I, and Major A left their vehicles. They came to the tailboard of the 3-ton truck and detailed a number of men to take up position in front and the rear of the convoy, with instructions to stop and turn back all approaching traffic. Major Anuforo then ordered the 4 corpses to be unloaded into the road. The bodies were then carried into the bush on the left-hand side of the road. Major Anuforo then observed Festus Okotiebo still seated in the truck and asked the question, "Who is that man?" Which leads to the belief that until then, Anuforo was unaware of the presence of Okotiebo in the truck. The finance minister replied, "I am Okotiebo." Major Anuforo then ordered the minister to step down. The latter complied, whereupon Major Anuforo informed him that he was going to be shot. The minister commenced to plead for his life. This met with little or no response from Anuforo, who is reported as having confined himself to stating that he was acting under orders. The minister was then forced to go into the bush, pushed along by Major Anuforo and Major A to the spot where the bodies of the 4 senior officers had been deposited. Arrived there, without hesitation, Major Anuforo killed Okotiebo with a short burst from his SMG number 77. Major Anuforo then returned to the road, followed by the others, but leaving Second Lieutenant I and 3 NCOs on guard over the 5 bodies. The convoy drove off and returned later. 4 spades were brought out from the Land Rover and used to dig graves for the burial of the corpses. When this task had been completed, they all boarded their respective vehicles and drove off to Lagos. If you want to know what happened after, I'm reading 2 books at the same time. I'm reading Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria and also Special Branch Report. But more of what happened you find in Why We Struck by Adewale Ademola. What happened to him and Anuforo till when they left Lagos. By the way, before we go to Ibadan, I'd like to read something to you from David Ejoor. He also was supposed to be, but I don't have to read it because of time, but he also was supposed to be killed. According to him, he had changed his room on a Friday, right? And so when they came in the night to kill him, It was nowhere to be found. Well, they emptied their cases in that room, but it wasn't there. So give me a second, let me look for that. So someone said they buried them to WTF. Oh yes, they did. Handful killed a lot of people. They went to bring spades, shovels. Let me something to you about David Ejoor. It says here, Ifajuna was holding a very big post in the brigade then. He was the chief of staff to Malari, the same man he killed. He sent a message that we had this meeting, which would last a week, that I should come to Lagos. He was the one who booked me into Ikoyi Hotel in room 17, and my number in the army was 17. It was a lucky number for me. I got to Lagos for the meeting, and then the meeting started on Monday. Then on Thursday, I can't recall what happened in my hotel room. I just complained that I didn't like the room. They couldn't change it on Thursday. It was on Friday, the last day of the meeting, that I came back to the hotel by 4:30 p.m. When I got to the hotel, they had changed my room because they knew that the following day I would leave. I said, all right. Because of the cocktail party which Malari organized for us, we could not come back on time. I left the cocktail party at about 11 p.m. when we should have left at 8 p.m. There was no need for us to come on time. Although we called it a cocktail party, it was like a buffet dinner. So I ate to my satisfaction, and when I got to the hotel, I didn't go to the dining room to eat again. I just went straight to my bed and slept off. It was at 3 o'clock that night that the coup plotters came. They killed my colleague, the one commanding the Western region. That's Lagema, the one we read about earlier, that was trying to pick up his phone call. I was trying to pick up the phone before they killed him. They killed my colleague, the one commanding the Western region, and after putting his body in the boot of the car, they rushed to my room, to room 17, to kill me, thinking that I was there. According to their story, they didn't want me to see them, so when they kicked the door open, they just sprayed the bed with bullets, and then round before they switched on the light. When they switched on the light, nobody was there, and I was snoring downstairs. That was how at least I can tell that God saved me from the coup. Now for Gowon. Gowon had just come back on the 20th of December, and he was posted to take a battalion in Ikeja. He did not come back in time, so when the coup plotters went there, they did not see him. They were now saying it is me and Gowon that would counter their coup. And on the following day, the news was that there was a coup. The following day, I was told my colleague was killed, and I went to his room, and all that I saw was just blood. His body was not in the room, and so I went to the person who was in charge, Brigadier Pam, to come and take the blood sample and check. But when I got to that place, his wife told me that her husband was taken away in the middle of the night around 3 a.m. to a rendezvous where he was killed. Then I rushed to Malari's house, who was then our commander, where we had the cocktail party. When we got there, his soldiers told me that Malari was killed in Ikoyi, Awolowo Road, by the petrol station that night. And I told myself, how can I just rush to Enugu when I have heard this bad news? So I went to Ironsi's house, whether he could tell me anything before I went to Enugu. But when I got there, his soldier said he left his house at 4 o'clock in the morning. Someone says Ironsi hesitated to buy all these guys, show that he was the master planner. Stay with me. Ironsi left his house at 4 o'clock in the morning. He's not going for vigilo. That was the time these other clowns were supposed to go and kill him. Where were we? When I got there, a soldier said he left his house at 4 o'clock in the morning. What do I do? The head of the army unit, maybe I would get more. What do I do? The head of the army, we could not find him. So I said to myself, let me go to the army unit. Maybe I will get more information from them. I rushed to Ikeja battalion, and it was there, luckily, I saw his car in a car park. I sent my guards to check his office if there was anybody, and to ask if I should come in. And then I heard them all shouting, tell him to come, tell him to come. So I went in. He opened the door for me, and when I got in, I saw Ironsi sitting opposite the door, pointing a gun at me, saying, David, are you with me or against me? It was a surprise to him because he thought I was dead. So I shouted back at him that you are our father. Whatever it is, I am with you. What is it anyway? He said, all right, sit down. So I sat down, and he told me how the Prime Minister contacted him to say that he was being attacked with a Kotiebo and all that. He promised me he was going to get some help, but he couldn't raise any help. And that was why I had to go to the battalion itself to get some soldiers under his command. He told me that he had to send Gowon out with soldiers to trace the coup plotters. I couldn't see Gowon at that time. After I told him the story, then he said he was going to the police headquarters for a meeting where he was appointed head of state. I told him I was going to Enugu to join my troops and also to join my wife and children. He just turned around to me and said, David, I cannot order you to Enugu now. He did not want me to go to Enugu. Somebody says, why did he not want you to go to Enugu? He responds, probably in their plan I was to have been killed. I was not in their team. He said I should not go to Enugu and he left. I now concluded that Ironsi was part of the coup and that I could no longer rely on him because he was part of the coup plotters. Who is speaking here? David, my second in command, Major Gabriel Okonweze, told me that he was not expecting me. I asked him why he was not expecting me. He said he was given instruction to take over the command of the battalion, that I was not coming back. Ethnicity of Gabriel Okonweze, the one you are thinking, was supposed to take over the Enugu. Let me read that part again. I asked him why he was not expecting me. He said he was given instruction to take over the command of the battalion, that I was not coming back. I said, how did you get this information? Is it by radio, telephone, or what? His second in command was telling me, don't tell anybody that anybody is dead. Don't tell them anything. I said I will tell them. These people were taken to unknown destinations. I will not say I saw any dead body. I saw blood. Yes, I cannot say so, but if I do not mention it that way, when they get to know, you and I will be the first victim of Hausa soldiers. I told them what I knew, and then we ran the battalion with peace. Then on the third day, when Ironsi was made the head of state, he withdrew me from Enugu and called me back to Lagos. Why do you think he removed you from Enugu? David Ejoor responded, he removed me from Enugu because since I was still not dead, he could not trust me in Enugu. When I got to Lagos, he now said that I should be the governor of the Midwest. And the question, did he do that to compensate you? More or less. But you know that he had to behave in a way to show that he still liked me. Having removed me from Enugu, he brought me to Benin, and at that time, most of the officers in the Midwest were from Anioma area, predominantly Ibo. Because as it was, we were 9 lieutenant colonels in the Midwest. I was the only Yoruba, and the remaining 8 were Anioma. Now that the person they wanted to kill was the governor, how was I to rule that place with satisfaction? I worked with them. I did not know that they were against me. I worked with them in the daytime, but in the night they worked against me. It wasn't easy. God just preserved me because they did all sorts of things to see whether I could die. These things still plenty. We'll come back to this some other time. But these people was talking about, he's talking about people like Wanwo, Okwechime, Ichie. These were people that by 1967 August, they were the ones that brought in the Biafran forces. And one of the plans that they had at the time was to kill the same person, David Ejoor. I just want to read his own part of that story. But he mentioned a man. He mentioned Gowon. We have to listen to Gowon. I don't want to go beyond this. I want to finish everything that has to do with that, 15th today. Did you notice that Ejoor said he discovered that Ironsi was part of the coup? He lied that he was the one that ordered Gowon to go and look for the coup plotters or whatever. That's not what happened though. Gowon was the one that took initiative. Give me a second, I'll find you something. I hope you're ready. I want to read this book called Gowon, The Biography of a Soldier Statesman. It's by J. Isawa Elanko. I think we still have this book in the bookshop. So if you need that, if you want it, please go to Read On Me Books. You'll find it there. Let's do this. Gowon remembers very vividly the evening of January 14, 1996. His new brigade commander, Brigadier Malari, had invited him to a party and he felt very reluctant to go. But he changed his mind when he was informed that the party was to welcome him to the brigade and bid farewell to the outgoing CO of the 2nd Battalion and to some other staff who were going on courses or being posted to other units. Meanwhile, Yakubu's Igbo girlfriend at Ibadan, Miss Edith Ike, had come all the way to welcome him back home. He had planned to take Ike back to Ibadan that CEO of the 4th Battalion. At the party, he declared his intention to get to Ibadan that night in the hearing of Ifajuna, OG, and a few others. Despite appeals by his colleagues, such as Mamalari, to stay till the next day because of Operation Wetie on the Lagos-Ibadan road, Gowon did not change this statement. This added to the confusion about his whereabouts later. In the end, yes, Mufasa, that's true. In the end, he could not see Lagema to discuss the details of the journey. He was tired from his long trip by ship to Nigeria, and above all else, had to get ready for a ceremonial parade to mark his assumption of office as the new CEO early the next day, January 15. He therefore gave up the idea of going to Ibadan that night without telling anyone. So he was telling everybody, we're going to Ibadan, but he wasn't going to go. After midnight, please pay attention. No? After midnight, on his way out of the party with Edith, Gowon remembers vividly having met the General Officer commanding the Nigerian Army, GOC, Major General Agui Ironsi. General Ironsi's remarks were still verdant in his memory. Ironsi had told Gowon and Edith, well, have a nice time, blank, 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 you never know tomorrow. Yakubu then turned to his girlfriend and asked, did you hear what the general said? The girl said no. He then repeated the statement to her, and she retorted that she thought it was rude. Gowon replied that it was not only rude but vulgar. Both of them then proceeded to Ikeja barracks where Gowon was lodging. What was vulgar? The blank, blank, blank. The author of this book actually wrote it in the notes that the words were very. Let me read to you what he says here. We have avoided quoting the whole sentence because of the apparent vulgarity of the statement. Perhaps under a different situation, it was not unusual to hear vulgarities of this nature among soldiers in moments of lighter mood. So what he's saying basically is this. He also said, well, have a nice time, and then said something vulgar, maybe it has to do with sex or whatever. Then he added, you never know tomorrow. When was this? Just past midnight, January 15. The coup would happen about 2 to 3 hours later, and then also will be leaving his house around 3-4 hours later. Both of them then, that's both Gowon and Edith, then proceeded to Ikeja barracks where Gowon was lodging. A few hours after their return, Gowon was woken up by a commotion at Ikeja barracks. He peeped through the window and saw Captain Martin Adamu, the battalion adjutant, from whom he inquired about the commotion. He was told that there had been a coup. Gowon became furious and chided the captain. Do you realize there's a coup? Why did you not tell me? He recalled much later that Captain Adamu looked very startled, and it seemed that the real implications of what was happening had just dawned on him. He then informed Gowon that the GOC General Ironsi was at the barracks. That is, he left the island and moved all the way to Ikeja. That's Ironsi, so he was waiting for everybody there. For the first time, the implications, listen to this. For the first time, the implications of Ironsi's statement at the party dawned on Gowon, and he became suspicious of Ironsi and even of his Igbo girlfriend, Edith. He later found that the suspicion of Edith was misplaced. However, given his suspicion then, he quietly dressed up and went to the battalion headquarters to see Ironsi. Ironsi then briefed him on the coup. Gowon then turned to Captain Adamu to know if he had informed the brigade commander, Brigadier Malari, of the situation. He was informed that the telephone lines were out of order and that they could not contact anyone. He tried the telephone himself and found it was a worthless effort. After his briefing, General Ronsi gave orders to the effect that it would take 2 hours. Listen to this. General Ronsi gave orders to the effect that it would take 2 hours before the first unit could get into town. This was the point at which Gowon really reacted. He asked about the approximate time the coup took place and found that the exercise had begun at about 3 a.m. He could not. The rebels should be tracked down. In other words, they had the coup at 3 a.m. I'm talking to you at 5 a.m. That's you are Ironsi. I'm Gowon. Gowon is talking to Ironsi at 5 a.m. Ironsi is saying that they should wait till 7 a.m. to go and pursue the people that executed the coup. What does that suggest to you? You're trying to give them wiggle room or whatever. You're trying to allow them to get away. And many got away, by the way. Particularly the 4 sets that left around 4 or 5 a.m. He asked about the approximate time the coup took place and found that the exercise had begun at about 3 a.m. He could not understand why it should take 2 more hours before the rebels should be tracked down. He then turned to his officers and tartly said, "These people have got 2 hours ahead of us and we are giving them 2 more. I give every one of you 15 to 20 minutes to get ready." He then turned to the general and said, "I am going." Curiously enough, Gowon observed that Colonel Ojukwu, who had said nothing all this time, then asked him, "If something happens to you, who would look after the boys?" Gowon then retorted that if the officers who had been killed meant nothing to him, Ojukwu, they meant everything to him, Gowon. Gowon had planned that since he had not yet taken over command of the battalion, Lieutenant Ojukwu could stay behind and look after things at Ikeja. He would then take a detachment to Lagos Island and if there was need, call for assistance later. Once the situation had been brought under control, the GOC would then be called to the headquarters from Ikeja, where Ironsi was to remain meanwhile. He mentioned one man here. He mentioned a man called Ojukwu. The last I'm going to read before we leave today is what happened in Ibadan. But he mentioned Ojukwu here, so we're going to read Njoku's account of what happened. Ojukwu wrote a book. The book is called Tragedy Without Heroes. I hope we can quickly find it though. Give me a while. Give me some time, please. I hope we're still together. Hear about the death and what is this thing now? Okay, I'll find this soon. I seem to find the page. Show me there. Yes, found it. A Tragedy Without Heroes by Hilary M. Ojukwu. This is what he had to say. The general officer commanding is not normally the person to give orders directly to a battalion. It should come through the proper channel, i.e. via brigade headquarters. In that emergency situation, the general officer commanding was acting in order. Whatever the situation, it was my superior officer, and military discipline demands I must obey the most senior officer present. Who knew the extent of the kidnapping? By this time, Jack Gowon had arrived at the battalion headquarters. By the way, Jack is Yakubu Gowon. I think I've said it here before. So when you hear Jacob, James, Jack, Yakubu, all of those things is the same person. It's the same name. Jacob, James, Jack, Yakubu. Okay. By this time, Jack Gowon had arrived at the battalion headquarters and was with us. Lieutenant Colonel Jack Gowon, who was sleeping in Ikeja military cantonment that eventful night, never forgave me for not sending for him specifically. It was impossible for anyone in my position to remember all the details in such a situation. I was not even sure I knew he was back from the party. According to military practice, the alarm raised by the bugler was enough warning for all and sundry to turn out. But they said, quote now, but they said that they would not kill anyone, end of quote, the general said. That obviously was an admission of foreknowledge of the coup. Jack looked at me. None of us said a word. From this day forward, I was to lose Jack's confidence from all indications. He thereafter bore the impression or the notion that I knew about the coup beforehand. The suspicion apparently led to my dismissal at the end of the war, in spite of the fact that Adebayo's commission exonerated me. Jack, petty and small-minded, respected a few personalities and fewer principles. He punished people who suffered most for the unity and so on and all this to chief. Let's just jump to the next part. The general officer commanding asked for paper and pen. These I provided. By the way, I said let's jump to the red part because it has nothing to do with the coup. He's talking about what happened to him after the war. So let's stay with the coup. The general officer commanding asked for paper and pen. These I provided. He wrote down key points, KPs, and very important personalities, VIPs, to which troops were to be sent for protection. These include the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, NBC, the Parliament House, Post and Telecommunications, P&T, the Prime Minister, the Inspector General, the Brigade Commander, number 11 Thompson Avenue, that's from Malari's house. In addition, he listed some of the officers he wanted apprehended. This included Major Ifajuna, Captain Oji, and Lieutenant Wokocha. Oji was the one that called him about that they were coming. He had lost his nerves. His hands were shaking. His writing could not be read without difficulty. I asked him to have some coffee. He was grateful, and coffee was ordered for him. Jack and I did not take the coffee. During the conversation, the general officer commanding repeated his earlier statement, but they said there would be no bloodshed. So when you read go on saying that what Ironsi told him earlier when he said nobody knows tomorrow, that it meant something to him after the event. On when you read Ejoor say that Ironsi was part of the coup, you can understand it better now when you now look at what the third person in the room, Nnamdi, is saying, because he kept repeating, but they said they would not kill anybody. Ironsi was part of the coup, but they said they would not kill anybody. Who did they? He said there are 3 people they have to look for. How come 2 of those people were the original planners of the coup? Why was he interested in Ifajun and Oji? When reading Bengule already said that Oji had informed Ironsi that they were coming because both of them were from Umaya. Why was he calling for them? Was it to protect them? Interesting, at this time, they were already on their way to Abeokuta, on their way to Enugu via Abeokuta. Someone says, how did Ironsi know the names of the officers that carried out the coup? If you ask me, now I go ask. The matter where we say so, it's when it start. No be me go talk, heavy for mouth. If you ask me, the matter for ground. Now who I go ask? Bam 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 bam. Ironsi was a big part of that coup. And we've discussed what happened on January 16th before. If you were not here, please check out our videos on Iransi on our YouTube channel. You see what happened on the 16th. In fact, on the 15th and the 16th, that same day, Iransi was in a meeting with the parliament, with the parliamentarians, with the cabinet members, and he was carrying soldiers all over the place. He went into a room with one for Rizu, who had rejected the idea of appointing Deep Charima as acting prime minister, because the folks in NCNC, read Igbos, actually would have preferred Mbadiwe to be the prime minister on the 15th of January, that same day. And by the 16th, the same Iransi surrounded the entire building with soldiers, armed soldiers. Then he told Shehu Shagari, Richard Akinjide, a lot of them, told them that they had to take over. The boys wanted him to take over. It's like Saul. When Saul was offering sacrifice, and Samuel arrived and said, "Why did you do this?" And said, "Oh, it's the people, it's the people. The people. How to do so they will not scatter. How to quickly do it." No sense of responsibility, no understanding of leadership. But the boys want me to take over. Threaten them. You can do this the easy way or the hard way. Became prime minister. What they really wanted was to have an Igbo government in order to fulfill the 1944 dream. The 44 dream was supposed to be fulfilled in 64. In 64, they gave themselves 5 more years. But in that year, they discovered that they could do it that same year by having a coup. It leaked to the GOC, Welby Everard, and then the government, and they had to stop it. Although Azikiwe was in on that one. Azikiwe was in on the 1964 coup. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Azikiwe called the meeting of all of the officers of the army and the police chiefs, and he reminded them of their oath of allegiance to him as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces and to Nigeria. And he told them he was going to give them orders. And it was that thing that made Ojukwu ask that ridiculous question: if there were conflicting orders, who would you follow? They didn't do that in 64. So what did they do? They planned another one in 65, executed it in January 66. When they cleared everybody off, what they wanted was to have an Igbo president, an Igbo prime minister, an Igbo Senate president. And they had two already. They had the prime minister, they had the president, and they had the Senate president. They wanted the prime minister. When the folks from the north said no, they now used the military. That's plan B, Iransi. Plan A was Mbadiwe. I'm not making any of these things up. Read Beckoned to Say by Shehu Shagari, and you can also read Richard Akinjide's interview in year 2001. You're still going to look at me in the eye after everything I've read, or some of the things I've talked about now, and tell me it was not an Igbo coup. I don't care how old you are. I don't care that you were born 10,000 years before the coup. You don't know what you're talking about. Let's read about what happened with the premier of the West in Ibadan. Rick Lewis says, I learned Ifajina was very to Zik. Was very close. I know they are both from Onitsha. That one is true. They were both from Onitsha. Just like Oji and Nirosi were from Omaya, Zik and Ifajina were from Onitsha. And Zik was in on this school. Zik suddenly fell ill and left the country October of 1965. Zik went with his aide-de-camp, ADC, I've never heard of ADC leaving their principals. That one had to return to Nigeria while Zik was still abroad. It was in the Caribbean. Eventually found his way to the UK. Then you had his doctor leaving him behind. And Zik did not return to Nigeria until February of 1965. Meanwhile, on the 16th of January, after they had threatened the cabinet members, that's Rossi and his boys, nobody gave them power, they took it. They ran with it. After they did that meeting, while they were doing that in Lagos, Azikiwe was getting ready to inform the world. Azikiwe told the world in London that Ironsi was the new general officer commanding of the armed forces. Azikiwe said that before Nigerians knew, and Nigeria did not know until the broadcast at 11:50 a.m. 11:50 p.m., 10 minutes to 12 midnight. But the Oyinbo already know because Azikiwe said it in, and the interview is online. I've played it here before. By the way, let me quickly say something. People say things like, this person, what's the word now? Sadawana knew, and Akintola knew. After all, Akintola went to Kaduna to tell Sadawana about it, therefore they knew. Knowing about something does not mean that you planned it. You could have heard a rumor. These guys did not hear rumor. You don't see Azikiwe, Nwafor Izu, all these people did not hear any rumors. They were in on it. That's different from the fact that, I heard about it. Then I went to ask somebody, should we run? Should we do, what should we do? And then now have got to say, but they knew about it. That's nonsense, by the way. I want to read to you what happened. I'm trying to find that stuff. I'll find early enough so I can get into this very quickly. The Nigerian Civil War. Let me just say that this is very emotional. So, but please let me switch the audio source.
Concentrate.
Meeting. Give me a second, please.
No, almost. In less than 1 hour. Max. I should finish by 9. Okay.
Hello. Hope you can hear me. Okay. So let's read what happened in Ibadan. So I'll be reading this book called Nigerian Civil War by John de St. John. Let's go back just a bit. The man chosen to lead the coup in the troubled western region was another Ibo, Captain Nwobosi. The artillery commander in the Abeokuta garrison. Nwobosi, who had only been taken into the confidence of the conspirators and briefed a day or two before Operation Damisa took place, received a telephone call late on Friday night from Ifajuna in Lagos, giving him the go-ahead. At midnight, he turned out the detachment of soldiers, told them they were going to Ibadan, the Western region's capital, on internal security operations, and drew weapons and ammunition from the armory. The convoy then moved off, but on the way out of town, the captain considerately stopped to pick up a pregnant woman in labor and took her to the nearest hospital. The column reached Ibadan at 2 a.m. as planned. They first drove to the automatic telephone exchange and ordered all the staff to leave the building, and then went to the city's main electric power station. Again, the employees were ordered to leave, but when some of them asked the captain to give them a lift to town, he obligingly did so. The Deputy Prime Minister of the Western Region, Chief Anikaude, was the next target. His house was quickly surrounded, and Owobosi broke in and arrested him, saying that it was a lawful arrest by the army. From upstairs, a woman's voice was heard pleading, "Don't kill him." The convoy moved on to the Premier's lodge, where the security lights were blazing, powered by an emergency generator. The Premier, Chief Akintola, had been warned by his deputy's wife. The automatic telephone exchange, though occupied, had not apparently been immobilized and had had time to prepare. But his police guards were swiftly overcome by the soldiers while Nwobosi neutralized the generator, plunging the house into darkness. The police report takes up the tale. Captain Nwobosi stood in the middle of the courtyard and shouted, "Akintola, calm down. You are under lawful arrest by the army on orders from HQ2 Brigade." A voice from upstairs, presumably that of Akintola, replied, "Yes, I am coming." Nothing further happened. Captain Nwobosi repeated his summons a number of times without a reaction from Akintola. He then fired one round from his rifle at the building. When this produced no result, the captain ordered his men into the building. To gain entrance, Nwobosi was compelled to force the main door to the lodge. They all entered and mounted the stairs. On the first floor, they searched a number of rooms without encountering anyone until they came to Akintola's bedroom, which was locked. When the captain was about to force this door, Akintola opened fire from inside the room with a submachine gun, shouting through the closed door. This burst of fire wounded Nwobosi and an officer and soldier with him. None of the injuries, however, were sufficiently serious to impede them. The captain and his men immediately returned the fire whilst retreating down the stairs. They then left the house in a hurry and sought cover amongst the flower beds facing the building. Akintola came to the room over the entrance porch and continued to fire at his assailants with his SMG, without, however, hitting anyone. Captain Nwobosi ordered his men to return the fire, which they did massively. Akintola continued firing until he ran out of ammunition. Around this time, Fani Kayode, Deputy Premier, was heard shouting from the Land Rover to Akintola, urging him to surrender. Akintola, now defenseless, decided to surrender and was next seen coming out of the front room. He raised his hands and went downstairs. Captain Nwobosi, in the meantime, was heard shouting repeatedly, "Bring him out! Bring him out!" He then ordered two of his men to shoot the Premier. These two opened fire on Akintola with their rifles, joined shortly afterwards by Nwobosi himself. Akintola fell down dead, or dying, with several bullets in his body. The captain regrouped his detachment and sent a sergeant back to Abeokuta to collect a 105mm field gun and take it to Ikeja, which appeared to be the next target. Then the party left Ibadan and drove to Lagos. Fanekaude begged Nwobosi to release him, but was informed that he had orders to take him to the capital. However, on arrival, Nwobosi and his men were themselves arrested by loyal troops, and the badly shaken Deputy Premier of the West released. By daylight, the coup in the West had fizzled out. That was January 15, 1966 coup. Well, a sad thing in Nigeria's history, and I'll tell you this, Nigeria has not recovered from that event. And yes, it was an evil coup. And yes, the goal was to dominate. And yes, the plan has been set in motion 22 years before that happened. And yes, we have not recovered 60 years after it happened. And we have to face it so that we don't repeat the mistakes. Not because we want to curse another group or demean or, talk about, is a people's voice and another person's voice. That's not the point. But you've got to understand the fact that these things were not done to help the country. And lastly, before we end this session, repeated that it was an Ibo coup, and that people would say, no, it wasn't. That's bigotry. That's the last thing we're going to read, and they'll bring people up. We'll speak for maybe about 20 minutes, and then we'll call it a day. I'm going to read from, I've read this thing before, I'm sure you've heard me read it before, but I think it's important to also read it in today's session. This is from Beckoned to Serve by Shehu Shagari. Someone says Akintola himself was wanted by his past. Not in this context, not in this conversation. Sincerely, not in this conversation. I know what you're saying, but not in this conversation. Because it becomes like, oh, they were the ones that some angels sent to repay him for what he did. You get what I'm saying? But I get what you're saying as well. By the way, if Awo were not in prison, they would have killed him. Just to be clear. If Awo was not in prison, they would have killed him. Because it was a bigger threat to all of them than even Akintola. So yes, they knew that Akintola discovered their ploy earlier, right? But the one they actually blamed for tribalism more than any other person was actually Awo, since 1951. All right, so why do I call it an Igbo coup? We've already said it. So we talked about the fact that most of the planners were Igbos. 85.7% of the planners were Igbos. All the victims I just read right now, you read about somebody, you can hear some people say things like, Unegwe was Igbo. The question I asked them is this, was Nzogu Igbo? Most of them will say no. He's from Delta, he's from the Midwest. So I say, okay, Unegwe is from the Midwest. So most of the victims, all but one, were from every region but Igbo land, or from the southeast, or Igbo people. When it came to the beneficiaries, let's even read some things here, what they said themselves. This is from Beckoned to Serve by Shehu Shagari. No. Ademola, Baba was not giving them the benefit of the doubt. Baba was focused on the north. Papa knew what Igbos could do. He wrote about it. It's just that his own focus was the fact that the north was, according to in his own thinking, the north was a greater threat. And the only reason he thought that way was because of the feudal structure of the northern society. In hindsight, we should have listened to Akintola. But even then, Akintola was hobnobbing with the North for a reason that I wasn't comfortable with. I'm just trying to answer the question. What was the reason? Akintola's idea of working with the North was to ensure that everybody had a seat at the table. In other words, we're all able to share from the pool. So, like, we're all able to share the national cake. This is what Papa said himself. Awolowo said this. Akintola's idea was to share the national cake. And thinking about it now from today's perspective, that would be the right thing to do. Everybody's going there. Yoruba people are losing out at the center. Let's also get involved with the northern guys so we can have a seat there. And he's right. It was very pragmatic and it was a realist. Awo, on the other hand, did not think that you do politics in order to go and share the national cake. That's the difference. Akintola was thinking politics, like as a politician. Awo was thinking like a statesman. Who do we work with to be able to effect the kind of changes we want in Nigeria? Akintola is like, see, this is what it is. This is a reality. We need to work with the North if we want to get a piece of the pie. Awo is like, it's not about the pie. It's about baking more pies. Olga, that's the difference between both of them. I was thinking of baking the pies and who would help bake bigger pies. Actually, I was talking about, listen, guy, this is the pie we have right now. The North is taking it, but they're not able to take a lot as far as the civil service and the public service and the bureaucracy are concerned. The East is taking all of those things. Let the West also go in there, work with the North, and take some of those things as well. If you think about it, neither of them was wrong, but one was more realistic, and that was Akintola. Anyway, hindsight is 2020. But thank God for our leaders. Akintola was right. Akintola is right about how folks from the Southeast behave. It's the same thing. It's culture. It's not hatred. It's culture. So let me tell you how the Igbos discussed the coup itself. It has to be two references. I just remember the second one. And I want to round up with what was an Ibo coup, what was an Ibo coup. Let me just read those two things. Welcome to say by residents in the North. Since he's assuming power, many yes, and even making a virtue of the January coup killings. This attitude quickly spread from offices and public institutions to places like model terminals and markets. Some Igbo shopkeepers even took to displaying large-size photographs which depicted Major Nzogu standing beside the body of the slain Sir Modubelo, the former Northern Premier. Igbo people would draw the attention of Northerners to the photographs and say of Nzogu, Shinamaganinku, in Hausa, he is the one who can knock sense into you. Some Igbo also took to public playing of a gramophone record called Machine Gun, whose celebratory lyrics of the January killings were interspersed with the sound of gunshots. Such unwarranted provocations naturally exacerbated the unease between Northerners and the Igbo. The pulse of Northern grassroots disquiet was reflected in the vernacular press. On 28 March 1966, Gaskia Tafikwabo ran a trenchant editorial calling for the insolent behavior of the Igbo residing in the North to be curbed. They called that government their own. These were not just, some John Does. These were people working in civil service, people in the markets, people in model terminals, regular people, educated people. Everybody from the East was saying that thing in the North. Were they the only ones? No. But before I read the other one, which is the last I'm going to read today, hopefully, I'd like you to listen to one of the records that Sheikh Shagari was referring to. There were two that were quite popular at the time. One is Machine Gun by Celestine Uku. The other one is one is Celestine Uku's Machine Gun. The other one is Ewu Nabakwa by Rex Lawson. And today I'm going to play you Ewu Nabakwa. I want you to listen to it. And by the way, Ewu Nabakwa means the goats are crying. This is Ewu Nabakwa. Enjoy.
Ghosts are crying, but you don't hear what they're saying, which is what they're saying. Ghosts are crying.
First part of that song actually tells you, imagine playing that to people who are suffering, who have lost their leaders. That's what I tell people, nobody killed anybody because of the January coup in the North. That's not why they killed the Igbos in May. Because if they really wanted to kill Igbos for the coup, they would have done it in January. I want you to listen to the beginning of that song again, so you understand the kind of pain that you would have felt if you're from that place. Take a listen again. Now imagine someone tells you that that's how your elders were crying. Imagine someone tells you that that's how your elders were crying when they were killed. You will say that you are one nation, Abi. Gives you an idea how people thought at the time and how they celebrated the coup. And the last thing I want to read before we bring people up is what the intellectuals from Igbo land said about, not about the coup itself, but about Ironsi, who took over the government. The coup was actually one of the things about that coup was that they needed to have that coup in order to give you something like unitary system. And they did. And if you read, I don't want to open it again, if you read Welby Everard's book, he said it. That when Nwokedi introduced something that this man, Ironsi, was totally surrounded by Igbo men, Igbo civilians, and it was pushing the agenda of NCNC. Of course, one of those things, of course, was the, what's it called now? Unitary system. This is what Igbo intellectuals said. Since the last event, Unification Decree, it has become crystal clear that the former leaders of the Action Group have, as predicted, joined forces with the former leaders of the NNDP in a renewed battle against Easterners. Recent events have further demonstrated that these leaders are clearly striving to counter the efforts of the military regime to forge national unity. In this respect, the Western leaders are one with the Northern leaders, who are similarly opposed to a unitary system of government in Nigeria, and all of them are anxious that the country should revert to the old federal structure, which, as everyone knows, was the principal cause of most of the wars of the First Republic. These people supported everything Ironsi did. Someone says, please post the Rex Lawson song on Radio Me. I am in my 70s, but first time I have heard it. Wow. Okay, sir. I will do that. You know what? I might as well just read now. Where should we put it now? Is it general or learning materials now? I don't want to put it in general, so I will not just go there and be singing. Please check Redomi Global, the learning materials you'll see there. I did you're not a good person. Say it's a material. Material come.
Anyway, it's there.
Redomi Global. You know, some people have, I quickly say this, some people have said things like, it's, well, a song that was produced before the coup. No, so that's the reason I want to say, so I think what I'm about to say actually is going to address what you type in the comment section. Some people have said that the song was done before the coup and that it didn't mean Ahmadu Bello, that he didn't write that song because of Ahmadu Bello. Some people have said that. And this is my counter to them. This song may be talking about something totally different. But here's the point, it was weaponized. If you lost your Sadona and you're sitting at your home, JJ, or you go to the market and someone begins to play this thing and say, wee, 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 and the person is crying, I see. Now, how we dealt. That's how we dealt with yours. Would it matter if the song was released on January 15 or November 75? Nobody cares. So the issue, the song may not. It may or may not be the intention of the author or the composer or the producer. Maybe we're talking about something else. But that song was weaponized in the midst of that thing. So it's not about blaming the person who recorded it. The one that everybody talks about, that they could always say that one was written for that thing, is Celestine Oku's Machine Gun. You will not find that song anywhere, by the way. You can't find it. Well, maybe you find it on vinyl or something. I've looked everywhere. I've not been able to find it. That's a better way to say it. Maybe we'll find it someday. I've not been able to find it. But this other one, we found it, and they used this one. And that the crying of that goat in the beginning, oh boy. Go to Telegram, our Telegram channel, Radio Me Global. You'll find it in the learning materials. It's may God bless Nigeria. Summary: it's been 60 years. Let's learn the lessons, right? Let's learn the lessons. Let's make sure we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. But let's not rewrite history to make anybody comfortable. I'm Yoruba. I'm a Yoruba man. In our history, we have certain events that where we talk about the history of the past. E.g., in Ife, there is something we call the Takpa Festival. During the Takpa, we talk about the war between Obatala and Oduduwa. We reenact it. We watch a drama every year for the last 1,000 years. I'm not joking. Every year, it's called a reenactment. We see what happened. Omake is a mock fight. It's not a real fight, but just to dramatize what happened back in the day. And so we remember who won, who lost. That's why I said when you have a society where you say no victor, no vanquished, that society is going to be destroyed. Because the victor is trying to be good. The victim is saying that I have to prove to you that I'm not that bad. Or the vanquished, since it's not vanquished, don't say I'm a victim of everything. I'm not that bad. You're the one that did it to me. Just make it clear somebody won, somebody lost. Then you now bring the person that lost into it. What did Nigeria do? They brought the Igbos into... Listen, 9 years after the Civil War, Igbo produced a vice president in Nigeria. Think about it. 9 years after the Civil War, there was Alex Ekweme. And 12 years after the Civil War, the main protagonist of the war, the one who started the whole thing, was pardoned by this same Nigeria. What do you are tribalist. If you what happened to Victor Banjo? I want to have a session of Victor Banjo again. What did Victor Banjo do that made Ojukwu kill him? Was he up? Number one, what did he even do? He did nothing to warrant killing. Ojukwu, who killed people everywhere, anyhow, what happened to him? Nothing. He lost nothing. Everything his father left, he got back. And since you pamper people like that, you're going to have Wazirike, you're going to have Nnamdi, you're going to have Samanekwa, you're going to have what's the other one? Gentleman Yahoo in Jamaica. You'll be having all of them. They'll be coming every year because you say no victor, no vanquished. The lesson for us, if something happens, even if you're going to forgive that person, which you should forgive, you must ensure that the person acknowledges what they did wrong, and they have to do something about it as penance. So either you're going to prison or I forgive you, but this thing you did, will say it. But there's nothing like no victor, no vanquish. That is not peace. You are setting up the next generation to take the fall for your mistakes, and the mistake is is the naivety to assume that once I said no victor, no vanquish, everybody will be brothers again. It's a lie. The vanquished that you did not call vanquished will be telling you that if not that you had America to support you, you'll not be able to do anything to me. That's the issue that Nigeria is going through. So we had a coup. It was an Igbo coup. It was terrible. It was ethnically motivated, and it did not start in 1966. It started in 1944. And if you understand the trajectory as we discussed yesterday and today, you understand why we called it what it was. And even Igbo people called it an Igbo coup until July. It was in July that everyone else started saying that, don't call it like that. Then after the war, people now changed their mind. Let's not call it Igbo coup. It was an Igbo coup. I mean, we never have something like that ever again. We've had other coups since then. We had a northern counter coup in July. We call it northern counter coup. Nobody cries about it. So if you cry about Ibo coup, that's your business. The point is not even about the nomenclature. It's really about taking responsibility and ensuring that you. And the reason you're not, I'm sorry, I'm talking a lot. I'm going to bring people up very soon. The reason it's important to say that also is that since you're not saying it, a particular region in Nigeria today, if you mention the word coup, there's one region that wants it more than any other person in this country. It's the region that planned and executed the first one, because you did not take anybody. Nobody was court-martialed. Everybody was just saying, ah, it is well, it is well. So today now, the same place, young people from that place are looking for a benevolent dictator. Let's have a coup. Because he never really addressed it. So we're addressing it, and hopefully this is going to help us, to do better in Nigeria. Thank you very much for listening. We're going to move into something else on Monday. But before we go, let's have some people come up. By the way, we have these sessions every weekday, Monday to Friday, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. We've done this 2-day series to celebrate or to remember, to mark the 60th anniversary of the January 15, 1966 coup. We did that yesterday, 15th, and today, 16th. We'll move on with other things that happened when we come next week. Let's bring some people up, not everybody, because of time, please. It's 8:40 already, and it's been a long. So I'll bring you up, but please, as soon as you get up, please mute. And when it's time to contribute, make it very quick, please. Thank you. Please mute as soon as you get up. If you have requested, please your phone.
They are waiting for parking space. There's a road.
If you have sent a request, please, I'm talking before I bring you up now. Just know that you are coming up, or please mute as soon as you get up. Thank you. Please mute. Please mute. Please. Please. Daniel 28, thank you. It's all right. Were you one of the people that did not mute? You can send your request again, Sha. If you're coming up, please mute. Thank you. Let's start with user. Good evening, user. Are you there? I knew I made a mistake bringing that number up because there's no name. All right. Demi, please mute. Ha. Is your bank me or Joe? Daniel, you can send your request again. I'll bring you up. Okay. Ademola, please mute. Geez, this thing should not be that hard though. Daniel, please mute. I think I've tried though. Don't you think I've tried? All right, let's start with Abdurrahman. We'll make it quick, please. Very quick. It's almost 9. Okay? Thank you very much. Good evening.
Thank you, Prof.
Yes, sir.
Quickly, it is true, history will always repeat itself. And then, for you to plan for tomorrow, you must know you are fast. You really helped me. There are certain books that I read, which I'm now regretting reading them. Let me give you an example. Like one book called Nigeria, the Army, Power, and Politics.
Is your phone? Do you have a phone? Do you have a phone ringing? Or
yeah, it's another
Help us stop the vibration, please, so we can hear you well. Thank you.
I don't know whether you read the book or not. But this
Nigerian Army.
Books,
please tell me the name again.
Yeah, I don't see. That's Nigeria.
You said Nigerian Army.
The Army. Yeah, the Army, Power and Politics by Chuk something.
Is it Ulebulam?
Well,
Chuk's Ulebulam. I've read the book. I've read it. I've read
so,
it.
Books like this, you understand? The way.
See, sorry, please, before you continue, Chooks did an interesting thing in that book by ensuring that Igbos could not be blamed for anything. But please continue. I mean, and I'm not surprised. It's what you expect from books from the East. Sadly.
Thank God that you know exactly what I'm trying to say. And then nothing is happening in vacuum. From yesterday to today, I now understand why the first generation of northern Nigeria, I mean the political leaders, behave the way they behave, and why they took some certain decisions, you understand, which we view as a mistake. But I learned a lot, and I was able to solve some of the puzzles. And then I realized that the three regions, West, East, and North, our political leaders are still playing their politics under the shadow of our first generation. The only difference is that those one, they have number one, ideology. Number two, they have a conviction. What interests me is photo of Chief Obafemi Awolowo will be fair to Chief Akintola that the disagreement that he had with Chief Awo had to do with either conviction or policy, but whatever it is, their disagreement was to how to deliver best to their people, how to serve their people best. It's just a way of thinking that differ. That is another thing that I learned from you because of the so many books that you are reading at the same time. You understand it will help someone that know little about the past, you understand, to solve the puzzle. Before I conclude with the question that I want to ask you, let me go to the question. My number one question is, please, what is the interest of the West for making sure that northern Nigeria does not break away from the corporate existence of Nigeria as at that time? If they don't, then what is the interest? Or let me stop there. Let me move to the second question.
Okay. Please just ask the second question, then we'll quickly move on.
What is your take on the culpability or otherwise of General Hassan Usman? Because up to this moment, many people don't believe that Hassan Usman Katsina was forced to cooperate or he would be killed. Many people were of the belief that Hassan Usman Katsina was into it, but he managed to play safe. Thank you very much for giving
me the opportunity. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it.
Some practical knowledge that you are giving us. Thank you. May God bless you.
Amen. Thank you so much, sir. Let's start with the second question. What you think about Hassan Usman Katsina is actually what I think as well. And that's based on what I have read. So, again, we say these things. Let me put it this way. There are certain things I say based on what I have read and what I think. So, I think based on what I have read, then I now tell you my opinion. But on Usman Katsina, I have no opinions. I just tell you what I have read, which is that he played along with Nzogo, and excuse me, he played along with Nzogo so Nzogo would not kill him, and that would make sense. He didn't appear like one of the revolutionaries. Clearly, he wasn't a revolutionary, right? So people like Nzogo, people like Ademola, they were more like those who would want to create change and things like that. So it wasn't an Igbo, so it wasn't going to be part of an ethnic coup. It would have to be ideologically aligned with Nzogo to work with him. But in that instance, it wasn't ideologically aligned that much. It was mostly because of his life. And thank you, Prof. Nzogo showed up in Katina's house with a gun and covered in blood. So if a person comes to you like that and tells you that, are you for me or against me, what are you going to say? I'm going to work with you, Nonni, so that the person will not die. So that's my answer to the first one. So the second one, to the first one, what's the Yoruba plan to make sure the North doesn't break away or something like that? We don't have any plans for that. From what I have studied, from what I know about the way Yoruba elders think, I think our own place, our own thinking has always been that each region in Nigeria, number one, going by the philosophy and the ideology of Papa Awolowo, the idea really has always been that we have ethno-linguistic states. In other words, that our states are like what you have in the UK, where the Scots have their own state, that would be the Yoruba, or the Hausa, or the Ibo, or the Kanuri. Everybody has his own state. The big ones, the smaller ones can band together until, sorry, please. No. Oh, I was wondering. So ask that question again. But please make it very quick.
Okay, my question is simple. I said, what is the role of, let's say, to be specific, let's say British?
Okay.
What is the role that they have played, and what is their interest behind playing that role? And if they don't, why is it that they insisted in persuading northern Nigeria not to break away from the corporate existence of Nigeria?
Okay.
So not buttressing. I was referring to Europe, British, American, Western countries.
Because I was not wondering.
Western Nigeria. North and Western Nigeria were all victims during that coup.
Yeah.
I was referring to Europe.
Okay, all right. So let me quickly answer. Was the Western... Okay, so number one, the West and, the British and Fulani, they are friends. Primarily Fulani, not just the North. Because this North sometimes just make you look as if everybody in the North is primarily the Fulani. And that's because the ruling class in Hausa land made things a lot easier for them. They already had a system that the British just had to plug in and work with. And so, what's their own interest? Economic interest for the most part. If you have people that you say, okay, rob my back, I rob your own, it makes sense for you to put them in charge so that they're able to actually allow you to do whatever it is that you want to do. Whatever the interests are economic. And I'm not sure I can even give all the answers at this moment. What I can say is this. They preferred working with the North because they had a pact, so to speak. But you know what? I think let's do this way. Let me allow somebody that knows about this thing better to answer the question. This man is Harold Smith. He was a British colonial officer, got to Nigeria in 1955. And he had this. He was asked that question, and I think he will be in a better position to actually answer the question. I know what to say, but I'll be taking too much time. Let's just listen to him. He was there. Okay, this would be a better option. Take a listen to Harold Smith.
I learned, and the Governor General himself confirmed this to me, that the elections were rigged, contrived. The intention was that the North should rule Nigeria. Even in '56, the Northern leaders were very proud and were saying, if they couldn't run Nigeria, never mind elections. They might not join Nigeria. They might leave. And we all thought, well, how would they survive? There were no industries. There's not a great deal of agriculture, some groundnuts in the north. This wasn't very practical at all. And then it was, the Governor-General seemed to be thinking that the North couldn't, even if it won an election, rule Nigeria by itself. The South wouldn't stand for that. So there had to be a partner, either the Igbos in the east or the Yoruba in the west, to team up with the North. What he didn't want was for the two southern parties, the Igbo and the Yoruba, to team up to form the government, because he believed the North wouldn't tolerate that and talked about leaving the federation. So as I learned, in a small way at first, but very rapidly I learned about the election fixing, and as I say, this was confirmed to me by the Governor-General. He actually said that he wanted me to know the truth because he wanted me to know how much trouble I was in. So there was a feeling then that there was going to be trouble. And then it was because the Awolowo and the Action Group had become the official opposition. What we British wondered, how could they win another election without the British counting the votes? There could not be another proper run election without us there. We knew what we were doing. We were just helping things along. You know, we were doing what the British do, favouring our friends and looking after our own and repaying favours. We don't call that corruption. They knew that the North would do as they said after independence. If it had any, the North would just, because it was their habit, they liked the British, whereas the nationalists were an unknown factor. Actually, when they took the flag down and hoisted the Nigerian flag, not one of the major nationalist politicians was there. They weren't even on the platform. This was incredible. These were the people who had sought independence. The people in the North didn't want independence. They didn't want the British to leave. So this was a farce. And for most Europeans who were very close and watching this, we were disgusted. We thought this really had been manipulated, this election. It was unworthy. It was unworthy of the British people, this. This was no honest, straightforward thing that you would expect Britain, the mother of parliaments, to do.
I think that gives us the answer we need. So I think that answers the question. Yeah, I said everything. Okay, there's no need to even say anything else. I'm sure you get it. All right, let's move on. Because of time. My battlefield, please. So they preferred them because they were going to help them get what they needed after independence, and it worked. My battlefield, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity again.
Yes, sir.
Now I understand. Now I got it. Now why Awolowo was not duly invited to the podium during the independence, because we were all wondering that time why wasn't Awolowo invited. They invited him feebly, and Awolowo protested. That's why he didn't attend. You know, I would say, and that took about that. So and now from Aaron Smith, I understand now. I got it now. Why Awolowo was not invited to the podium. He sat amongst the British dignitaries. He was not called up. And Tafawa had to use this torchlight to look for Awolowo in the crowd. Yeah, so that's it really. Another point I want to make is that it's unfortunate. Adi bin Ribadu, I mean the grandfather of Buhari's wife, Aisha Buhari. Adi bin, yeah, Mr. Hey, Aisha Buhari, his grandfather, our grandfather. Adi bin he didn't die because he was the Minister for Defense. That coup would never have taken place. He was even more powerful than Tafawa Balewa. Okay, and for those people who are still calling Nigeria a zoo, I want to advise them. Which other country in the world will you see them fighting someone and feeding their enemies? Right? Which other country in the world? Because when Nzogu died, when they killed Nzogu, because unfortunately he was killed, right? By the federal troop, he was killed by the military, federal military, whatever, the other side. He was given a befitting burial. With full military honors, right? Yes, and I think he was buried somewhere in Kaduna or something like that. Okay, that said, okay, and for those people who are revolutionaries in attitude, who want a revolution now, Adi bin Awolowo was not in prison, they will have deleted him. That tells you the senselessness of revolutionaries, and I've been telling you. That will have given them the senselessness and the recklessness for those people who are looking for revolution in Nigeria, revolution now. Like Showore, I'm not going to mince word. These are the things that will happen. They will have deleted Awolowo. I will never have had the benefit of hearing from him. We never had the benefit of his insights. Okay, and again, what's it called? For people who are still arguing, who are not too sure of the content of those books and the context, what I will tell them is that if you are in the East, like what do you call it? The person who wrote Shuna Shebe, he was in the East and writing about Lagos. It's incredible. You can never be in two places at the same time. That's why his books are full of errors. He was presupposing most of the times. So that's why you see those books with hindsight. That's why people like the books you've read so far, they are all saying the same thing different times, because you can't be everywhere at the same time. What Ademola will write is different from what the other person will write, because they are not in the same place at the right time. Ademola was in the theater of operation. But those who in Lagos, we can only write about Lagos. We won't write what is happening in the East. Okay, for those who are arguing, because their fathers have told them too many lies, and now they have to unlearn to see that they've been lied to.
Yes.
Okay?
Thank you,
yes.
sir.
Yes, so I'm so glad that this is happening, and you've touched so many lives. So many people are quoting you. They are citing your session, which is fantastic. I think that's what we need. Okay, I thank God that we are alive. I thank God that we are alive to revisit things and to see that Nigeria is a great country. Those who don't want Nigeria, they should leave now. Enough is enough. Are they being what happened in the First Republic? Are they being, they've all been deleted? Kanu will never have happened to us again. Never. And I think now is the best time to deal with people who want to exit Nigeria. They should exit Nigeria peacefully, and let's have our peace. Thank you.
Interested in knowing what happened. I wish I could read it. The way I already spoken about, but if you want to know what happened 30th September and 1st of October, and where they placed our war and how they used torchlights, how they used. You can't hear me. You can't hear me. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Is it better now? I said, the things that you can now. Okay. Yeah. So I said that. Yeah, the things that the thing that my Battlefield was talking about how they place Awolowo in one dingy place and Tafawa Balewa to use torchlight to come and look for Papa. The things that happened on the 30th September and 1st October of 1960, you find it in this book. I think you can get it on Redomi Books. The book is Adventures in Power Book 2, The Travails of Democracy and the Rule of Law by Awolowo. You can find it on Redomi Books on Telegram.
And it just tells you that, and someone wrote in the comment section that from the very word go, they've been marginalizing Yoruba people. Nobody amongst the big ethnicities have been marginalized more than Yoruba people. We just don't cry. The only time I think they actually spoke up, they had to, was during Jonathan period. It was so much, right? But even then was not crying, not like all this Igbire Tambokiri. A lot of funny things happened, and Awo conducted himself very well, regardless of how he was treated before Abubakar now came to. I don't even think Abubakar coming to pick him using torchlight was even. I think it was also planned. It was just playing a game. Anyway, thank you for that. But you can get this book to know more about what happened on 30th September and 1st October. We have to rush now, please. Let's go to a Robodo. We have to keep this at 2 minutes because of time. I really have to run. I didn't want to stay beyond 9, but it's already past 9. So please make it very, very quick. Robodo, please go on. 2 minutes, please.
All right. Yeah. So, as I was listening to you today, and so I am someone who I usually try to understand things, at the very fundamental levels, like from first principles. Okay, and my conclusion is that for Nigeria or for the different peoples that make up Nigeria, for them to ultimately have sustainable, good governance, two things must happen. There must be ethno-linguistic autonomous restructuring for self-determination of those peoples. And two, there must be the inclusion of the secession clause that Baba Paolo wanted in Nigeria's first independent constitution. And why do I say that? As I was listening to you and I was hearing, the things that happened, what the Igbo soldiers did, and I'm looking at what their children today, their descendants, what they do, how they defend those things, how they try to deflect anything but take responsibility. And I look at all the kind of things that they're known for: fake drugs, fake drinks, fake substandard products. In one raid, trillions worth of fake drugs. Nigerians are dying. These people will never talk about it. They will always deflect. And I'm like, my conclusion is that in the very same way that we have people who are bad, there can be collectives that are bad. Not because they can't inherently be good. Okay, sorry. But because, it's like a cultural value system thing. Like, that's like their operating system. What's, like the rules that. So I'm like, look, there are things you can't change. There are people you can't change. And the only way ultimately is, to allow everybody to go their separate ways if necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Riley Freeman, that's not how you have countries. You can't say Nigeria should be indivisible and people should learn to live with each other. There's no place in this world where you think like that. That works. Even when you get married to people, you have a clause, you can divorce. You choose not to divorce, not that you have no option of divorce. This country should have a secession clause. Our constitution should have a secession clause. You can decide not to use it, but you should be able to use it. That is how countries grow. Nobody forces people against their will and accepts development and growth. And the reason we don't have a secession clause today is because of Zik and what he said in 1954. Awo said, if you look at the USSR, where you have so many groups put together, they have a clause where people can secede at will. And Ahmadu Bello agreed with that. Then Zik said no, that because something happened in Texas, he cited a case between Justice White and Salmon Chase and said because of that we should not have divorce, we should not have secession. And so we don't have secession.
That's the point. It's supposed to fall apart.
When the Soviets tried it, it fell apart. That's the point. It's supposed to fall apart. If it cannot hold, it falls apart. Why should there be a USSR if Ukraine wants to be separate? If Georgia wants to be its own country, why? What's the benefit of the country if the groups in that country are not enjoying self-determination? What do you mean there shouldn't be? What happened in USSR is actually a good thing. What's the benefit to you that USSR was together?
Why should Nigeria not have a secession clause? Do I want Nigeria to break?
I don't even understand. Why should Nigeria not have a secession clause? Do I want Nigeria to break? That's not the question. The point is that should people be able to choose where they want to be? Yes.
And that's why I told Kanu.
Even Justice Omotosho agrees with me. And that's why I told Kanu they should get their representatives to move for the secession clause to be included in the Constitution in the National Assembly. Everybody must be able to say, I want to stay, I want to leave. All of this marriage of tipa, it doesn't all go well. If I say I want to get out of Nigeria, I should be able to decide. Scotland had a referendum. UK is not a poor country or poor nation or a poor country, but they wanted to leave, and then they voted, and then the one who wanted to stay were more than the ones who wanted to leave. Therefore, they can't leave. So what you have seen there is that you've allowed them to choose. Not that you tell them that Nigeria is an indivisible country. The person who gave you that word that you are using, the indissolubility or the indivisibility of the federation, is Zik. And that's the reason people are going through trouble right now. They can never get that thing unless one of them also goes back to the National Assembly and talks about including that secession clause. And Nigeria should have a secession clause. We are different people. Who brought us together? Is it God? It would be easier if we brought ourselves together. We didn't. Somebody came and put all of you together and told you that you have to tell yourself, we cannot live here. Say, because of what? An external force brought all of you together, forces you in the same place, and you are now talking like we cannot live here because other countries that did it broke away. Did you even determine to be together? You were not there when they were making decision about how you're going to be together. You had no hand in it. And when you had the opportunity to do it, your elders, I'm Yoruba by the way, so I can talk. My elders spoke up and said, we've got to have this thing included. People should be able to break up at will. And yes, it happened in USSR, and it is a good thing. Why should there be a USSR when you have smaller groups? And by the way, USSR was a very diverse country, many ethnicities in that place. Why are Africans, why are we like this? This indivisible, what have you gotten from it? I want Nigeria, but not the way it is. It has to be structured in a way that every group, not just shouting states and capital, ethnicities, nations. That's what's happening in the UK. That's what's happening in Belgium. The different countries are clearly seen. These are the Scots, these are the Welsh, these are the Yoruba.
This is their region.
Something similar you have in India as well. Now, only when you get to Africa, everybody comes and shouts, say they want to unite. Unite for what exactly? One guy said, oh, this country, we are going to fight the blood because it's indivisible. And I was looking at the person. I look at the person, and I was wondering, who wants to fight? What are you fighting for? You have no national identity, you have no value system, you have no language, you have no cultural values as a nation, because you are not a nation. Nigeria is not a nation, and it will never be a nation. For it to be a nation, people will die. Do you know what it means to form? I mean, study China. That's how nations are formed. Yoruba people, we have our own history. That's how nations are formed. Not by just wishing and shouting we are indivisible. Who says who? You have a country of, some will say 56, some will say 347 something ethnic groups. You even at 57 you still have more ethnicities than Europe. Europe, a continent, has less ethnicities than Nigeria. They are not together indivisible. They can decide not to be in EU. They can decide to be in EU. But we, with all these numbers, your size of the country is similar to many countries in Europe put together. But no, we are indivisible. For what? I'm not one of those people who are agitating for break Nigeria, secede, and destroy the country. No. I'm saying, number one, you've got to restructure this Nigeria, and the best way to do it is to have ethno-linguistic states or regions, not to Western region, Eastern, not geopolitical zones, ethno-linguistic states. But regardless of what you even have, you should have a clause that allows people to exercise their rights. If the Eastern region had that clause, you think we'll be having problems like this? And their father was the one who destroyed it before they, that's why I always say it. Their fathers have caused wala for the next generation. What they should have done is they should have allowed them, what they would have done if we had a secession clause, all this nonsense that Nnamdi is doing all over the place, they would have had to just create scheme for them, plebiscite, they have referendum. Do you want to stay or do you want to leave? You want to stay, you stay. You want to leave, you get out. But when you tell them you cannot go, we are indivisible, then they're everywhere doing ESN constituting nuisance all over the place. Fighting people, sit at home on Monday, killing their own people. I don't know what this indivisibility has done for Nigeria. And by the way, if you, I think we have a document on that on Radio Me Global. Azikiwe's 1975 interview. It was a shame, by the way, to read it. Just read it, I was like, how can you say this after 21 years? Like, he did that thing in 1954. He granted the interview in 1975, and he was talking as if what he did was sensible. It's senseless. We're a diverse place. We have many diverse countries. We have many nations in one place. And each one should be able to say, you know what, I want to get out. And I'll end by saying this. I've given this interview before, this example before. There is a particular marriage, a particular couple, celebrity couple in America. They used to disturb all of us with, we don't have any option of divorce. You see, me, I've been married for a while. I won't mention how long, but it's been a while. It's been a while. Like, if I say it, you will not believe it, but I won't talk about it today. I've been married for a while. And in my experience, and when I say for a while, I have every right to say what I'm about to say. In my experience, each spouse should be able to determine if they want to opt out. Not that they should opt out, but they should not feel caged. This couple were telling us how in their marriage, there's no option for divorce, there's no kinko. I mean, on the spiritual side, of course, you pray against it. You don't want to break your home. You don't want to leave your children in this area. But again, that's based on choice. Oh, my children will be safe. I want to be safe in a two-parent household. I prefer this kind of thing. This is what I want for my home. It's your choice. I don't want to let my children, drift away. So I want to be. It's your choice. Not, they say I must never try it. If I try it, I will die. That's based on threat, not based on. It's not choice made based on interest or love. It's based on fear. Anyway, this couple said, "Oh, they must not give anybody. Like they're not going to break up and everything."
So wonderful.
Only for news to come out. The marriage was an open relationship. Anybody can do anything they wanted to do. That's where their own choice came in. You see where I'm going? They could sleep around with anybody. And it got to the point where one of them, I won't mention the particular one, so I don't want you to know exactly what I'm talking about. One of the spouses was sleeping with a friend of their child.
What are we talking about?
But they must not divorce. So what are we talking about?
The fact that
they had other relationships. The fact that the friend of their child even knows what was going on. I mean, and you said, no, we must not divorce, we must not divorce. Do I like divorce? Of course not. Bible says God hates divorce. I hate divorce. But people must be, even God in the Old Testament, even in the New Testament, God said, Jesus also mentioned it. If you want to leave, you have a choice. But do you want to leave? No, I will not leave because this is what I want to do. I want to take care of my family, my wife, my children. It's on choice law. It's based on choice that's based on love and interest, not based on indivisibility. It doesn't work. Just be. What's the word? Just be sad in the marriage. What you all about this? What you buying everybody? Like to go soon, divorce. Kill and back. Anyway. That was not part of today's kid, but I saw that in the comment section. I felt you should talk about it. Nigerians should begin to ask that our representatives should have that discussion. 2014, there was a confab, and the only thing that what's this man? That Goodluck Jonathan said they must not discuss was the breakup of Nigeria. Why? Why not? Is there like a divine thing that appeared to you, like the angels appeared to you and say, my son, this country, I made it, must not break up. Haba. And what have we gotten from the old unite? The message that doesn't make sense. The person who doesn't have to unite. That's why you see you had a match today. We had a match 2 days ago now. We had a match. And as people lost the thing, as they lost the match, one group was happy that Morocco won. Let me tell you why. The group is trapped in Nigeria. They are trapped. They can't move forward. They can't move backward. They are trapped. So they hate the country and they hate you. Then they tell you that you hate them. They feel trapped. They can't move to the left, they can't move to the right, they can't go forward, they can't go back. That's the why they will prefer Morocco winning. There's nothing patriotic, there's nothing. If they will destroy your name across the world, then they say that see your passport is so bad. There's nothing, they don't care. We are shouting divisibility. Let them choose to leave or stay. And then you cannot talk about patriotism. Let me read something in the comment section. Mr. Remy says, I'm divorced, my kids are fine, my ex is fine. We'll actually get a lot more better. It could happen that way. Maybe you break up and you have USS House, you have Georgia and Ukraine and Latvia and Belarus, you have all these countries. Hopefully you don't have Russia coming to take Crimea later, but you get the point. Like you can, and you will thrive. I'm not even saying break up, I'm just saying exercise that right. I don't know if you agree, but that's what I think, because it's a lot better than what we're shouting indivisibility that's not helping us to do anything. Let me quickly read some other things, then we'll go on to another person. Ade says, politicians are afraid to have the discussion. It will affect their pot of soup. A new generation is rising, by the way. That conversation must be had. Again, not because you hate Nigeria, you want to break Nigeria up, but because you want to give people the right to choose. If they choose to stay, then they will be patriotic. A person who feels trapped, who is miserable, will do anything to hurt the country. You hear people do anything. I don't want to mention so it doesn't look like, but you get the point. Like they will do anything to hurt anybody, destroy your passport, do whatever they want to do, and they will not care. Why? They have no stake. There's no sense of, there's no connection in their brains. That's why when they say make us president, it's not about presidency. There's nothing connecting them with the whole thing. Let them choose to stay or to leave. And if they want to leave, once they go, they just go like that. Malobe. Once you go, you are gone. There's no dual citizenship. Just go like that. And if you want to stay, you stay and you keep short. Like you act like a normal person. Stop disturbing the peace. We should do that in this country. All right. That was a long talk. Ngotodoriko is heavy. Winsome says Ben in their sabotaging other groups. Yes. They rather pay the US to invade. These guys spent $1 million lobbying the Congress, United States Congress, and eventually were very happy when they heard that Nigeria was designated as country of particular concern. They made videos about these things.
They said it was because of
they lobbied. What was happening in the Middle Belt? They said it was because of they made the Middle Belt their own, so just to be able to get what they wanted. The folks in the Southeast.
Telling Trump to come have
how do you spend $1 million to break your own country? Telling Trump to come to create a base in Port Harcourt, saying to him that they know the terrain of the country and they are ready to serve. What are we talking about? Do I blame them? It's difficult to even blame them. Why? You are making the easy one difficult for them. Just say vote, stay or go. And if you say you are staying, any small thing that you are trying to do, any kurukere, prison straight. Once you vote that you want to stay, I'm doing hip hop, prison. Like as you are hearing, I prison, P prison, P prison. You are imprisoned. All this, you don't know if you talk now, they'll be like, say you are tribalistic. You'll be like, you are all walking on eggshells because you're not just going to face the truth. This thing is not working. Decide if you want to leave or go. You know what we should be doing? Let me tell you, using marriage kidding. If you get to that point, you now go, either you go and meet your pastor or you go and meet your shrink. And you have that conversation. Am I going to go? Am I going to stay? But nothing like, you cannot go. Either you have to be having open relationship and giving yourself disease. Some said they rather pay to the US to invade. Kanoni says they're miserable. Yes, they are. Somebody mentioned the ethnicity of the midfielders that play. Somebody said, I don't think they sabotaged the match, but that's what people are now saying. Because the old people are also saying that we send them there to sabotage. Of course, most likely I'm sure it's just banter, but Iberi Latimoto. CEO Kodet said you forgot to mention that they want to fight for Burkina Faso against Nigeria. They captured 11 of our men, and one ethnicity was celebrating that, and they're Nigerians. I don't know the names of the men. Maybe they're from all kinds of Nigeria, but they're Nigerians. But you're saying Burkina Faso did well by. Let them choose to leave or go, or stay. Let them enjoy the evil of their fathers. It's affecting everybody. That's the point. Well, I get your point. I'm sure you get the point. All right. Let's have Daniel. No, was Daniel? Okay, Daniel, and then Matuition. But we have to make it 2 minutes here. I'm sorry I went off. Even me, I don't stay past my curfew. As though I have one, but you get the point. All right, Daniel, please go on. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
The Daniel here is a woman. Is it Daniela? Good evening, ma.
Good evening. Thank you very much for you.
Thank you, ma. Yes, ma'am.
May the Lord bless you, bless your family, bless your children.
Amen. Amen.
You will see your children, you will not die.
Amen. 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 Sure. Yes, ma'am.
You have many of us that you've liberated. You really rearrange our brain, and I'm now teaching my children our history and even my grandchildren. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
In regards to all these individuals, if they want to go, nobody is stopping them. What I say to some of them is that they should pack their stuff and go. If the government sees them going, they will take them serious. Then they will now call them and dialogue with them. Then go. If all of them in Lagos can wake up one day, pack their load and say, oh, we are going. Government will be the one to start chasing them. Okay, let's sit down, let's dialogue. Let's do it this way. They don't have to destroy the country. They an island. If you want to go, and you want to destroy the country you are coming, you are moving away from, are you not going to have dialogue and business with that country? Are you not going to have dialogue with the North? Are you not going to buy food stuff with the North or whatever? Why they're creating all this unnecessary enmity? And they have representatives. They have their leaders are there. They can see them there and let them know. I don't think any of them are communicating with their leaders about their plan. If not, they will not go to the house and talking about indigenous bill, where their words are crying about secession. They are not communicating to each other. And they are putting the frustration on the rest of the country. If they want to go, they need to, first of all, sit themselves down in their own region and have a serious discussion. They move from discussion from their region to Abuja, to National Assembly. Some part of them want to go, some part don't want to go. They need to sit down and because they don't really. I don't think they know what they really want.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, madam.
If they are serious about it, no one is holding them, and nobody can stop them if they want to go. They can pack themselves and go.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that. Someone on YouTube, Sammy 1970, says Quebec also chose to remain part of Canada. Good to be given the opportunity to choose. That said, I still believe in a restructured Nigeria. Me too. Me too. We are the same. We're on the same page. I believe in a restructured Nigeria, and the best version of that restructured Nigeria is ethno-linguistic states. That's the best version. But will still be one. I always say that I see Nigeria as a subcontinent. That you can have your state within it. But even then, people should still have a choice. They should be able to choose to stay or leave. Mr. Dungu, I'll check for you, please. Sorry, I just remembered. I saw the question earlier, but I'll check now. Let's have Mark Tuition. While he's speaking, I'll check. Mark Tuition, please go on. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, House. Olotu.
Hello.
Where do I start from? This your Finland badge. Is it gold or brown? You're Olympic champion. This is a master class. Man of God. Only way we have to appreciate what we have. We salute you. We thank God for you, for your family giving you time to do all of these things. We thank God. We thank God. Number one, Papa Awolowo and the Yoruba elders, 60 years on plus, have now turned out to be prophets. All their prophecies, unfortunately, have turned out as they have described it. Can you imagine where Nigeria would have been if they had listened to Papa's vision for Nigeria and Africa? We're talking 1,000 light years apart from where we are. Number two, one Robert lọ fún 1,000 years. The truth will always prevail. Now the truth is about to prevail, and I think we need to be structured how we do it. We need to form a think tank. We need to embrace Papa's vision and the people of the generation. We need to start disseminating papers. How many nations do we have within the Nigerian states? Probably 10 or 20 along ethno-linguistic lines. We need to start doing this on the side because this thing is going to happen. What people don't have was the truth. We don't know all these things growing up in Nigeria. We're adults. Some of us are grandparents. Some of us are great-grandparents. We don't know the history. But by virtue of even the Nigerian state, as we speak, and Nigerian universities, they are not teaching what you are teaching. Not because they are bad people, but because nobody has really proven to see the importance of seeing this. So our political elite, our business elite, our religious elite, all of us, we need to be re-educated to know that we are an El Dorado. We are bigger and more diverse than the EU. So we must have our own individual countries. Ijaw Nation, Ibo Nation, Ibibio Nation, Yoruba Nation, Hausa, Kanuri, Birom, and so on and so forth. When people begin to see liberation in that space, they'll be comfortable. They know they can have their own president. They know they can have their own football team. They can have their own basketball team. They have their available resources and so on and so forth. I think you need to have a reflection. We need to have a team within this team to begin to disseminate this thing at the speed of light, using various tools that are available to us, so that we can educate all our peoples within the construct called Nigeria. This education will change people's mind. And when the mind is changed, people will begin to embrace the truth. Like the scripture says, that the truth will make you free. The truth manufactures freedom. All our peoples, including our Igbo brethren that have been victim of propaganda for third or fourth generation now, they will become liberated. All the other nationalities who are ignorant of the truth we better informed. And then our political elite, like Prince the Daniel 20.
Please let's wrap up, please.
Yes, sir. Like Daniel 28 said a few minutes ago, that one fee Koran all of us. So tell on your battle Tito, liberty and liberation to that space will begin to happen. And finally, President Tinubu gets it. His team gets it. So we need to pray for those guys that God will preserve them, and then they'll be able to do what they need to do. I rest my submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really do appreciate that submission. And let me tell you something. This is actually what makes it cool. All this thing I talk about, the linguistic state, restructuring Nigeria, the truth is, what work we need to do is not even that hard. I mean, it's hard though, but we're not starting from the scratch. All we have to do is to see what our fathers have built and build on it. That's why the Bible says that you should not forget the ancient landmark. There are landmarks, for instance, if you read Awol's books, every single thing that we're talking about here has already been done. It's just to now try to put it in today's context and reinterpret the things he says. So if you look at his own trajectory, if you look at his first book, Path to Nigerian Freedom, what he said, by the time you read Thoughts on the Nigerian Constitution that I wrote in the 60s, he had worked a bit more on it. That's exactly how it works. But at the core is the same. The idea of a federal system is the same, and it's been consistent since the 1920s. He's been talking about it since the 1920s, where he has formed the notion since the 1920s. Then began to speak about it gradually in 30s. By 40s, it was just going all out. Like, this is the way to structure this country. And I think we should begin to think about it as a people. And then when the time comes, we will have sessions and conversations, maybe people conferences and events offline as well, where we actually break this thing down. And just like Dawn Commission has become like a think tank, for many things in the region, there can be a thing that actually encompasses the country. That actually springs out from us, not based on federal character, because this federal character, sometimes you get people who, they are just there to be a clog in the wheel. But we'll get to that later. But thank you very much. To answer Kodu's question earlier, so you asked a question, is there a figure, like a total estimate of the minorities killed during the war? No, there is none. But there are, what's the word now? There are individual, it's not the right way to say it. There are events, happenings in different parts, and also there are killings that are recorded in different parts of the eastern region that happen to the eastern minorities. So if you don't mind, I could just mention a few. For instance, in Abudu, about 300 people were killed, right? Retreating Biafran soldiers killed about 300 people and dumped their bodies in the river. On the way from the east to the north, the same Biafran soldiers, Ibo soldiers actually, I say this Biafran thing, I just say it for respect, but you get the point, is mostly, I think, ethnicity, because they killed the people in that space as well. You have people killed in Oshomo, lepers colony in Benin, in Wari, in Hueli, in Sapele. You have in Degema, in Abonema, 400 in Degema in some places. You have 300 killed in, there's a particular place I'm looking for. If you read Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria, Dr. in Keme, he mentioned how about 300 people were burnt in a church, so you have like different things. But this is what I'm going to say. In the midst of the war, this is the closest thing I can come to an estimate. In the middle of in 1968, August 12, 1968, the Minister of Information Commissioner at the time, Minister of Information, Nigeria's Minister of Information at the time was Chief Anthony Nauro, and what he said was that hundreds of the minorities have been killed by Igbo soldiers. So he didn't mention a particular estimate. That was in the midst of the war, of course, 68. But yeah, you have different accounts from different parts of the eastern region, and all of them have tales of woes, right, of what they went through in the hands of the Igbos during the war, right? One of these days we should have another session to discuss that. But
will get to that eventually, but thank you very much for that question. So let's get back to the topic. Someone on YouTube says, Akador, thank you, sir. Let them go, please. Their wala is too much. Thank you for your submission. If they want to go, they should go. They don't really want to go, by the way, but they should be allowed to choose. Everybody should be allowed to choose. And then when you have your referendum, if you have 51, 49, 60, 40, 70, 30, you just stay in Nigeria, JJ. And if it's to go, then just go. Nobody will fight anybody. That's when you discover that people don't have any plans for what will happen after they leave. There's no single plan for what will happen after they leave. But if they want to go, let them go. All right. Our final speaker is unbothered.
Good evening.
Evening. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you for also bringing me up. First of all, let me do this. There's a reason I have to do it. I'm from Ikwere. I'm from the Ikwere ethnic group in Rivers State, and we are not in any way affiliated to Ibo. Okay, I know it's funny.
I know, I know, like you did it last time. I know you're not Ibo.
Yeah, the reason I'm doing is, I do it in every life I attend. The reason I'm doing it is, when you don't have many voices, the few voices should be loud enough so that people will hear. That's the reason I'm doing it. So I hope you understand that.
Yes, no, it's fine.
On the topic, I strongly just want these people to leave. Sincerely speaking, I strongly want them to leave. I mean, it's a very small enclave. If you go and check sizes of places in Nigeria, you'll find out that they just make up around 29,000 kilometers square, which is roughly the same size with Oyo State. I don't know if you're aware.
Yes.
And they are perfectly, this one, I'm surprised that we even debate and talk about some of these things. They are perfectly landlocked within this country. And now what they do is this: every time they lay claims to Port Harcourt and Ikwere, because the Ikwere people occupy the Port Harcourt region in Rivers State. So every time you're seeing them saying Ikwere is Igbo, the reason is very simple. They just want access to the sea. Most of them pretend about it, but some of them are very explicit with it. I've seen some of them say, how can you deny a people an access to the sea? This is purely the agenda. But of course, they will always mask it with other things. When you were mentioning about the things they did to the minorities in the South, that is very true. I would really like you to run a topic on this. And on the day you do it, I don't know if it's possible, maybe you just personally notify me. I have one of my friends and brother, which I would like to come up on the live, because he has been doing a lot of work on this. He's really good with what do you call it? Is he anthropology? Yeah. So he's really good with it. So I would like to invite him to your live on the day you talk about this topic. For me personally, one of my uncle was buried alive. Like, I'm telling you an experience that directly affects me. Now, if you come to River State, we have one stadium, not standard, of course, but that is by the way. We have a stadium that is called Liberation Stadium. Do you know the reason for that name?
Uh-huh.
We've also renamed, during the time of the old Eastern region. Of course, you know that when road connects two cities or two places, 2 points, you name it after those 2 points. Okay, what I mean is this. There is a road that is supposed to be called Port Harcourt-Aba Expressway.
Yes, links two towns.
Very good. But during the old Eastern region, do you know what it's called? It's called Aba Road. Just simply Aba Road. These things, in fact, there's something about me. I don't really go to church, but I really believe a lot in the scripture. Let me mention this. There's something in the Bible that will say that in the little things, you will know what it will look like from the little things. I don't know if you understand me.
I didn't even get what you said. You said in the little things.
Yeah, we can know what it will look like from the little things. Like, the little things tells us of what the bigger picture will look like.
Yes.
Now, these things, this tribalism, nepotism, are seen in the little things. something as simple as naming a road, if you're very careful, you would know that these people have an agenda. I don't know if you understand me. Yeah. Okay. So let me get back to what I was saying.
We have to make it very quick, please.
Yeah. Let me try to summarize. That road has been currently renamed to Liberation Road, because we are trying to emphasize the importance of that event. And that event is linked to what happened in Degema, which you mentioned. I was really happy when you mentioned it. I thought you would even overlook it. What happened in Degema and Abonima? Do you know that till date, you can go and verify, they do celebrate something called Liberation Day in those two places in River State. Till date, they celebrate Liberation Day. And that was because a genocide was carried out on the people of that place. But they were saved, and that was why, in fact, in Abonima, the celebration of Liberation Day is even bigger than celebration of Christmas and New Year. That is how serious it is. So you can imagine an impending genocide on your people, and then you were saved. My God, I don't know if I'm even from there. The kind of grudges I'll be bearing, I don't know. Even till now, I still bear the grudges, hearing that one of my uncles was a victim from what happened back then. You can imagine how it feels. I don't know if you get me.
Yes.
Let me just summarize. The thing is, I'm just praying that someday we can have our constitution amended and a room will be given for these people, and that they will foolishly, sorry for using that word, but they will foolishly agree to a referendum for them to exit. Because I've looked at all the pros and cons, how this relationship is working. You will find out that they are the only people who benefit from every other region.
Absolutely.
They are the people who benefit from every other region.
Absolutely.
Now, are you aware that the eastern region is the most homogeneous region in Nigeria? It is.
Not just the western region.
The western region.
The eastern region. So if you go to Abia State, you find Anang there. You find Ibibio there. If you go to
okay. Sorry.
If you go to Enugu and Anambra, you find Igala, Idoma in Enugu. You know, if you go to what's the other people's name?
Ebonyi,
Korean people. Yeah, so they have different group, other ethnic.
Okay, very good. Okay. So let me rephrase so that you get my point. You're very right on that. But what I mean by homogeneous is here, those people are indigenous to those places, right?
Yes.
So what I mean by homogeneous is people who are outsiders who come to your place to do business. That's what I'm trying. That's the angle I'm coming from, please.
Okay.
So they are the most homogeneous in terms of not being very welcoming or friendly to outsiders.
Oh, you're talking about outsiders moving in.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. So when it comes to homogeneity in terms of how the mixture of the indigenes of the place, they are far from it. In fact, this my friend I'm still talking about has done a lot of work on that. I wish I can even share with you too. Let me cite this too as a supporting kind of note to what I just mentioned here. I do, of course, my people marry a lot from Ibo. So there's this my particular friend. She happened to stay on her mother's side. Her mom is from Abia State. She has lived in Aba. She has lived in her mother's village. Precisely, she has also stayed in Imo State. I can say she has stayed virtually in all the eastern states. And she has this to say. She told me that with all her time she has spent in the east, that she has come to see or observe one thing, that the eastern region is very hostile to non-Igbos. Once you're not an indigene of the place, you're not really from there, you can't even do business. Immediately let's say you just take up a shop in Onitsha, and then they speak to them, say, Igbo, you're gone. You will not, you will sweat, you will hardly succeed. It's very hostile for now. So That's just that. But I just pray one day that they will really get what they are looking for. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I saw in the comment section people said I should leave you to vent, so I left you to vent. Thank you very much for your submission. I saw two questions, one on YouTube and another one on TikTok earlier. So I'll do it this way. I'm going to, but they are. So the questions you asked, right? They are questions that will require sessions. But let me just say that on board that I understand what you're going through. I read the book by Leche Amadi, Sunset in Biafra, and Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion by Neville Graham Douglas, and the incoming accounts I mentioned earlier. It makes you feel very bad, and the stories have not yet been heard. They've been written down, they've been published, but we've not really studied them. We've not really read them, and that's why we don't understand why people in Port Harcourt behave the way they behave. I've been to Liberation Stadium, by the way. I think it was 2004, so I visited Port Harcourt Liberation Stadium, and I did not know the story behind it, but you're telling me now, and I really appreciate learning that. So you see, to those people, their freedom means something to them, and that's why they behave the way they behave towards folks from a particular region. There are many Yoruba people live in Port Harcourt. People don't know. We don't have that kind of pushback with Yoruba people. There's a reason. It has to do with history.
Can I add something? My very community, Yorubas are the first people who moved in. They are very, very hospitable. I mean, I like them. Right from my growing up age, from my very early teens, I listened to Asha, and that's endeared me to the Yoruba people, sincerely speaking. So since then, I've had that kind of love for them.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that. Okay, thank you for loving us. We love you too. Let's start with Mimi. Mimi asks a question. Why was Nzogu buried in Kaduna with, let me read it again. Do you know why Nzogu was buried in Kaduna with full military honors despite what he did? What if I told you the answer is just one word? No, not one word, one person. Go on. Well, one word, one person. Go on. That's the reason. I'm going to read you what Gowon said. Gowon was the one who ordered that he be accorded full military honors. The Mansat was too soft. And it's good, but not for this kind of country. Let me read you what Gowon said, just to answer that question very quickly. This is from Colonel Victor Banje, Revolutionary Betrayed. It says here, give Major Cardinal Nzogu any command because the latter was very popular and extremely brave, but quite ambitious. Ojukwu was thinking that Nzogu may turn the tide of war against him and take the initiative away from him. Nzogu even offered his service to Ojukwu and volunteered to stretch Biafran defenses and make them stronger and impregnable, but Ojukwu rejected his tactical and revolutionary approach. However, Nzogu was not content to sit idle and bemoan his lots in life. Being a true warrior, he picked a handful of volunteers to conduct a daring raid against the federal troops. It was in one of these raids that the star of the 15 January 1966 coup fell into the hands of the federal troops on 29 July 1967. He was just 30 years old. He was killed alongside Tom Bigger, an Ojukwu's relative. Ojukwu initially denied his death, since Nzogu was considered a great man amongst the people of the East and even the whole of Nigeria at large, and his death might have affected the morale of Biafran officers. They could ask Ojukwu why he refused to give him a command in the Biafran army. Ironically, General Gowon saw it differently, and despite being in the opposing camp and the ringleader of the January 1966 coup, when he heard of his death, and true to his benevolent character, he ordered the federal troops to give Nzogu a full military honor, describing him as a gallant officer. There's one more thing I want to read, and I opened it when the gentleman there was talking. I think it's in Sunset in Biafra, because I was looking at something in Biafra when he was talking. Let me read to you what About this time, some things happened. I don't want to go back into that. About this time,
The corpse of Major Chukwuma Cardinal Zogo was recovered from Nsukka war front by federal soldiers and buried with full military rites in Kaduna. In a final tribute, General Gowon described Major Zogo as a misguided, is in quote, as quote, a misguided but gallant officer with principles, end of quote. This touching demonstration of affection spotlights the solidarity that still existed in the Nigerian army in spite of everything that had happened. So the point is, the reason we are doing this is because of Gowon. Gowon ordered that they bury him in full military honors. It's good, but it sends the wrong message. For instance, the same thing happened with Ojukwu. He was buried in full military honors. It's good, but it sends the wrong message. Why? It's as though you are trying to placate a group. That is why even today, they still insult you regardless of what you did for Ojukwu. Ojukwu was one man. That man was bloody lucky. Was very lucky. That was what I was going to use, but I can't use those such words. He was very lucky. You can't say he suffered anything. This man, read There Was a Country by Chinua Achebe. This man's children had toys during the war. When he returned to a hero's welcome. When it was time to flee, they fled. When he returned to a hero's welcome. His father's property eventually got everything back. He didn't lose anything. It's the people who lost family members that are now fighting for him and say, oh, he's what's that thing? It's a buruburu. The truth is that all of these things that we're talking about that happened, it was Gowon. Gowon was the one who said, we have to show that we are clinical. We have to show that clinical. Maybe they should have studied Art of War by Sun Tzu or Machiavelli. I mean, some of those things are very. Art of War is a bit more balanced. Machiavelli is, and then lots of power. Those ones are. But the point is, when you study those things, you discover that just because you do good to people does not mean that they're going to be grateful for it. And that's why you see people still complain about £20 that their parents got in 1960, in 1970, as though their parents had the right to 1 cent. You give them a gift, they still insult your children. Why did you give the gifts in the first place? Because you thought you were going to help. So to answer your question, Mimi, it was Gowon. Thank you very much. The other question, I'll answer it after Mr. Remy. That was Mr. I can't remember your name now, but I know you, sir. I'll respond to you after Mr. Remy. Mr. Remy guy, please go on.
Hey, Prof. Thank you
yes,
so much
sir.
for giving me the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Ẹ ṣé gan. Gbogbo nǹkan tó ń ṣe fún wa, Ọlọ́run á máa ẹ̀sùn ẹ̀. Ọlọ́run á máa san fún yín. Báwo tẹ̀ Ọlọ́run á máa san fún yín pẹ̀lú family yín pẹ̀lú àwọn ọmọ yín pẹ̀lú gbogbo ẹ̀. Ẹ gbọ́. So, going back to the topic, I just want to spend 30 seconds on this thing. While we are at it, that's so Ibo, we should not exonerate the Northerners in this thing. You see, I consider Ibo, but they had partners in crime. I mean, look at what you even said, like about Gowon now, like, placating them and everything. Look at like Abacha used them, like all these military people. You see, for me, the two regions that bring the least to the table, like the one causing Nigeria the most problems. So like we should like not completely shut our eyes to this other side of the thing, because if they are not being aided over the years, there are some things like they would not be able to do, but because they have like the support of the North, like, okay, let me use this one to block this one, and that's the problem we have. That we should say this whole thing in its totality and not just one-sided thing like Ibo, because without the support of the North, they would not. Lots of things would not happen. That one thing.
Thank you.
Like,
okay.
And with the Igbos, like those people they have to go. They have to go. No, they have to go because these people they don't want to go because without Lagos they will not go. Without Lagos they will not go. So all these ones they are just doing this. They're baboon chest beating. Let us go. It's just word mouth. We the others have to find a way to push them out and let them go. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much. So let me quickly answer that stuff. Okay, if they want to go, I don't really know. I'll tell you why. They say they want to go. You tell them to go. They say bigots. That means they don't really want to go. But they should be able to choose whether to stay or to leave. That's what I'm saying. Like there should be that secession clause included. That's one. Number two, about Hausa Northerners. Let me tell you the truth. Number one, nobody is safe. Nobody is not the world not safe. Nobody is a saint. So I'm not even Yoruba people. We have our own. I'm not into Alara. Nobody. There's no one who doesn't have issues. But I'll tell you two things. Number one, whatever you are having right now that you're blaming us or Northerners for, sincerely they didn't create it. They are taking advantage of it to the fullest. They wouldn't dare give you a unitary system. But as soon as they got it there, when they had the July counter coup, they were not planning to take over government. They wanted to break Nigeria. That was why they called it Araba. Break the country apart. It was British ambassador, British High Commission, American ambassador, the civil servants, all of them now said, oh, guys, let's not break the country and everything. And as soon as they now got their hands on that thing, they did not create this thing. They used it to their own advantage. Whether it was good or bad, we are Yoruba, we won't do that because we already have a plan for everybody. Other people don't. Their own is, and see what's happening. I wish I didn't play the news. We didn't go into the news today with ASU. When the ASU man is saying for the last 16 years that what's happening right now, how to deal with the response they've gotten from the president now. In terms of the fact that, professors are going to be making over 1 million naira now. Think about it. It may not sound like a lot of money, but think about what they were collecting before. Now they're getting 40% increase in their salaries. They are wondering what's happening. What happened in the last 16 years? Even when we had excess crude oil funds. The point I'm trying to make is that people may not think of things like you would think, but it's also we're very careful about how to blame people. Has Hausa done something wrong? Have the Northerners done something wrong? Yes, nobody is holier than any group. But here's the issue. What they have done is taking advantage of a system that was created by someone that had the guts to hijack the system and convert it for selfish gains. So they got in there and used it to their advantage. What's happening right now in this with President Tinubu is to reverse it, and that's why you see the Southwest Development Commission, Southeast, South, Northwest, North Central, Northeast. Every region is getting development commissions right now in order to decentralize things and to make sure that it's not as concentrated at the center like it has been in the last 60 years. That's what you are noticing. So even this restructuring we are talking about, it's really happening now. Maybe not the way we are expecting it, but gradually things are changing. So that's one. Number two, when it comes to the North, the reason I don't talk about the North as much is not because the North is a saint. It's because the North does not run propaganda. And I'll tell you why. You see, there is a way to tackle the North. Just like the North knows how to tackle the West and the East. Every region has to understand the differences. The North and the East are not the same. The power brokers in the East depend absolutely on propaganda, victimhood. Power brokers, human beings, people from the Southeast, generally speaking, I'm not saying all, but generally speaking, they go for it's side up. Their own strategy is side up. They're going for the way you think. They are telling their victims. They are trying to blackmail you. They're trying to manipulate. They've been doing it for 60 years. What am I saying? They've been doing it for more than 80 years, and it has worked. If you are going to defend, if you're going to protect your people, you're going to have to present the facts of what happened. You see, the North is not doing any propaganda with you. They will do what they want to do, and they're not hiding what they have done in the past. So what that means basically is that with them, your strategy has to be different. You can't say, because I'm talking about this one, I'm talking about this one. Where do you have nothing else coming to tell you that they want to change your mind about what really happened? They know what happened. They know you know what happened. They're not trying to change your mind about what happened. So the way to deal with them is not by going on social media and say, let me tell you what the North did. Everybody knows what the North did, right? And if you don't know, that's because, okay, maybe we have not studied it before, but they're not trying to hide it. The ones trying to hide it while trying to, present themselves as better than everybody else, and then telling you that you are the reason for their failure, they are the ones you counter because the propaganda is what is in the air. With the North, it's a different strategy. You counter them, but not like this. and there's a way to do it. But again, it's not like this, so I can't say it now. But you get the point. So, is that when you say, oh, Fulani is doing this, Igbos are doing this, Fulani Obahinja propaganda. Let me give an example, and I think this will probably answer the question. When some people reached out to me some time ago. I won't tell you the details, but they're like, Fulanis like this, have sessions on Fulani. And I said to them, the Fulani thing you're talking about is a policy issue. It's a policy issue. It's not a public opinion issue. Therefore, having sessions reciting Fulani, unless you just want to be, maybe you like hearing the sound of your own voice, or you want to get people riled up and angry with Fulani people, you can go on with that. They're not fighting any propaganda thing with you. They're not. What they are doing is strategic. Listen, Fulani people can plan for 100 years. All these people, Fulani people, there's a way. So how do you deal with people like that? You create a
their own is you go structurally. It's a strategic thing. For them, it's more policy making. That's how you deal with something like that. With these other ones, is policy. Audio is low. Yeah. Number.
Hello?
Sorry about that. What was the last thing you heard me say, please? I was saying
Fulani can plan for 100 years.
I was saying that the Fulani can plan for 100 years. They are strategic. They are thinking of how to. I mean, if you study this, if you want to study Fulani, there's a book. It's inside. I'd have recommended that book. Let me tell you something. If you want to know how to actually have Fulani conversations, go and study the life of Usman Danfodio. Study the life of Usman. Excuse me. Study the life of Usman Danfodio. Study it. You have an idea at least of how the Fulani people move. I'm not saying they are saints. Even me, I'm Yoruba. I'm not a saint. Our ethnic group is not a saint. It's just that, see, our own issue. Let me tell you, Yoruba issue is within Yoruba land. We don't go around to be destroying other people. We can bicker amongst ourselves. That's our own issue. But with Fulani, they can plan for you in order to now attack people like that, using attack in quotes. I'm not saying fight or violence. So, in order to be able to counter people like that, you don't go with rhetoric. You go with policy. Remy guy says Fulani have just this session. No, you're not listening to me. I'm not saying that don't counter them. I'm saying the countering Fulani is not based on public opinion. It's based on policy. It's based on policy making. So when you see them trying to enter into your place, it's not by shouting on social media. It's by if I am shouting on social media about Fulani, I'll be talking to the government, not to Fulani people.
I'm talking straight to the government.
And not necessarily to Yoruba people. I'm talking straight to the government. The government will now create the policy. So I was saying earlier, when you saw what happened with the old herdsmen, what did we do? Because Amotekun came out. It's not perfect, but it's a good answer. They don't do propaganda with you. Going on social media shouting Fulani is a problem, Fulani is a problem. It doesn't change anything. You will rile people up, you'll be angry with them, and then you probably mistake them for the Fulani that have been living with you for a while. That's the issue. This other one is policy plus propaganda because their own strategy is side up. They're not that strategic. It's an open book, but it's so open, and this is why it works. It's so open, it's so easy to notice that you will not notice it, and therefore it works. Oh, see what you. Oh, I'm hated, and you are a human being. So Ojukwu use it. Azikiwe use it. People use it. Peter Obi used it. It's a tool that works, and it works on average human beings. So if you are talking, the conversation about them there's policy there, but first it's about the people. Like you guys, share and get the big nation. That's why we go with that. But shall understand that it's not everything that we have to use the same tool for. Okay. Ogboli Friday says the same Fulani politicians are against the Amotekun. They will be. That's the point. They should see, as a politician, if you're a Yoruba person, a politician, intellectual, or whatever, you must expect them to be against Amotekun now. Are you expecting them to support Amotekun? Why would they support Amotekun? They're not supposed to support Amotekun. But you wati gbé omi àmàlà tí wọ́n wati gbé náà wati gbé pọ̀mọ́ tó gbélé náà báwo máa sọ náà ọkàn domi ọkà báwo máa sọ náà. The point is, as you are making the food, you have to make contingency tí wọ́n sí pé àwọn eléyìí lè fẹ́ ṣe báwọn lè gbà bá tán gbà. Kì í ṣọ̀rọ̀ social media, that's what I'm trying to say basically. I hope you get the point. Kì í ṣọ̀rọ̀ social media. The thing about social media is, you just want to teach people. For instance, let me give you an example. If you want to talk about Fulani and social media stuff, where it concerns the general public is mostly religion. E.g., when you start hearing things about jihad, about a better Islam, a stronger Islam, a purer Islam, once I start hearing that thing, I will talk in public. Because that one is about human mind, it's high up. When it comes to strategy and policy, it's not a conversation for social media, it's for àwọn tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ ọpọlọ. Taiwo Adetokunbo says, that's the word, that's the phrase. You have to prepare their own. So if you say Fulani people are against Amotekun, I wasn't expecting them to be for Amotekun. But you have to make sure that you do your thing so that you get your people sorted. And that's what our governors did. That's what Don Commission did. And we're grateful to them for that. All right. The last question somebody asked, I'll just quickly answer, then we'll go on. Mimi says, let's not speak of the North as a homogeneous unit. The far North, the Middle Belt are very different. There's no one North. Yes, but in this context, when you talk about the North, it's talking about the hegemons, the powers that be. And let's tell ourselves the truth. When you were listening to Aaron Smith and he was saying they would like the British like the North, it's not the North as a group, it's the powers that be in the North. The North and the powers that be were the ones that dominated NPC, and they're mostly Fulani. And yes, they had other people from other ethnicities in the North working with them, but the point is that power structure is what people are actually referring to as the North, not every ethnic group in the North. That's actually how it works for the most part. But I get your point. Thank you very much. All right, let me answer. Sir, please, are you still here? You asked us something about Nkrumah. I want to see if I can, if you are still here now, I can respond. Mr. Remy, thank you so much for that submission. But I'm not saying everybody is only you. I'm not saying Yoruba people, we have our own issue. Like I said, our issue is not external. Our own issue is that we fight amongst ourselves. And we have to give ourselves brain. We need to do better. That's the only thing about Yoruba people. We fight amongst ourselves, but sometimes that fight can affect the entire nation. Because you have a trajectory, you have a plan to do something, instead of you to focus and do it. Because when you do it, and when we achieved it, by the way, whenever we succeeded, and this is true historically, whenever we succeeded, other regions will look at it and copy it and want to compete, which is fine. And that will force them to grow. But instead of progressing, we are fighting. So while we are fighting ourselves, we're not growing. Therefore, the others, and I'm sorry, is the truth. Is the truth. I'm Yoruba. If you call it pride, that's your business. Most of what has happened in the last 60 years or 70 years started in Yoruba land. And everybody saw it and decided to replicate. That means that if God has put you there to be Olori, to be a pace setter, and you are there fighting over irrelevant things, it will affect your children, but it also affect other people outside, because you're supposed to be the one setting the pace. Now they have nothing to copy. They are fighting. If Yoruba people stand up today, you stood up in wedding, see it's copied all over the world. You stood up with music, see how it's copied all over the world. You stand up with something and you push it, it will be copied. For the first time, like, oh, something good is coming out of Africa. Until you notice that the Africa they're talking about is actually Yoruba land. But that's our own issue. We have to stop bickering amongst ourselves. If we move forward, others will copy it and Nigeria will blow up. That's the truth. That's our own issue as Yoruba people. We don't fight any other ethnic groups. We don't try to betray people or try to destroy people's lands, or we don't even care about whether we want to come and destroy your place so that we can win. Other people do that one because let me tell you why. And I'm going to say this with all sense of respect. The reason is this. Some people have no commonality outside agreeing over an external force. In other words, they cannot come together to do anything aside to deal with somebody else. In other words, what unites them is fighting against somebody or competing with somebody. They cannot sit down as people. There are people like that in Nigeria. We are not like that, but we also have to take care of our own issues. Now, to answer the final question, sir. I saw your response, Mr. Dungus. Thank you, sir, for the question. So, like I said, this particular one, we will need plenty session to discuss them, but I'll just read to you. So the question, by the way, just in case you were not here, you didn't see it, it says, I mean, this is what I got from it, like, why did Nkrumah welcome Ifajuna to Ghana? So the first thing is that you have to see it from the perspective of Nkrumah. As far as he was concerned, it was a revolution. And this was a revolutionary himself. So it would make sense for him to want to identify with revolutionaries. You get? But let me read something to you from... Give me a second. Past 10. Ha! Children of God. Where is that thing go? One second, I want to read something. I want to read where I found what I'm saying so that it doesn't look like I'm, it's better that way. This is from The Forgotten Documents of Nigerian Civil War by Odiel Famon. It said here, we just made it back before Ghana too fell to the military. I still wonder what effect the example of Nigeria had upon them. Nkrumah, for all his revolutionary fervor, did not know what to do with Major Ifajuna. He therefore sent him to his army for debriefing, and they advised the president against giving him the airplane. I will explain all these things. Let me just read first. They advised the president against giving him the airplane he asked for. I'll tell that again. They advised the president against giving him the airplane he asked for to return to Lagos to finish his operation. So the point is, yes, he welcomed him, and he did that because in his own mindset, it's like, he's a revolutionary, right? They dared to change the status quo. Let me tell you something. Nigeria was not very good in 1966. There were so many issues. If you read the Nauro speech in '68, they mentioned that when the coup happened, everybody breathed a sigh of relief. Like, there was so many conflict. There was what was happening in the Western region. There was what was happening in the Eastern region. The Northern region were fighting over census figures. Then there was Azikiwe and Tafawa Balewa. Many things were happening at the same time. Then later on there was what's this man? Our premier's name, SLA. Samuel Akintola was having his own issue with election riots and Operation Wetia in so many things were happening. So when the coup happened, everybody was like, okay, those things are going to change. So that's why I always say that the North did not kill the Igbos because of the coup. Because if it was because of the coup, they would have killed them immediately. And the reason they killed them came later. We'll talk about that some other time. But the point I'm trying to make is that everybody just chilled like, okay, something is going to happen. So think of what Ghana would have seen in these young men who were quote-unquote revolutionary, not knowing that there's actually something else going on. So yes, I think that the reason Nkrumah would have welcomed him was because he would look at him as a revolutionary hero. But he did not give him everything he asked for. Like I read, and that's why I read that page I read just now. When he came around saying that they should give him a plane, he would return to Lagos and finish the work he started. Nkrumah sent him to the military, the Ghanaian military, to debrief Emmanuel Ifajuna. And they were the ones who advised Nkrumah not to give him that plane. There's another thing. Mambo. Oh boy, this is going to take me. It's going to take me a lot of time. I think it's still in that paper, but I just think it's going to take us some time. You know, let me read a bit of it, because if I can't finish, I can't answer everything, but I think it'll be better for me to do it this way. Again, we're going to stay with this book. It's actually quite good. By the way, you should how can you even get it? The forgotten document of Nigerian Civil War. Let me just read part of it so you can get an idea. You can have an idea of what happened. Sorry, guys. Okay. So it says here, we made it back before Ghana. We was talking about what happened when they went to Accra. So it was JP Clark. JP Clark. So this man is called, his name is Odia Ofemon. He was a private secretary to Chief Obafemi Awolowo. He had this fantastic piece, The Forgotten Documents of the Nigerian Civil War. And in that is now recounting what GP Clark said. So let me go back a bit so you give us context. GP's account in his National Merit Award lecture unpacks the mystery further. He writes, "We took 2 trips to Accra by air. The first was a full meeting with the Ifajuna. The second, to give his host government time to arrange for evacuation, while he wrote up the defense he would have given at his court-martial in Lagos. We just made it back before Ghana too fell to the military. I still wonder what effect the example of Nigeria had upon them. Nkrumah, for all his revolutionary fervor, did not know what to do with Major Ifajuna. He therefore sent him to his army for debriefing, and they advised the president against giving him the airplane he asked for to return to Lagos to finish his operation." JP continues, "The man could not understand what happened in Nigeria, Ifajuna told us. So he packed off his unexpected guest, that's Ifajuna, to Winneba to be with his compatriots, SG Koku and Dr. Bankole Akpata. With both these ideologues, our stay with Ifajuna became one running seminar. What became clear was that it was not the Nigerian army that seized power on January 15, 1966. It was a faction of it, racing against another to secure power for the political alliance of their choice." This thing is deep. I was running away from this book. This thing is deep. Let's just stop. This thing is deep. There's no way I'm going to read that I want to explain. But the paper, the document is called The Forgotten Document of Nigerian Civil War. What JP Clark said. We'll do it on Monday. Let's do it on Monday. But to answer your question, sir, number one, Nkrumah saw him as a revolutionary. Number two, then he sent him to stay with other Nigerians who were already in Winneba in Ghana. He made sure it was debriefed by the army in Ghana before it was even sent to, because he didn't even know what to do with him. Because when it was debriefed, he asked for a plane. They said, don't give him plane. Then he sent him to meet Guinea. There are other things that happened, but let's not go into that because it's already late. But the point is, Nkrumah must have been thinking that, this guy is a revolutionary and he wanted to help. I hope that answers the question. If I didn't answer fully, we'll get deeper into it on Monday. It's actually this piece, we've never read it here before. It was in this piece I first saw that Azikiwe and Ojukwu were planning a coup. Before I then read it in Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari, and it was more explicit. Okay, so some things happen behind the scenes, guys. We'll talk about all of those things. Let's do that on Monday. I'll read the forgotten document of the Civil War on Monday, and this man is an authority, Odia Ofemon. He's an author, and someone we should listen to. All right, thank you very much for being part of today's session. It's been nice. We had a two-day series, and we finished. We'll continue from there on Monday. We have the sessions every weekday, Monday to Friday, 4 p.m. West African time. So please join us on Monday. And I want to thank everybody who has power tapped across our platforms. You've liked the live, you've shared it, whether you're on TikTok, on YouTube, on Facebook, or Twitter and Twitch. Thank you very much for your support. And thank you for liking the live and commenting and engaging. It's been nice. Those who also gave gifts, I really do appreciate your generosity. I saw a lot of people, hearts and this and that. I really, really do thank you. We usually put up account details, but it's late already. So if you want to support us, please reach out to me on Telegram or even here on TikTok at Busui Oris, and I'll tell you how you can help us. We need your support to keep doing this because, and we have other things that we're planning to do this year. For instance, we're going to resume our quiz competition very soon. It's going to be back better, big and better. We did only 1 or 2 last year. We're going to get into it in the coming weeks, but I'm already preparing how it's going to work. So please, if you'd like to support us, please reach out to me. It will be a delight to have you on board with us. let me say this before we close. How can I have your Telegram channel? My Telegram account handle is Busui Oris. If you want some of the free materials, go to Redomi Global, Reredomi, Redomi Global on Telegram. If you want to buy books, Redomi Books, but there's some free books that you find on Redomi Global, but hard copies and things you'll find on Redomi Books on Telegram as well. So just search for it on Telegram. Let me say this before we go. We've been talking about January 1966 coup. Yes, it's an Igbo coup, but we're not saying that in order to say one group is Kiniko. It's just to say the reason it sounds like an attack is because that group hates the idea of responsibility. And it's important to mention what happened. When we do that and we confront our history, then we grow. One day I'm going to show you a parallel between cultures, other cultures. We can even say inside Nigeria, Yoruba and Nigeria. And you see why Nigeria cannot grow. It will take us 1,000 years, will not form an identity. There will not be a Nigerian identity in 1,000 years. Why? You cannot even confront history squarely and say, this is what happened. And then you can talk about it and bicker about it and fight about it and then agree on it. No, you want to walk on eggshells. I don't want to offend. I'm not saying offend people, but I'm saying tell the truth respectfully, and then you discuss it and then you resolve it. But when you don't do that and just, doing all this quickly, I just trying to see if I don't want to offend this person. See what we said Gowon did now. You are giving Zogu full military honors. You give allowed all those things sound good, but they don't build nations. They just build entitled people. People just feel entitled to things, and that's what has happened in Nigeria's history. But I hope that the lessons from the past will help us to build a better nation, and we don't repeat the mistakes of our forebears. May God bless us. May God bless you. May God bless Nigeria. May God bless every ethnicity in Nigeria. And it is well with this country. I pray it were. That's a secession clause. But more importantly, a day will come when we will actually begin to implement the solutions that we have for this country, because we are the ones we have been waiting for. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. We're going to have the anthems now, and we'll call it a day. We'll start with the Nigerian anthem, and then we'll have the Yoruba anthem. Thank you for being part of this session. God bless you. Here's Nigerian anthem. Please sing along if you know the lyrics. If not, please learn the lyrics. By this time, all of us should know the three stanzas. All right, let's get into it.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace all battle honored, and this
You just feel entitled. Àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀, ìmọ́lẹ̀ wo ni wọ́ọ̀kùn lágbára Ọlọ́run. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́, Nàìjíríà náà ò ní bàjẹ́. Ilé wo yàgò fún wa. May God bless you, and may God open doors of opportunities for you in the year 2026. On your job, opportunities for business, business opportunities, opportunities to help others, opportunities to build societies, opportunities to help the country. May God give you such opportunities, and may you be ready. So please be prepared for the things that are coming. Prepare for what God has prepared. Prepare for what God has prepared for you. May God bless you. May God keep you and cause you to shine throughout 2026. Do have a fantastic weekend. I'll see you on Monday. It's 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. We're going to have a fantastic session as usual. God will help us. Have a lovely evening. Wonderful weekend. See you on Monday. Good night. Ashe.
Good night, Prof. I love your jollof rice.